I'm not a theologian, uh, and I'm not a rabbi either, by the way, even though I wear a yarmulke. I'm just a regular guy. And I come to the Piaseczna Rebbe. Oh, we should practice that pronunciation, by the way. Rabbi Shapira is the common English transliteration of his name, although it really would have been pronounced Shapiro in Poland. And he would be known to his followers by the name of the town that he came from, a little village called Piaseczno. Don't worry if you have difficulty getting that, but I would probably refer to the Piaseczna Rebbe from time to time. I'm speaking about Rabbi Shapira. I came to his work primarily through religious studies because interspersed with my graduate studies in history, I spent a lot of time in advanced Judaic studies, including in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, where I was at Or Sameach for several years. And I was introduced to the thought of this particular rabbi, and I found it absolutely overwhelming. I found it difficult to write on theodicy. It is certainly one of the most challenging topics that I have ever encountered. And as a religious person myself, I can tell you, in my humble opinion, it is the only question. I mean, all of you are studying all kinds of fascinating aspects of the religious experience, but in my humble opinion, theodicy is the only thing we really have to deal with. And so it's fantastic that you have this opportunity to gather together with a scholar like Dr. Radner to spend a significant amount of time thinking seriously about theodicy. It's kind of one of those questions that it's impossible to make any progress without encountering the question of the justice of God, but it's impossible also to receive, in my humble opinion, again, a final answer. Okay, enough kind of wandering in that area. My presentation is going to be more historical in nature than focused on theodicy, but since I know that this is the primary purpose of your group, I'll try to give you at least some exposure to the range of thought on the theodicy of the Piaseczna Rebbe, and I'm very grateful that you prepared by reading a few things, including some of the flawed things that I put out myself. And okay, with that rambling introduction, why don't we get started? So I know you've perused some of the writings on the Piaseczna Rebbe. Let me just take a couple of seconds to speak about some aspects of the manuscript and place these comments on theodicy within this larger context. As you probably know, the manuscript, which goes under the title in Hebrew Eish Kodesh, or the Holy Fire, was discovered by a Polish construction worker who was clearing the Warsaw ghetto in the rubble of the ghetto in 1950. He discovered these tin milk containers. Back in the day, of course, that's how milk was delivered door to door. It would come in these large containers and then be decanted into smaller glass containers, and they used it to contain some 150,000 pages of documentation in a series of 3 caches. 2 of the caches were discovered after the war. The third remains missing. The caches were the work of this heroic young historian, Emanuel Ringelblum, who early on in the war, trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto, he understood that this was a novum in Jewish history and potentially in world history. And so he organized a group of amateur historians whom he called Sammlers, or collectors, and their job was to go fan out through the city and to record everything that they saw, to take artifacts like bulletins, leaflets, journals, anything they could find to document what was going on in the city. This was a clandestine organization under the name Oneg Shabbat, which means the joy of the Sabbath, and they operated in secret, kind of like with cells that didn't know each other. Part of the reason for this was they were worried that if they were to be discovered, the entire archive would be lost. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why the third cache of his documents were not found, because there were hardly any survivors from Oneg Shabbat who remembered where that third cache was located. Some survivors remember the first cache, and it was dug up in 1946. The second cache was forgotten, but as I mentioned, the Polish construction worker found it. And his concerns were not unfounded. Ringelblum and his family, shown here with his young son Uri, went into hiding in an underground bunker after the Warsaw Uprising. They were betrayed, however, and they were murdered in 1944. One of the most important collaborators he had in the Oneg Shabbos project was this man, Rabbi Shimon Kuberband, who was specifically tasked with the job of collecting information on religious Jewry in the Warsaw Ghetto. We should recall that the ghetto at its peak housed about 500,000 Jews under incredibly unbelievable cramped circumstances. At one point, they had calculated that there were 14 people for every square meter of residential space available in the Warsaw Ghetto. Phenomenal death rate with mortality rates of 150 to 200 people dying per day during the typhus epidemic of 1941. And there are all kinds of different things happening in the ghetto. There was a thriving underground, both in terms of things like cultural activities, libraries, lending libraries, a medical school, orphanages, and also a thriving black market in smuggled goods, even an internal mafia with a nightlife and so on. And Kuberband's job was to collect everything they could about the life of religious Jews, which constituted about 30% of the overall population. It is likely that Kuberband was the connection between this particular Hasidic rabbi, the Sechner Rabbi, and his writings, which he then ferried, after his death, were ferried to the Oneg Shabbat. Now, in the 20th century, research proceeded in one primary direction, and that is theological. The texts, as I mentioned, were discovered in 1950, and they languished in the Jewish Historical Museum there. This is, again, Poland was under communist control at this point, very little access to Western scholars, but a member of the Jewish Agency, who was also well connected with the Hasidic community in Israel, specifically went to look for the writings of the Piaseczny Rebbe. He located them and brought back a microfilm copy to Israel. The surviving family laboriously went through this very difficult manuscript. I'll show you some images of it shortly. And they came out with the first publication in 1960 of the text, to which they applied the title Eish Kodesh. This is actually not a phrase that occurs anywhere in the text. It happens to have a certain kind of panache to it, and it has stuck. but in reality, the Rebbe provided a much more prosaic title, which is basically Torah thoughts from the years of wrath, meaning the years of anger, the years of God's anger, 1939 through 1942. So one of the ironic aspects of this very important text, which is soaked in discussions of theodicy, it is essentially a long, extended discussion of the problem of evil from start to finish, is that the Rebbe never refers to the contemporary events surrounding him. He never refers to Germans, Nazis, the war. Everything is, really cloaked within a discussion of the weekly Torah readings. And in fact, if you discovered this text and you didn't know the historical background, you would think, wow, this is a really depressing, but otherwise conventional 19th century Hasidic text. And he seems to be really focused on the problem of evil and will God do justice or not, but otherwise you would not be able to place it in any historical context. So with the exception of one perceptive graduate student named Judith Tidor Baumel of the Hebrew University, no one even suggested it, and so it was reserved primarily for theological research. The grandfather of theological studies of the Yesh Kodesh, particularly in English, is Nehemiah Poland, who wrote this remarkable book, The Holy Fire, which I strongly recommend. I do not personally agree with all of his conclusions. We'll look at that in a moment. But he provides some beautiful translations and some very perceptive observations on the text, trying to get to the question of where was God during the Holocaust? What does the Rebbe have to say about this overarching problem? So that's primarily what was happening for the first 40 years of Yesh Kodesh scholarship. In the 21st century, you have, first of all, an increasing popularity of the Section Rebbe's thought, both among the tiny number of survivors of this school of Hasidic thought who live in Tel Aviv primarily, but also among a broadening scope of American readers who are taken primarily with Nehemiah Poland's English language treatment and drawn back to the Rebbe. They are called neo-Hasidim in modern terms. These are many people who may not have Hasidic backgrounds but come to Hasidic thought later. One of the greatest exemplars is shown on the left here, Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who established a very important synagogue dedicated to the teachings of the Yesh Kodesh. It is called Congregation Yesh Kodesh here on Long Island. And on the right, a great scholar and colleague of mine, Daniel Reiser, who is currently active in Israel. And his primary area of research, incredibly valuable, is working on the text itself, on what we would call in Hebrew terms the girsa, the actual reading. Let me show you what the manuscript looks like. So this is a page from Daniel Reiser's remarkable 2-volume edition of the Yesh Kodesh. On the right, you see the actual facsimile of the Hebrew manuscript. And as you can see, even if you are not familiar with Ashkenazic Hebrew handwriting, it's incredibly cramped and difficult to read. It is marred by strikeouts and interleaved with other comments. Sometimes there are pages stuck onto pages. There are, emendations, then emendations crossed out. And none of this was reflected in the 1960 printing, in which things which the Rebbe clearly indicated he did not want printed were nevertheless included. Perhaps out of a pious sense of wanting to preserve every last drop of Rebbe's wisdom, even if the Rebbe himself had discarded it. But at other times, it actually serves to distort the record, because you can clearly see when the Rebbe added new things or removed things, struggled with the word, and all of that nuance is lost in the original printing. I have to confess here that the book that I'm going to show you in a second, my own book on this, I actually wrote twice because the first time I worked on it, I compiled a 500-page manuscript. I was very proud of it. I was ready to start, talking to publishers about it. And then Gershom Greenberg, a very important historian of the Holocaust, said, "Oh, by the way, I came across the actual microfilm of the Eish Kodesh in Yad Vashem, and I made a copy of it for you." And he gave me this big sheaf of pages that looked like the right-hand side of his book. And I realized that all of my work was for naught, because I completely missed. I'd assumed that the printed version was essentially a critical edition. And it was not an appropriate assumption to make at all. So I had to chuck that whole manuscript and start over again. So the first major area of research in the 21st century is on the Girsa itself, the text, and that has been phenomenally important because it's opened up whole new avenues of trying to understand how the Rebbe grappled with issues of theodicy, among other things. This is my small contribution. Basically, what I did as a historian is, I looked at this text, which is essentially a series of sermons, 86 sermons delivered between September 1939 and the summer of 1942, with a number of emendations and additions that were put in up until January of 1943. And all of those sermons, although they were given the name of the section of the Torah reading, could be dated. You could actually figure out what happened in the ghetto immediately prior to the Rebbe's deliverance of this sermon. And so essentially, I picked up this idea that this graduate student in the 1980s had first suggested, that wouldn't it be interesting to look at correlations between the historical or micro-historical events of the ghetto with what the Rebbe had to say later. And when I started doing that, I discovered a whole new world of understanding of what the Rebbe was trying to say. It is not at all a typical 19th century work of Hasidic thought that is disconnected from reality. It is completely and totally plugged into the reality of his congregants. Imagine them gathered around the Rebbe, suffering, beleaguered, confused, uncertain, worried about their faith, worried about their personal existence, and then they want to hear some words of Torah from the Rebbe. Now, the Rebbe speaks about what occurs in the weekly reading, what happens to Jacob, or what happens to Moses, or what happens to Abraham, but in reality, he's speaking through the transparency of the text to his audience about concerns that they have about what happened on Thursday or what's going to happen on Monday. And so this becomes a very, very different kind of document. It is not a kind of sedate theological meditation that is primarily of value for his grand philosophical thoughts. This is a first aid document. This is the kind of thing that a first responder brings to a spiritual crisis. And he has set aside all of his other priorities about the larger project that he's been involved in since the early 1930s, and he's focused on trying to minister to his population in the best way he knows how. In my humble opinion, it is a work of phenomenal spiritual heroism that he strives week after week, despite his own dangerous, precarious existence. He's sent into hiding at one point. He recovers from typhus at another point. He constantly strives to provide encouragement and spiritual nourishment for a starving people in the midst of the ninth circle of hell. It's really a phenomenal document, and I inspire myself thinking about it. But let us go to the concerns that are perhaps most significant for this august group of students, and that is the theodicy. So I want to preface my remarks that look at my humble assessment of the Rebbe's theodicy with two crucial caveats. The first is that let us recall this is a public document. And what I mean by that is that Eish Kodesh is not some kind of fully formed thing that emerges from his brow and is edited and has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and has a sequence, and even has a thesis that's clearly defined. This is a document that was written week by week. You can't even say it's like, let's say, Charles Dickens writing a serial form of his novels, and he's paid by the word, and he has a rough idea of where he wants to go, and he takes you through that. No, this is something where the Rebbe knows that his Hasidim are suffering. He knows something terrible happened over the week. There was a mass shooting, or they're building a wall, or something like that, or they heard the news that France had fallen, and everyone's worried about what that means for the war, and he responds to that week by week. There are certainly themes that pervade the work, and it is definitely very much in sync with overall Hasidic and Jewish theology, but this is a document that evolves in real time. Incredibly honest and transparent about what he put in this document. He even included among the manuscripts that he submitted to the Oneg Shabbos his own personal spiritual diary, which was then published under the title Tzav B'Ziruz, which means like an exhortation. And he confesses in his own document about his own concerns and his own worries, and composes his own prayers, and it's a searingly honest, brutally honest presentation of his own doubts during the Holocaust. So here's someone who wanted to make it known to the public as it was, warts and all. Very important caveat. The second one is, it's written in medias res. At no point did the Rebbe intimate exactly what was going to happen to the Jewish people as a whole. He seems to, wander between worries, that's too light a word, between, despair at the possibility of destruction of Polish Jewry, maybe world Jewry. Who knows how long Hitler's regime would end? He himself, the Rebbe, was killed in November of 1943 with no sight in end to the war. So he's writing it, trying to solve the immediate pragmatic problems of his parishioners, trying to understand what they need and how he can keep them strong, not only in faith, but in body and soul as well. In his base medrash, they operated a soup kitchen, for example, in his study hall. He was definitely engaged in the material provision of his parishioners as well. So these two things make it a difficult document to study as a coherent whole, to argue that there is one single theological stream that flows through it evenly. I have already mentioned the relationship of the microhistory to the sermons. This definitely affects everything that you will read in the text, and I would argue that it's impossible to understand the sermons properly without knowing what happened in the ghetto, because he's very clearly over and over again speaking to those things. But the last thing that I should offer as a caveat was, we don't exactly know who he was speaking to. We fortunately have, because of the work of Rabbi Huberban, some sense of who actually came to listen to the Rebbe's talk on a couple of occasions, but the population of the ghetto was destroyed dramatically by the typhus epidemic and later by the Great Deportation. One gets the impression by just reading the sermons that in the beginning he had a very large crowd. One of the reports suggests that he had as many as 300 people coming to a holiday gathering. And the texts tend to be fairly short and borrowing from fairly limited but well-known sources like the Torah itself and the medieval commentary of Rashi. Later on in the war, however, they get much longer, 6, 8, 10 times longer, and they start borrowing very heavily from much more esoteric sources that the average Chassid would not be familiar with, various Kabbalistic sources and so on. One gets the feeling, not only in the length and in the depth of the sermons, but also in their tone, that the Rebbe may even be speaking to himself, that he may even be writing these things perhaps just for himself or for a very, very small circle of dedicated survivors. We really don't know how to evaluate this public document because we don't know enough about the public. So, with those in mind, one of the greatest questions that has been rocking the world of Piaseczna studies in the last couple of years is occasioned by the work of my colleague, Dr. Shaul Magid, who has written some very provocative things about the Piaseczna Rebbe, in particular arguing that the Rebbe lost his faith towards the end of the war. I'm going to give you a little bit of a timeline shortly that will suggest exactly when that intellectual and spiritual break happened. Dr. Magid's argument is essentially that is there an adjective for theodicy, like a theodicial? Is that possible?
We argue about that. Theodical, theodicious. Those are two permitted English words.
Okay, let's try with theodical. You can see how frequently I use this kind of term. That the theodical challenge of the war became too much, particularly in the summer of 1942. And at that point, there is distinct change in tone of the Rebbe's writings. There's a distinct change in the theme of the way in which he explains or fails to explain God's justice, rather railing at it. And Dr. Magid is not alone in this approach. In many ways, he follows Nehemiah Poland's path, who argued that when the summer of 1942 came around, the Rebbe essentially retreated into mysticism. That more conventional theodical approaches were insufficient to meet the existential challenge. And so therefore, he simply went back into this idea of God weeping in his inner chambers because he had no idea what else to say. For Dr. Magid, that represented a dramatic break in his faith, and many follow that particular line of argument. Others, on the other hand, including myself and Dr. Reiser and Rabbi Weinberger, argue that I think that's kind of like it's an argument that finds an audience because it sounds kind of, intellectually lascivious, supreme Hasidic leader, man of faith, loses it in the end. That has a kind of ring to it that appeals to a certain audience, but I don't think it's historically accurate. So let's look at his theodical responses, and I'm just going to kind of summarize them here and pose some of the problems with understanding kind of like a straight line development of his thought. So if we break it up into the Hebrew years as he did, and he certainly thought in terms of like the cycle of the year, and we know that he reflected afterwards on what happened in prior years and so on, so it's a reasonable break. Of course, the Hebrew year begins in the fall with Rosh Hashanah, usually around September. So in the first year of the war, that's when the Nazis invade, actually right at the high holidays, and the Rebbe experienced personal tragedy almost immediately. A very, very tragic event in which the punishing bombardment of the city of Warsaw, civilians, by the Luftwaffe wounded his son mortally. He brought him to a local hospital, which was overflowing with patients, and while he ran out to try and find some doctor to help him because the medical staff in the hospital were overwhelmed, he left his daughter-in-law and her sister outside reciting psalms for the benefit of his son. Another round of bombing came and killed the daughter-in-law and her sister standing outside the hospital gates, and then the Rebbe's own son died a few days later as well. The Rebbe was already a widower at this point. He had one surviving daughter who was later taken in deportation in 1942. In fact, he didn't even know if she survived. And one of the things he writes in his cover letter is, if anyone knows what happened to my daughter Rachel, please let me know. So the Rebbe suffers from the war immediately in a very, very deep personal way. In 1940, that's when the Judenrat is established. In particular, that's the Jewish Council that is widely responsible for administering the population. They build the walls. There's a horrible typhus epidemic that ravages the ghetto. And then in 1941, perhaps the most important thing for us is the Goyanowski report. A young Jew escaped from the nearby death camp of Chelmno which had been operational since the fall of 1941, and smuggled himself into the ghetto to tell the Jewish resistance how the Nazis were planning to gas the entire population of Jews in Poland. This was an overwhelming piece of news. Recall, of course, the Holocaust doesn't start with like September 1, the Nazis invade Poland and immediately start murdering all of the Jews. There is a process, there is a series of increasing persecutions. It really only gets underway in the summer, especially acute with the creation of the death camps at the end of that year and the deportations, which from Warsaw would occur in 1942. So when the Rebbe heard this report in early spring of 1942, you see a dramatic change in his writings. This is the breaking point for Magid and others. And of course, it follows through that the Nazis do deport the Jews beginning on Tisha B'Av, the national day of Jewish suffering in the summer of 1942. 6,000 Jews a day are deported. So the Rebbe himself, he was held back in the ghetto, along with as many as 50,000 other Jews who were put to work in slave labor. He remained in that status when the ghetto was basically decimated of Jews. The uprising, the famous Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, will not happen until 1943 and only represented a tiny fraction of the surviving Jews of the ghetto. But the Rebbe was then deported to a labor camp called Travniki, and there he was murdered in the context of an uprising. So this is kind of like the historical progression of the Rebbe's experience. Let us look at his theodical response. So early in the war, you have an example of what I would like to call teleological suffering, which I'm sure you have studied tremendously in this class. Basically, that suffering has a purpose, that it is meant to edify, that it is meant to burn off one's sins in this world so one gets more benefit in the world to come. These kinds of arguments, which, in my humble opinion, make a lot of logical sense, but on a visceral level, when you're dealing with this kind of suffering, they must be rejected. There is no... How can you think it's like going to someone's home who's sitting Shiva if they're mourning for a loved one and then trying to give them this kind of story, that's utterly rejected. Maybe logical, but is so unpalatable that one simply cannot accept it. And in fact, the advice of the Talmud is that one should simply go and remain silent. There's nothing you can say. Then, in 1941, you begin to see much more of an eschatological approach, a lot more discussion of the birth pangs of the Messiah, justifying the suffering by perhaps saying that this is the unfolding of divine history. But then after the Grojanowski report, that's when he seems to break with all of these logical arguments and say that God has somehow sheltered himself within a secret interior passage, and he is restraining his own suffering, his own, the word in Yiddish is mitgefühl, like co-suffering, his own sympathetic suffering with the Jewish people in the ghetto, and he knows that God has restrained himself, so to speak, from acting, because if he were to react to the suffering of the Jews, that would destroy the entire world, return it to the formless void pre-creation. This is a much more mystical approach that he's ever taken before. And so this is the argument of Dr. Magid and others, that essentially it gets too bad and his theology breaks. Now, the problem with this model is that when you get down into the details, it doesn't fit. Because we see early on in the war, one of the greatest expressions of this mystical approach occurs in October of 1939, and I'm specifically referring to a passage that I believe you read about, one of the most startling passages in the entire Eish Kodesh, something which only a person of the Rebbe's stature, with the life experience in the ghetto that the Rebbe had, could, dare write this under an Orthodox imprimatur, that God had gone too far in his allowance of the persecution of the Jews. I won't, I'll refer you to the writings that you've explored to look at it in detail, but the argument that he makes to God is of Abrahamic proportions. Hashofet kol haaretz lo yaseh mishpat, will the judge of the entire world not do justice, saying that this is too much suffering. So we see some of the radical kind of approaches that are typical of 1942 are already present in 1939. And to argue that there's some kind of progression is difficult to square with the results. Similarly, towards the end of this period, in his very last testament, which we're going to look at in the next slide, actually in a minute, there is clearly a reconnection with God, a reassessment of prior persecution, and an acknowledgement of how radical that persecution is. But at the same time, he clearly maintains that connection with God, that hope in God's salvation to the end that is consistent with even pre-war statements. In other words, to try to say that there is a breaking point for the Rebbe does not make sense in the arc of his theodical response. I hope we'll return to that in the question period. But let me just try and bring this to a conclusion in the next couple of minutes so we have time to talk. It's also important to bear in mind, although I have really spent a lot of time talking about the quotidian events of the ghetto and how they are so crucial for understanding the Rebbe's specific theological response, we must remember that this is a person who had a massive philosophical plan for how to save the world Jewry himself. It was an incredibly ambitious plan, which is articulated in his most popular publication of 1932, a book that I strongly recommend. This is my favorite translation, but there are several. The Student's Obligation. The subtitle is not his. By the way, I'm just curious, has anyone on the line actually read A Student's Obligation? And if not, I'm going to ask you a tough question that you can think about and answer in a second. Okay, so here's the question I'll ask you again when we wrap up. What is the student's obligation? I know you haven't read the book yet, but if there is one obligation that a student has, what is it? It's amazing to me how many people I've met who have read the book, and when I ask them that question, they can't answer it. But maybe up in the Great White North, you'll have an insight into it. So he had this plan that is directly related to a way to approach Judaism in the modern world. And I would like to argue, as I am in a forthcoming book here, I plugged one book, I might as well plug this other one, it's not out yet, but that he had an essentially postmodern approach to Judaism that emphasized the value of the experiential over the intellectual. That he experimented with visualization techniques, meditation techniques, and that this particular kind of approach helps us understand much of what he wrote in the Holocaust. I'm anticipating some great things from Daniel Reiser, who has written extensively on Hasidic visualization techniques and meditation techniques, and I anticipate he's going to apply what he's learned in his 19th century work to his studies of the Piaseczny Rebbe as well. And we can't forget, of course, the Rebbe's personal connection. He was not, standing above the suffering of his parishioners. He was feeling it deeply himself. And we can see that graphically, for example, when we look at the manuscript itself. At one point, he signs his name to the cover of a different book not discussed here, the Mavo Sharim, and you can see in Hebrew on the top is his full name and patronymic, Kalonimus Kalmus Ben Harav, Hagaon, and so on, Shapira. And underneath, there's something written and then violently struck out by the Rebbe himself, presumably. Dr. Reiser has analyzed this with some advanced photometric techniques and has determined that the text that is struck out is the phrase, head of the Jewish court of Piaseczno. And in other words, it's hard to imagine why the Rebbe would have struck out his own title if not to say that how can I be the head of the Jewish court of the Jews of Piaseczno when there are no more Jews of Piaseczno alone? That I myself am struck out. And he doesn't simply, strike it out with a single line. He violently and repeatedly, you feel the anguish in his pen of what he must have felt when he struck this out. For your patience listening to this very difficult story, I hope it has given you a little bit of insight into the Rebbe's theological approaches and some of the scholarship that swirls around it. I'm looking forward to our discussion, but before I conclude, just want to direct you to the Rebbe's last will and testament. This is the first page of it, in which he wrote as a cover letter, as many of the contributors to the Oneg Shabbos archive did. He wrote his last will, and this was a cover letter. It's a blessing that extends to all of you, because anyone who studies the work of the Piaseczno Rebbe, ancestors, to stand by all of you and your families, and may God have mercy upon all of us. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to hearing your questions.
It's going to be like the current state apex, but at the White House. Most impossible to do. Jeff Bezos will be there. Zuckerberg. If you're a terrorist, that's probably the one you want to get into. Yeah. Because it's going to be the most influential, most powerful people of all time. That's it. Like UFC Sphere, like UFC 300, whatever. Like, who wants to jack that off? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's webinar. Such a privilege and honor to have Dr. Abramson give tonight's lecture entitled Spiritual Heroism for an Era of Quarantine, focusing on the Holocaust writings of H. Kodesh of Barnabas Thomas Shapiro. Tonight's webinar is sponsored by Eve Taylor in honor of the Yortzeit of her mother, Miss Amina Miriam Bas Shmuel Abba Pearl Shabo, who was someone known in the community, lived in Fair Lawn towards the end of her life. Mrs. Sabo was a survivor of Auschwitz who lost her parents and two brothers and was freed by the Allies, the two sisters. And she was someone who was a true survivor in the truest sense. And so we thank you, Taylors, for the sponsorship. Shama should have an Aliyah. Tonight's speaker, Dr. Henry Abramson, is the Dean of Landry College of Arts and Sciences in Flatbush. Before that, he was the Dean of Academic Affairs and Student Services at Thurl College, Miami Branch. More than just what's on his TV, he's really a part of the Darkei Noam Mishpacha. He is the father of Rafi Abramson, singer, Rafi and Chaim, singer, and more importantly, the Zaidi of Davy, singer. We want to wish the singers and the Abramson family Mazel Tov on. I heard Davey had his Ukshurin today, so it's very exciting. It's a big day with the Abramson family and the Darkei Noam community. So we look forward to being able to have these events in person in the future, having Dr. Abramson and his family in person in the shul. We all come together at the right time. But for now, we really appreciate his time, his expertise, his passion in giving us tonight's lecture. Over the course of the pandemic, it's been something I've noticed. I've been turning a lot to the works of H. Kodesh in my own inspiration as a Rav. As we'll learn tonight, Rav Shapiro, H. Kodesh, was someone who was a Rav during the Shoah, and his speeches were so profound, the way he was able to stand by his community, stand by his followers, and to try to lead them through the darkest of times. And I noticed this week's parsha, we opened up the book of Shemos. And the book of Shemos, one of the most famous images, the images of the sneh, the burning bush, that God appears to Moshe in that first encounter while Moshe is tending to the sheep. And I was always wondering, why is this the imagery that God appears to Moshe in this burning bush. The Drushim asked, why not a mountain? Why not a tall tree? Why this thicket, this thorny bush? And Rashi makes a comment. Rashi says that the reason for mitoch hasneh, the lo ilan acher, not a different tree, is mishum imo anochi b'tzara. The imagery of the thicket, the thorny bush, is to conjure up the image that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is sending a message specifically to Moshe and to the Jewish people that I'm with you in your tsar, I'm with you in your difficult, precarious situation. And the idea of the fire inside the thicket is symbolic of the God, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that God is with us in our difficult situation. The Hasidic master, the Sfas Emes, has a slightly different interpretation, which is so profound, in which the interpretation of the Sfas Emes says is that Labat Eish, the passion, the fire of that was inside of that thicket, is symbolic of the lake. The Labat Eish that the Torah describes refers to the fire inside of our own hearts. And the Sfas Emes comments, Yachol says, when the tzaddik feels that he has this labat ish, he has this fiery soul that's aflame, he feels that he is no longer in galut. Yachol yot hagula al yadon, he feels he has the ability, the strength to bring through their capabilities. And I thought this notion of the fire inside of us, not just that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with us during difficult times, it's also symbolic of the challenge all of us have felt over the course of the last number of months. The notion that no matter what we face, if we feel a passion, a fire burning inside of us, if we're continuing to flame our own fire and inspire ourselves, we'll be able to get through anything. We'll be able to feel Bechinat Yosef Einena Begalut. If we have that Nekudat HaKdosha, we have that inner sanctity of fire and feeling close to God, we will feel that we are not in galut. Perhaps it was that midah and that ability that Rabbi Shapiro was able to tap into as a Rebbe could, that we are all trying to aspire to, in the way he was able to, facing the horrors of the Shoah, to inspire his community. And I know that in the course of the last number of months in our community, we've been learning more, turning more to Chassidut. We've been learning Chovas Talmidim during the week, and drawing on the Torah of the Eish Kodesh. And now to have Dr. Abramson here with us to share his fire, his passion for Jewish history, for Torah, for bringing the historical context, help us bring the Torah to life. We have such a special opportunity to be able to have a delve into the historical background of who was Hagon, Rav Kalma Shapiro, the Rabbi of Piazetza, the Eish Kodesh, and it's really such a privilege to have Dr. Abramson address us tonight. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Donat, for a very kind introduction. I really appreciate it, especially because I know that my daughter and her husband are listening right now, so that gives me a lot of particular pleasure. And it's especially appropriate, I think, that you should touch on the topic of galut, because as we shall see, it's Hashgacha Pratis. It's precisely one of the drushes that I'm going to look at. Eish Kodesh looks at the concept of galut as central to my presentation. So let me just share my screen here, and I'll describe the plan for my presentation is to go through basically an introduction to the Eish Kodesh, because I know there are many people in your Kehillah who are well versed with the thought of the Eish Kodesh. We have many other people listening to the webinar, and I want to give you it's so exceptional. I'd like to take one specific aspect of his work, the question of theodicy, that is the justice of God, which has consumed the mind of a lot of scholars in the last couple of years in particular. And then I'd like to delve in a little bit more to what he might have as lessons for us in our far more attenuated, far incomparably more comfortable quarantine that we live in today. Obviously, it's incommensurate in every way with the Warsaw Ghetto, but nevertheless, perhaps from the extremity of his suffering, and out of the Kehillah, we may gain some strength for our own situation today. I think that my presentation will probably take about 40 minutes or so. And at that point, if you have some concluding remarks, I hope, and then we can open it up for questions and answers, which I encourage everyone to write in the Q&A or the chat box. And we'll read them again. So I hope everyone can see the screen. Rabbi, can you see the screen? Okay. Okay, so what is the Eish Kodesh, the document we're talking about? In December of 1950, a Polish construction worker was clearing the rubble of the Warsaw Ghetto, and they were excavating under a particular building, and they found a number of these tin milk cans deeply buried underground. For those of you who were born before, let's say, 1960 or so, you'll recognize this, but for those of you born later, milk was delivered door to door, and the milkman used to have the milk contained in these containers, and they would pour it into glass bottles that would be left at your doorstep. I know it's amazing, but this is pre-Amazon. And when he opened up these containers, he found hundreds of pages of tightly packed Yiddish and Hebrew writings, as well as memoirs and documents. And he simply couldn't make anything of it, but he recognized the lettering, and so he brought them to the Jewish Historical Museum, where they languished for a few years until they were finally discovered by an envoy from the Jewish agency who had been sent there to specifically find them. They were one of the three caches of an underground archive called Oneg Shabbos, which was assembled by this man, Emanuel Ringelblum, an extremely heroic and visionary young historian who found himself trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto and realized early on that this was a historic event of colossal proportions, and that the Jews living in the Warsaw Ghetto had to collect every bit of data they could for posterity. He assembled a number of well-meaning amateur historians whom he called Sammlers or collectors, and he sent them out to collect everything they could about life in the ghetto. As I mentioned, memoirs and letters, but also and whatever they could find about what was going on in the ghetto, including commissioning much larger reports about nightlife in the ghetto, the mafia in the ghetto, smuggling in the ghetto, all kinds of things. Whatever he could find, the underground medical schools, the lending libraries, the theaters in the ghetto, whatever they could do, he tried to collect it and put it together in these caches. When they realized that, of course, the ghetto was going to be liquidated and they all were to die, the Zomlers largely wrote their own labyrinth caches of documents and buried them in 3 different places in the city. Only a handful of members of Oneg Shabbos, that was the name of this organization, survived, and they believed that they could be discovered at any time, so they kept themselves secret from one another, kind of like cells. So of the handful that survived, they only knew where one of the caches was buried. They went and they dug it up in 1946, and unfortunately water had penetrated the tin boxes that they used, and the documents were largely destroyed. It was only the second cache, discovered by accident in 1950, that contained the writings of the Eish Kodesh of Rabbi Columbus Thomas. The third cache has yet to be discovered. One of the most important of his Zomlers was this man, Rabbi Shimon Kuberban, who was tasked specifically with chronicling the life of religious Jewry in Warsaw. And so his job was to try to calculate how many synagogues were there, how often were they conducting services, how did they get around the ban on Jewish congregations, how did they get around the ban on immersion in a mikvah and things like that. And he wrote some amazing things which, thank God, survived. Although if you're noting the dates, none of the members of the Oneg Shabbos survived, with the exception of a handful. Shimon Huberban was killed in the deportation of 1942, and Ringo Bloom and his young son and his wife were betrayed when they were in hiding, and they were also executed. But nevertheless, the document, the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, which were the wartime writings of a Hasidic rabbi, and they gave us a week-by-week, blow-by-blow description of what was happening in the ghetto, and more importantly for our purposes, how religious Jews understood it within the overarching worldview of Torah, how they were to accommodate the tremendum of the Nazi occupation, the phenomenal level of persecution that they were enduring, and how they could remain strong as Jews under these incredible circumstances. Now, to review very quickly how this documentation has entered the scholarly world, we really are very much in an exciting time when a lot of Eish Kodesh research has been produced. The volume, the printed volume of the manuscript was first produced in 1960. It's the front pages on the left there. The title Eish Kodesh is not actually the title that the author actually used for the manuscript. He called it Torah from the Years of Wrath, sometimes translated Torah from the Years of Rage, Torah Mishnah Za'am, which refers to this idea of divine anger with the world. But the word Eish Kodesh, actually, the phrase Eish Kodesh, holy fire, appears nowhere in the work. He does use it in other contexts, in some of his other writings, but the editors of the first edition basically thought it was a really appropriate sounding title, and so they applied it to him, and it has been since applied to the author himself. He is called simply the Eish Kodesh, or the Holy Fire, although as you can see in the picture on the right, his actual name is Colonimus Thomas Shapiro, a very important sign of a Hasidic dynasty. The greatest contribution to advanced scholarship was by Nehemiah Poland, who was considered the grandfather of Eish Kodesh studies, because he adapted this work and studied it primarily for its theological value. There are several other scholars of his generation who worked on it, but he really introduced it to a much broader world. However, the document was almost entirely exclusively studied for its theological value, meaning people wanted to know the answer to the question, where was God during the Holocaust? And they hoped to find it in that answer to that question in the Eish Kodesh. In the 21st century, there has been some significant advances as well. On the left, you see Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who is a neighbor of mine here in the Five Towns. He, of course, is the leader of the very influential synagogue named Congregation Eish Kodesh in Woodmere. He's also Mashkia at Yeshiva University, a very influential proponent of the teachings of the PSH Rabbi. Oh, by the way, his name, as I mentioned, is Shapira, but he is known primarily to his followers by the name of the seat of his court, which was a little town about 14 kilometers outside Warsaw, which is pronounced in Polish, Piaseczno. Since there's a couple of sounds there that are hard to reproduce in both English and in Hebrew, it's sometimes rendered Piaseczna, Piaseczno, things like that, but Piaseczno is the correct pronunciation. The figure on the right is my colleague, Dr. Daniel Weiser, who's a professor in Israel, who did some absolutely amazing work, which is going to occupy our study today as well, because here's the thing, the manuscript is almost illegible. Here you can see a page from the critical edition that Dr. Daniel Weiser carefully put together, painstakingly working with the original manuscript. On the right is the actual manuscript with the Ksav Yad, the handwriting of the PSH Rabbi himself. And on the left is the transcription that includes strikeouts and annotations and sometimes pieces pasted on top of the actual page with new information. Um, and one of the amazing things that came out of Dr. Reiser's very, very difficult work was that the 1960 printed edition had omitted all of the deeper texture of the actual manuscript. The 1960 edition, which may have been motivated by piety and a desire
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
The thought of the Pia Section Rebbe in the most positive light, omitted all of his uncertainties and crosses out a word and writing else on top and crosses out that word as well and writes a third word on top. And at the other time, they wanted to be comprehensive. So even
who was in a car accident?
A certain passage should be deleted.
Oh, wow.
Printed them as well because they valued one of his words.
That's wild, Mr. Aquarius.
So it's essential for modern students of the Pia Section Rebbe to work with the actual manuscript.
I heard you.
Tremendous service that Dr. Reiser has done by producing.
Well, that's okay. That's good. That's
Talon in Israel, a young scholar who is working very hard on what promises to be a definitive biography of the Pia Section Rebbe, which can be absolutely fantastic. And there's my small contribution, which we're going to look at right now. I'm a historian rather than a religious studies specialist, and what I did was I followed the thought of a then graduate student who wrote in 1985 a very nice paper. Judith,
thank you for letting me know, Mr. Aquarius.
A graduate paper on. Wait a second. The Pia Section Rebbe's writings are all dated because he gave each one of his sermons according to particular dates of the Torah reading cycle. Like we just read Parsha Shmos, so in Torah from the years of Wrath, there's an entry for Parsha Shmos from the year 5700. And she wondered, wouldn't it be interesting if we sort of lined up the history, the micro-history of what happened in the ghetto that week with what he actually wrote. And that's essentially what I did in producing this particular book. I took up her idea and I studied the various journals and memoirs and newspaper accounts, German records, Polish records, to try and understand what happened street by street in the ghetto. And then I looked at what the Rebbe wrote, and I found amazing correspondences. And here's one more important thing to understand. In the Eish Kodesh, it's so unusual, he never ever mentions the word Nazi or German or war in the context of the Holocaust. And in fact, if you didn't know when this book was written, you would think that it's just like a really depressing 19th century work of Hasidic thought, constantly asking the question.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, have a wonderful day.
Righteous suffering. And you would never have any kind of connection to real life historical events. So most historians, thought it was kind of an unusual novel thing that we have this book. There's nothing else like it in the literature that survived the Holocaust, but they basically said it was valueless for historical data. But as this one graduate student pointed out, it has phenomenal value because when you study the actual words of the Kodesh, you see that he is speaking in allusion to specific events that happened in the ghetto. You imagine his congregation filing into the Beis Medrash. They just heard some terrible news, or there was some collective punishment issued, or there was, a horrible massacre, or someone important died from typhus, and they're looking to the Rebbe, please give us some direction. And week after week, he would do so. He would pull something from the Torah or from Rashi, and he would explain how this would illuminate their condition and specifically give them strength to go on for yet another week. An incredible act of spiritual heroism, week after week, to testament to human greatness to see what this spiritual leader was able to do under these incredibly difficult circumstances. So that's essentially what I studied, and that's what I hope we will draw on today as we look a little more deeply at what he might have to say to us in our, admittedly incomparable circumstances. Now, one question that has come up in the last year or so is, did the Rebbe lose his faith? And there are, in fact, some literary indications that have given some scholars a pause on that question. Let me frame that by indicating that in the Rebbe's theodicy, which is obviously the most important element of the entire series of lectures or sermons that he gave over the course of 3 years, is his approach to theodicy. Theodicy, of course, is a Greek word meaning the justice of God. Is God doing right by humanity or not? So two crucial caveats about this particular question. First of all, we should remember that the Eish Kodesh is a public document. This is not private musings that he reserves for himself. He did keep a personal spiritual diary, which he decided ultimately when he realized he was going to be killed, he would give to the Oneg Shabbos archive, and it survived the war along with Eish Kodesh and was a chilling and powerful document. But what the Eish Kodesh represents is it is a like Parsha sheet. It is something that the Rebbe wrote every single week for his followers, and he did not know the future. He didn't know what was going to happen to the Jews, and he was working through this just like everybody else was. So it's not like a monograph that has a thesis.
Yo, pimp. What's good, son? Can you hear me, big dog?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you're so much clearer now.
Yeah, it's my phone.
Oh, dude, like, I could not understand what you were saying earlier. Okay, if I may ask, you found out about me from Kick, from one of my spam bots. Did you find out in the chat or in a clip?
In the chat.
Tight. And do you know who the user was who you were watching?
Yeah, it was Andy.
Oh, no way. I remember doing that one. That's tight. All right, very well. Have you seen any of my other bots?
I feel like I've seen some invites to your server somewhere else. Yeah, from some other bot. I think it might have been in my chat. Well, maybe not in my chat, but someone else's for sure.
Oh, so you're a streamer as well?
A little bit. Not very much.
What do you like to stream?
Just chilling around in Thailand.
Oh, you're in Thailand. That's tight as fuck.
Yeah, I've chilled with St. Andy before.
Oh, that's tight. Do you slang dick like it's going out of style?
No, I'm not like St. Andy.
All right, I got
That's
you.
his domain.
Sure, dog. Do you ever go to Bangkok?
Yeah.
Is it fun?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Do you ever hang out with any of the other people from Kick who are in Thailand? Often, like, I think like Chris Travels and
Never not Chris Travels. I've hung out with homeless, slightly homeless.
yeah, dog.
DBR.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I know Slightly Homeless. What happened to Slightly Homeless?
He's still streaming.
Oh,
He
okay.
went to Japan and then he's in Thailand right now.
Oh, that's tight. So you do IRL streaming?
Yeah, a little bit. I was doing like some stream sniping and stuff, but I got way too pulled into some drama, so I had to kind of like take a break.
Sure. What happened?
Well, do you know Murat?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Murat got picked up by the immigration police in Thailand. don't know if you remember.
I do.
But then, I went and visited him when he was in jail.
That's really nice of
And
you.
yeah, I mean, I was just trying to be nice, but I guess some people were trying to direct me to do things that have bad intentions. Just a lot of trolling around his community and stuff.
Whatever
Yeah,
happened to
people were
Marat?
just wanting me to like control suspend this.
Okay. Whatever happened to Marat?
He got out. Yeah, he just paid the bail, paid for his plane ticket, and he got out after like 3 days.
That's tight. Yeah, I do remember that. Do you know? Let's see who else is out there. Um, oh, what was this guy's name? Oh, Mr. Sins, or something like that. Miss.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched him before. He's in podcast.
Okay.
I've never met him before.
Okay, he always looks like he's having fun. Are they open to just having you IRL stream there, or do they give you shit?
From my experience, it depends on the bar. Like, some of them will just outright tell you can't, but I think for the most part, they're chill with it.
Right, and then the girls there, I mean, like, basically, the things that I've seen, they're like five girls around one guy. They want nothing to do with him except for his money. And then you can, like, buy them drinks, which are just, like, donations, and then they drink them on screen. Is that true?
Yeah, like if you go to a bar like that, like where women are working there in that capacity, then what do you mean like donations? You're talking about like what Mr. Sins does. I feel like he just kind of camps a bar and just interviews bar girls.
That's exactly right.
And
Yeah.
then, I mean, a lot of people like make content like that here, like Crazy Tom, or
Right.
Sam Pandy kind of does that, but not too much.
Right.
Suspendus was doing that. Like, what happened was, like, Suspendus was going to a bar like that every night, and me and two friends of mine who live here went to that bar, and then he called the police on us.
Well, that's...
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, he called the police, and we weren't really even doing anything. And then some YouTube channel made a video about it.
Dude, so you're pretty big. You're a pretty big streamer.
I've made some videos about Suspendus that got like around 5,000 views. That one, I don't know if you know Clips on Klaus. If you like Clips streamer videos, like his video got like close to 6,000 now. Like, I don't know, I've done some live streams where I got a lot of views and stuff, but then if I just stream by myself, I just don't get any views. It's only if I'm sniping someone or like doing something involving another streamer.
Do you do YouTube as well?
I made like some videos on YouTube
How did?
before, but I don't really like actively upload stuff. I mean, I'm not really trying to like, push into social media. I just do it like as a hobby or something, or just when I'm bored.
Absolutely. Are you originally from the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, very
Yeah,
cool.
I'm from California.
Oh, tight. I'm based out of Irvine.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
If I may ask, what is your Kick username?
It's Zam _live.
Okay. So you don't have any. Oh yeah, you've got followers. All right. Doug, you have your own Discord?
Yeah, I got a Discord server. I just made it. I mean, I really like just started streaming like about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, and you already have 248 followers?
Yeah, like I spent DBR, and then I got a bunch of followers, and then I did the thing with Marat, and then the thing with Suspendus.
Oh, very
It's
well.
pretty much all just from stream sniping and from trying to co-op with them.
I know it's like not a huge deal, but if you want like unlimited followers, I can teach you how to make a bot like I have. You want to see my bot?
Yeah, sure. I'll check it out.
Excellent. Okay. So I have three. Well, actually, okay. So I've got 3 bots on computers, and then another 5 on handheld devices. The ones on handheld devices just create clips of people that say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and my Discord link. And I get random ass people in here, and I'm like, "Hey, how'd you find out about me?" And they're like, "You clipped my channel." And so it's like, "Okay, tight." And then I've got, um, I'm going to show you right now. I've got. Here we go. All right. So this is just some random streamer, Stroud, and what it's doing is creating a clip on them. Once the clip's made, it's going to copy some information into what, so it's good, like what it's going to spam. And so I have it here in an Excel spreadsheet, or like just a spreadsheet, and then it'll minimize. It's going to press the follow button, which is that green button. It just pressed it. Then it's going to spam the shit out of them. And it spams like for like 30 seconds or something. Maybe a little less.
So you're just going around just doing it manually?
No.
You're just like manually spamming in their fast?
I mean, it's a robot that does all this.
Oh, so you're not controlling the mouse right now. You have some script that's controlling the mouse.
Exactly.
That's cool. What language did you program that in?
It's just a macro, so it's a just memorizes where my clicks are. So it's just
yeah, because I mean I've stuff like that with Python. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean you can do it with Python. It's more complicated than what I do though. I just use a type of software. It's called JITBit Macro Recorder. It's amazing, and I figured out a way how to use it for. Okay. Figured out a way how to use it for free, even though it's like has a license of like $500 a year, and since I need it on like multiple devices, it'd be pretty expensive. So what it does is it just records where the mouse needs to click, and then it has some options to be able to like identify images, and so like let's say the follow button isn't in the right spot, it has image detection that it can find it. It also has OCR, optical character recognition, so it can know like where it's supposed to read something. And so my journey with Kick, I started with Kick like having no idea what it was, but I told you that I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and they were like, hey, you should stream on Kick. And the thing with Kick is it doesn't have like an internal way to stream. You stream using like OBS Studio or something like that, and sometimes my internet goes out, and especially because I like 12 hours every single time, ideally, before I start a new stream, I need it to stay consistent, and basically Kick didn't have disconnect protection. Not only that wasn't the real big reason. The reason why I wasn't so keen on Kick is they don't save your streams, and I understand why, because it's really expensive. It's actually like the only company that can do it is YouTube, and they do it at a loss. But I'm about archiving. Like my thing is ensuring that people can watch this like hundreds of years from now. Now, perhaps not on the same platform, but I'm sure we'll be able to transfer it, given enough time or whatever. But really, I want people to be able to go back in my streams from years ago, which you can do, and see what I was doing for 12 hours or whatever. Okay, so the fact that Kick didn't archive and they only saved for 30 days meant that like it wasn't that attractive to me, and there weren't a lot of people on it 2.5 years ago. Not that there still are a lot of people on it, but nevertheless. So then last spring, um, we got a new uh, the house, and we've got a new router, and so my disconnection protection was going to be a little better. And I did some projects for some people and bought some new computers. And so I figured, okay, I'm going to start streaming on Kick again, and I did. But I recognized very quickly that it was pay for play, just like YouTube, just like Twitch. No one was ever finding me because I didn't have anybody watching me, and I was way at the very bottom. So I thought, okay, well maybe I'll start going to people's discords. So I did, and like I was in like Action Man's Discord, and Amaranth's Discord, and Aiden Ross's Discord. Weeks of streaming on Kick, I eventually got Aiden Ross in my stream because I had been living in his Discord, like basically 24 hours a day. So or whatever, nothing crazy. But I didn't even know who he was. I just figured I wasn't gaining that much traction on Kick. And so, you know what? I'm like the king of making bots. Like, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. So I figured, you know what? I'm going to just create Kick accounts. And the thing is, Kick is, I don't know why they don't. They don't have a CAPTCHA system. You know what a CAPTCHA system is, right?
Yeah.
And so it's pretty easy to automate. Like Twitter has a really tough CAPTCHA system. Google has a CAPTCHA system. Blue Sky has a CAPTCHA system. Twitch does not. And those are the two main ones that don't have one. And so but Twitch has some really good AI on their back end to be able to prevent botting. Well, Kick is still new, and it just doesn't have the ability to pivot as quickly as Twitch does. So I figured, you know what? This is a really good opportunity. If I ever wanted to bot a platform, this would be the one. But before I did that, so I'm live right now in 20 different YouTube channels. And I figured, you know what? I'm going to have, since I multi-stream, I'm going to multi-stream with Kick, in just addition to being live on Rumble. Kick did not like that. Kick did not like, it's not that they didn't like that I was simultaneously, and they did not like that. Although it was not a violation of their terms and conditions, they just didn't like it. So they basically shut down all of my accounts except for the one. And I didn't know. Now I didn't like that because it wasn't at that time a violation of their terms and conditions. It was basically I just thought outside the box. Nobody else is like, well, we're just going to stream our lives from like multiple angles. Usually people are really focused on their one stream, but I am different. So when they banned those accounts, it pissed me off. And so I just was like, you know what? I'm not getting that much momentum on this platform anyway. So I'm going to just buy a bunch of computers and create robots on them. So for 8 months, from like basically April 2024 until January 1st, 2025, I spammed it. I spammed Kick. Now, the bots that I had then weren't as powerful as the bots I have now. The bots I had then, I had to do a lot of manual work on them, and they only worked when I was awake. So I was only really able to spam like 16 hours a day. But it still got to the point where everybody knew who I was. So Amaranth, I'm the number one streamer all the time in her Discord. I've spoken with her. Aiden Ross, I've been live streaming in his Discord for over a year. I'm the number one streamer by far in his Discord. Kai Sanat, I'm the number one streamer all time in his Discord. I Show Speed, I'm the number one streamer all time in his Discord. Like all the big ones. If they'll allow you to turn on your camera in their Discord, I'm like the number one person I ever have done that. So I end up saying to myself, you know what, January 1st, I'm going to stop spamming them. Um, I was getting interviewed by people on Kick. I don't know if you know who Sam Bond is. He interviewed me. Ori interviewed me. OURI. A Flax Life. He interviewed me. He still does a bunch. And I started like building friendships. And I wouldn't have had the friendships that I had without basically these bots that I had created. But nevertheless, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop botting for 6 months. Or actually, I was gonna do it for a year, and then I figured, you know what? Kick's gonna let me back on if I stop spamming for a year. So and I did this interview with Ori OURI, and Eddie Craven saw it and added me as a friend on Discord. So I was like, okay, well that's cool. Like, you know, the owner of their platform friended me on Discord, and I know this is the real one because he's the owner of the Kick Discord and the State Discord and these other things. So I was like, okay, well that's really cool. So 6 months go by, and it's like June of 2025, so like a couple months ago. And one of my friends from Kick came into my Discord, and they were like, "Hey, Rabbi, you know what you did wasn't that bad. Yeah, we all know who you are, and we all know your bots and stuff. But I've seen people do way worse things on Kick, like shoot at people, and they've had their accounts banned for only a little while, and then they've gotten them back. So if people can literally shoot at people on Kick, then like your bots weren't that big of a deal. You should be let back on, and especially because you took 6 months off, you've shown remorse, and you said you won't do it anymore. And I'm like, no, if they let me stream again, I will. So I recreated an account, started streaming, was able to stream for 24 hours, and I got banned. So I reach out to them. I'm like, hey, what's the deal? I haven't spammed anybody in 6 months. You know, I've got this permanent ban, or I've got this ban. What's the deal on it? And they're like, you've been banned indefinitely. I'm like, okay, is that a lifetime ban? And they're like, it's indefinite. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, is it permanent? Is it for the rest of my life? They're like, it's indefinite. We go back and forth with this like a bunch. And finally, I got them to say, for all intents and purposes, it's a lifetime ban. So I said to them, okay, so let me just get this straight. It's the year 2025. In 50 years, in the year 2075, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still going, you mean to tell me that you won't let me stream on Kick? Do I understand this correctly? And they're like, that's correct. So I was like, okay, well then peace is not an option. Basically, I gave you guys the opportunity to let me back on and I won't spam anymore. But now you're saying that no, even 50 years from now, you're not going to let me stream on there. Well, I have no alternative as to just, I could not, but I mean, basically, the only alternative you want to give me if I want to have any interaction on Kick is to spam it. So I told them I'm going to create better bots. I'm going to create more of them, and you guys can stop this, but you got to let me stream on there. And I even told them I'll take a year off. They said no. I said, how about 2 years? They said no. And then I said 50 years. They're like, no. So then my bot started back up about a week ago, and I've seen some really great growth. Just people finding out about me. Well, firstly, when the bot started up, people were like, no way this motherfucker is back. And no way he's still streaming. He's been doing this for like years. And it's like, yep. And then, before I was spamming on like Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff, and I might get like in a month like 10 people to join the server, which isn't that great. But when I spam on Kick, I get like 50 people a week, which is really great. I mean, not always, but like just recently. This week, in 1 week, I got like 50. No idea how difficult it is to get people to join a server. You're asking them to social media hop, which is really difficult. I mean, you have to be able to put your link in correctly, which not everybody knows how to do. And so I'm pretty thrilled with how my bots have worked thus far, and I made improvements to them so that they work 24 hours a day. Before, I used to have to basically manually create the accounts for them to spam, but I've got that all automated, and now it's just a matter of time. I mean, if you see how much data I have, it's an incredible amount, and the thing is that I don't do anything to hurt anybody. The worst thing that I do is spam you, and if anything, that causes creators to make money because they get more money from unique chatters, and my bots are unique chatters. So it's one of those things. And I also, if anybody's ever like, I don't want you to spam me, I tell them what they can do to stop me from spamming them, and that's basically just turn a 2 minute delay on, and I won't spam you. You'll never get any spam from me. Now you still get clips of mine, and you'll still get a follow, but you won't get any spam. And whenever anybody's complained to me about my spam, I always give them the way around it. I don't hide that. And so, with that being said, I think it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And what's going to happen is somebody's going to see what I do, just like you did, and they're going to be like, okay, what is this going on? What is this? You're talking about invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines and universal basic income, and they're going to come in here and they're going to be like, oh, you're a real person. And then all I have to do is say, just look at what I've got on YouTube. In fact, for you, in the upper left corner, you should see it says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you just put that link into YouTube and watch what happens.
What is it?
Okay, in the upper left corner,
24/7.
YouTube streams. Yeah, it's got like a red circle. Put that link in YouTube.
Hold up. I'm just gonna scan the link real quick.
Absolutely, I totally understand.
Like,
I totally understand.
Trust you, but,
Say no more. Say no more. I totally understand.
Alright, yeah, that seems fine. So yeah, I was looking at this before.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Now, do you see how many of these streams are live? There are 20 of them.
Yeah.
No other creator creates as much data as I do. And so, like, you'll get some people who are like, well, so-and-so streams their life. They don't do it the way that I do it. They don't do it on 20 different accounts. And then also, a lot of people just always have a stream going, but they don't stop it. I stop mine every 12 hours so that they're archived, and I just have huge amounts of data. And not only am I the main person in it, but I also stream sporting events. So I've streamed 3 Super Bowls, 3 Olympics, including 2 Summer Olympics and 1 Winter Olympics. I've streamed every UFC. I'm going to stream the UFC this Saturday. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed basically everywhere in Southern California. And there's like an entire treasure trove here. This is like a big treasure hunt that people are going to be able to go on. And in addition to that, I always have a radio going to Southern California KFI radio that basically has every news event going 24/7. So what does that mean? It means you can go back to any minute of any of my streams for the last 3.5 years and find out what was going on in the world, which is like a time capsule for society. It's quite interesting. Did you have a chance to look at the biography in there and all kinds of stuff?
Yeah, I kind of skimmed through it. It had like a big, it was like a, kind of a Q&A or something.
Exactly.
Kind of like reading through it a little bit.
Absolutely, it's huge.
Yeah.
Anything that I do is huge. Oh, dude, you gotta check out my blog. Have you seen my blog? It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. This thing is fucking huge. It might be the biggest blog entry in global history. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild, RABBIROTHSCHILD.blogspot.com. Go to the lowest blog entry. It's like from August of 2024, and just click it. And you'll be like, this never fucking ends. It's like, it's so long. It's basically a bunch of future technology and about myself because it knows about me. And it's like the biggest blog entry you're ever going to see. And why is that important? Because there's all kinds of interesting stuff in it. Like, what are 100 ways that you can travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 types of computers that are faster and more powerful than quantum computers? What are ways to extend your life? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm on Rabbi Rothschild blogspot.
.com. Yeah. Just, you should see a picture of my face. Just click that. Now, on the right side, where the scroll bar is, look how, like, try to scroll down it. It'll take you forever.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, did you write all this, or is this like AI generated?
I came up with the questions, and then ChatGPT would come up with the answers. But it's like, it's going to take some people a long time to go through all that, and it's all future information, or like most of it. It's like, like what are could complete in order to improve it, like creating a Bering Strait tunnel where we connect Asia and North America, or a Gibraltar bridge or tunnel from Morocco to Spain, or a transatlantic tunnel, a trans-Pacific tunnel, space elevators, space slingshots, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Just really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure, but people mostly they want to watch something that's like gonna just trigger their attention span. Like they just want to see people arguing or just something crazy and degenerate.
You're 100% right.
I'm not saying that like you could work that in.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I have long form content. I have the longest form content, and people want short YouTube shorts, TikTok shorts, that kind of stuff. If that's what you want, I like that stuff too. So I watch that as well. But that's not why I'm doing this, to just get people's attention really quickly. I'm here to create more data than anybody's ever created on Earth, and I'm successfully doing that.
Oh, so you're not trying to just like go viral by any means possible. You actually have some like larger vision. It's not just about like, you're not trying to just get famous and make money.
No.
As much as like you're actually trying to do things.
100%. Yeah. If I wanted to just be famous and make money, I'd go do something viral and at Disneyland to get, in trouble or something like that. I don't want that. No. I want to create a time capsule for society. I know I asked you this, but I couldn't hear it the last time we spoke. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, so that's what I'm basically doing. I want people to be able to understand that we're all not that different as humans, that we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore, we all eat, we all sleep, we all dream. all of the things that a human does. And I'm doing my best to capture that and archive it. And I've done it now for almost, well, more than 3.5 years. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. Yeah, so that's why I do it. It's not just to get rich or anything like that. I mean, I know that I'll be rich when this goes viral. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Excellent, my friend.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Very well. Well, I'm glad we could speak and I could hear you better this time. And I know I said this to you previously, but again, I'm here to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the world, and just to give people hope. So, again, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Come back when you have some more time. We'll chill. Every day I play games with people in here, so we'll get you associated with those if you want. Next time you stream, let me know. I'll check out your stream. I won't spam you. And don't be a stranger, okay, Sam?
All right, man. Yeah, it was good talking to you.
Good talking to you too. Peace, man.
See you later.
Have a great day, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Bye. What a cool person. Shout out to Zam. Zam, you're really nice.
There are ebbs and flows. You can feel like there are times when the Jews feel hopeful, there are times when the Jews feel despair, and the document reacts to that. So it's hard to make a generic comment about the entire document for that reason. Another reason that's important is it's written in medias res, meaning it's written as these events are unfolding. It's written not with kind of like the benefit of hindsight, and not with kind of a prophetic vision into the future. It is a real-time document that makes a huge difference in how we understand it. But when we look at the micro-history of the ghetto and the sermons together, we can determine a lot of really important things. So let us turn to that question for a moment, and in that context, we'll look at the history of the ghetto. One last detail I forgot to mention. We also don't know who he was speaking to. We don't know anything about the size of his audience. The vast majority of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto did not survive, along with the Rebbe himself. Shimon Huberman, the Zamler, who was involved in collecting data on the religious life in the ghetto, he did attend a few important meetings with the Piaseczny Rebbe. He did attend some of his gatherings, and we get the impression that, especially in the early period, they were huge. He had hundreds of people from all walks of life. I mean, not just Hasidic Jews, but also Misnagdim, Lithuanian Jews, also free thinkers, socialists. And in fact, one of the fascinating things about the Piaseczny Rebbe is that he was an incredibly broad-minded thinker. He was devoted to the community as a whole. And even when the Joint and other organizations, the resistance, offered him the opportunity to escape, he refused to leave his community. Even when he was in the work camp where he lost his life and there was a planned escape, he said he would only join the plans if every Jew in the camp, every prisoner, including the atheists, were also part of the plan. He refused to leave literally any Jew behind. But when you look at the literature in the beginning of the text, it tends to be very simple in nature. It tends to be very parsha with Rashi, which is kind of like something that's accessible to anyone with a sort of basic Torah education. But towards the end, in 1942, he's much more complex, much more Kabbalistic sources, much longer drashos, which might indicate that he's speaking to a dwindling audience, perhaps even just himself. We simply don't know. So my colleague, Dr. Shaul Magid, looking at the Eish Kodesh, argued that in 1942, the Rebbe lost his faith. And he wrote some articles that were quite incendiary. A lot of people got very upset because the Rebbe has many devotees from all across the religious spectrum. They see something in the Rebbe that really gives them hope and strength. And so many of them turn to me to say, would you please say something in defense of the Rebbe? And I have tremendous respect for Dr. Magid's phenomenal scholarship. He is really an amazing expert on taxes. On this particular point, he and I differ, as there are many other scholars who would differ. But let us look at that question, and in the context of our answer, we'll understand a little bit about the history of the ghetto that will help us understand the specific message of the quarantine. So, as I mentioned, this is a document that takes place in medias res, right? Over a scope of time, every entry is written within a particular context. And the situation of the Jews varies from week to week. It's hard to know exactly what is going to unfold in the next few months. If we break it up into the years that we have entries for, the first year, 5700, which corresponds to Rosh Hashanah 1939, of course, September of 1939 is when the war breaks out, on the community and specifically on the Rebbe's family. And this is one of the things that gave him such credit. He was the leader of one of the largest yeshivas in Warsaw itself. He was known as the Piaseczna Rebbe, but he could easily have been called the Warsaw Rebbe had he so chosen because of the tremendous demographic strength that he had in Warsaw. The Luftwaffe instituted wave after wave of punishing bombing runs over the city of Warsaw, bombing civilian areas without any restraint whatsoever. And in the middle of the high holidays, a piece of shrapnel flew through a window and struck his only son, a terrifying wound. The Rebbe gathered up his adult son, and together with his son's wife and her sister, they ran to a hospital to try and get him some treatment. The hospital was overrun, also a strange echo to our own times. There were no doctors to be had anywhere. And by the way, there were still American correspondents in Warsaw at this time. So we have an actual forward report of the time published in America describing the situation. And so the Rebbe left his son in the hospital and ran to see if he could find some neighborhood doctor that he could bring into the hospital to treat his son. His daughter-in-law and her sister remained outside, reciting Tehillim, reciting songs, praying for the young man's recovery. While the Rebbe was away searching for some medical help, the Luftwaffe made another pass and they bombed the hospital. His son survived, but his daughter-in-law and her sister were killed. The Rebbe came in, rescued his son from the rubble and brought him home, and he died of his wounds a few days later. The Rebbe maintained silence. There are no recordings of what he had to say for the next 30 days. And then he delivered one of the most chilling and powerful sermons of his entire literary career. He will come back to that later. Nevertheless, he gathered himself up, he regarded himself and his role in the community as being crucial to maintain the emotional and spiritual strength of the community, and so he returned to giving drachos in the ghetto and doing everything he could to support the Jewish community. In 1940-41, the Hebrew year 5701, at this point you have the establishment of the Judenrat, that is the Jewish Council, that would essentially be the executive arm of the Nazis in imposing the various demands in the Jewish community and ultimately organizing their deportation to Treblinka. You have the construction of the walls around the ghetto. You have horrific typhus epidemics that killed as many as 500 people a night. Horrible orphans wandering the streets with no food to eat. The average ration, by the way, at this time was 250 calories per person in ration tickets, which is obviously not even close to what can sustain life. So there's a tremendous amount of a black market and smuggling going on, and children were incredibly important in actually bringing food into the ghetto because they would climb over walls, under walls, and so on in order to bring food in. In 1941 to 42, this is when we have a tremendously important development in the Rebbe's thought. It's the result of the Groyanowski report. Up until this time, the Nazis had not yet constructed the notorious death camps like Auschwitz. The Nazis had experimented with so-called Einzelaktionen, or limited actions against Jews, or ghettoization, as we see in Eastern Europe with Warsaw, Lodz, places like that. Then they moved to the mobile killing squads called the Einsatzgruppen. That was in June of 1941. And then towards the fall of 1941, they began to experiment with the gas chambers. One of those experimental sites was a place called Chelmno, not too far from Warsaw, where they were experimenting with using automobile exhaust to kill people. And a young Jewish man escaped from Chelmno and made his way back to Warsaw, where he connected with the Jewish underground resistance. And there he gave a chilling report that was down to the color of the tiles in the gas chambers that the ghetto resistance managed to smuggle out to the Western world. And in fact, the essential report was published in the New York Times at the time. American Jews simply couldn't believe it. It was shocking. It was like, literally, in the words of Professor DeWar Lichtstadt, it was beyond belief. People could not assimilate the idea that such a thing was happening with one of the most major, advanced, culturally sophisticated societies in Europe. But at that point, there seems to be a real break in the Rebbe's thinking. There's a scene in his thought, and you see a real change in the way he presents his ideas. Shortly after the Trojanowski report was sent out to the West, the Warsaw Ghetto began to be emptied by the Nazis, and Jews were shipped out to a death camp called Treblinka, 6,000 per day, until the ghetto was virtually empty. The famous Warsaw Ghetto uprising would not occur until the next spring, in the fall, it was spring of 1943, and it was only a tiny remnant of Jews who were in the ghetto, of those who had either managed to escape the Jewish police that were collecting them up to send them off to the death camps, and also some, like the Rabbi, who were reserved for slave labor. He remained behind in the Warsaw Ghetto, working in a shoe factory, and later he was deported to a slave labor camp called Travniki, and there, in the context of another uprising, he was shot and killed in November. Now, if we look at his responses in terms of thought, and by the way, this entire presentation, I adapted it from something I gave to a graduate level seminar at the University of Toronto, so we went into much more detail here. I'm just going to kind of summarize it here in a couple of words, but this was the main point of it. In the beginning, in the early year, much of what he says in Judaism, he speaks about what we might call teleological suffering. In other words, that this seems terrible, but there's a reason for it. That God wants us to suffer, we will become better for it, we will earn merit for it. He kind of like understands it within some kind of meaning system that would have made sense 100 years prior. Then in 1940-41, the suffering increases, it ratchets up a notch, and you see more of birth pangs of the Messiah appearing in his thought. More the idea that, this is exceptional, but it means that we must be getting closer and closer to Mashiach. When we hear the report of the man who survived Chelmno, then we get his most dramatic break, and this is where, according to Dr. Nagid, we see the Rebbe losing his faith. And this is where Nehemiah Poland describes it as a retreat into Kabbalah. He becomes much more mystical in his approach. And he speaks of divine weeping, that God, as it were, is so overwhelmed with sadness for what is going on in the universe that he must retreat to an inner chamber where he cannot be disturbed, and in that chamber he weeps for the suffering of humanity. This is obviously a very problematic approach with traditional theodicy, but that's not our purpose here to try to understand it. And then so that's the argument that says that he lost his faith. But it's a difficult argument, and one of the main reasons why I would challenge it is because most of the people who make this argument argue for a fairly straight line of development, as I have basically described it here in their terms. But when you look back on the sequence, you see that some of his most profound, jolting, jarring ratings were very early, such as, for example, in the Parsha Chaye Sarah, which was the first time he spoke, still, he poses such a phenomenal theological challenge to God that it can only be described as Abrahamic in nature. He essentially argues to God that the suffering that he has allowed to happen is far too much. He doesn't exactly question God. He places it within the same kind of phraseology that we see really on a biblical level when Abraham says, "Will the judge of the entire earth not do justice?" It's a rhetorical question, but it waits for an answer as well. He says to God, essentially quoting the Talmud, which says that when you have meat and you salt it, the salt brings out the flavor in the meat. So too says the Talmud that suffering brings out character. Right? A person who never suffers in their life, has a silver spoon in their mouth, and never has any challenges, and always has good health and good fortune, you never know what their character is because they've never been tested. A little bit of suffering can bring out the character in a person. That's what the Talmud says. Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Rimanov says that just like too much salt doesn't bring out the flavor in the meat, it ruins the flavor in the meat. So too, there's too much suffering ruins that, breaks that. And so the Rebbe essentially argues to God, saying, look at what's going on here. Remember, he's just lost his son, his daughter-in-law, his wife died a few years before the war. And you can imagine the total silence in the base measures as he said, this is not true, that too much suffering. And he suggests that Sarah, the mother of Isaac, actually gave up her life to demonstrate this in a form of protest to God over the binding of Isaac. An earth-shattering suggestion, one of many in this remarkable book, but it occurs very early on. It occurs in October of 1939. It occurs in October of 1939, very early on. So to argue that a break in faith was part of a progression of the news really contradicts the placement of these kinds of arguments. Furthermore, at the very end of the Eish Kodesh, when he writes his last will, which we will turn to, God willing, at the very end of this presentation, we also see that there is a remarkable restatement of hope, that he revises all of his earlier passages and he places them within an entirely different framework. Like, for example, in Hanukkah of 1940, he's writing at a time when it was actually before the typhus epidemic really started raging and so on, and he essentially says, when we study Hanukkah and we look at the horrible persecution that the Jews suffered at the hands of the Syrian Greeks in ancient times, it helps us to reflect on our own times, and we see that, history is like this. The Jews are persecuted, they survive, they go on, and it kind of like normalizes this suffering. Then in 1943, I'm sorry, this was actually in August of 1942, if I remember correctly, when he goes back over all of his writings, because he intends to give them to the Oneg Shabbos Archive for burial, he writes a chilling footnote in which he says,
I was wrong. He says, back then we had not seen the horrific, terrible things that would follow, especially in the year 1944. And we could not have imagined the horrible, grotesque murders that they would create for us. And then he says that Hashem should save us speedily in our days. In other words, he realizes the overarching scope and how novel the Holocaust was in Jewish history. He says that there was nothing like this ever. It cannot be compared to anything Jews have ever suffered in the past. And he says, nevertheless, we have to rely on God to save us. So he reasserts his faith even in the face of an understanding, an explicit understanding of the Holocaust as a novum in Jewish history. So let us look a little bit at the message that he has to offer us. We have to understand that we should place this clearly within his pre-war thought. In this context, it's important to remember that, the Rebbe's research and writing plan was very well developed when the war broke out. He had actually articulated in a secret document that he only circulated to his closest followers. It was later published with the explicit approval of the Ger Rabbi, who felt that the section Rabbi would have wanted to be known, a book that appeared on the title B'nai Machshava Tova, that he had a plan for, on a literary level and on an establishment level, revolutionizing Jewish life and injecting it with a very profound Hasidic spirituality. The first book in this multi-book and multi-step plan, which involved seeding individual communities with essentially, we would call them Chabad houses today, or Lakewood Choline, nuggets of highly radioactive, spiritually active young couples in all these communities in Eastern Europe. And he set out a manual for it. The first book in the manual was ROTHSCHILD, the obligation of the students. This is my favorite edition. It's actually been translated a few times. This is Mika Odenheimer's very lyrical translation. And it's basically, this is a book for children. It was written for kids around 11, 12 years old. And it was teaching them how to prepare themselves to be spiritually active human beings. It is a work of phenomenal genius. And I would love to talk about it the whole night, but you already study it in this Gehila. I think that's fantastic. But I will say one thing, that I often ask people, if they study post-community, and they say, well, of course, it's a very important book. And I say, so I ask them, what is this obligation? And the whole book is about it. What is the king's obligation? And frequently, there's so much material in it that they miss the central idea. The central idea is a student has the obligation to become his or her own teacher. Meaning the student is obligated to take responsibility for their own education and to regard everything around them, including their teacher, as a resource for their own education. Not, like unfortunately so many of our students have this attitude that, teach me this so I know it, and then I can repeat it to you in a test, and I can move on to the next meaningless exercise. No, a student has the obligation to become his own teacher. There's so much of this, very briefly, is something that occurs in the last 3 essays, which are over the top brilliant. Here's a small book plug for something I have not finished yet, but this is forthcoming. It's my study of those last 3 essays, in which he argues for essentially a postmodern Hasidic spirituality, that in the absence of a clearly articulated intellectual path forward, the best approach for 20th century Jewry, and I would argue 21st century how much more so, is an approach that emphasizes phenomenology, an approach that emphasizes the experience of the religious act. Much more to say here. I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to go into it. but it's basically this. It's all about the children. All about the children. The Rebbe, as a human being, struggled with so many of these issues. One small indication I want to share with you briefly here is this is something that was found in the manuscripts that was probably something he wrote early in the war or even prior to the war. It's actually on a title page of ROTHSCHILD, another book that was found in the Rebbe. And he writes his own signature there, Colonimus Thomas, son of the Rabbi, and so on. And underneath, there's something violently struck out. Not simply drawn out with a single line, but clearly something written with great pain and frustration. Daniel Reiser has been able to use some advanced modern technology to try and read what was written underneath that strikeout, and he deciphered it to read, Av Beit Din Tehillah PSX, the head of the Jewish court of the town of PSX. As if to say that the Rebbe, in his frustration, struck it out because if his children, if his community were all dead, how could he be their Rebbe? To understand within the context of the suffering that he was going through, he was also a human being. Okay, so I'm going to a little bit off on that. Let's go to his message. So I'm just going to take one of many of the messages that we can find in this book. And this is something that relates directly to what Rabbi Donat said earlier about Galut. So if we look at January 27th, 1940, Parshat Yisro, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, from now, Jews and non-Jews were actually being executed in very small groups in a forest called Palmyra, just outside of Warsaw. And this had been ongoing. The Polish resistance was trying very hard to fight against it. In particular, one young man, Andrzej Kot, who was at 21 years old, a very feared resistance leader by the Nazis. They happened to catch him. And by the way, he was ethnically Jewish. His parents were Jewish, but they had converted to Christianity years before he was even born. And so he was an entirely assimilated Catholic, but originally of Jewish descent. He escaped from Paviak prison on January 20. Signs that said, 2,000 zloty award for anyone who can find the Jew Andrzej Kot. Of course, he would still be considered a Jew by the Nazis, as he would by traditional Jewish fans as well. And similar, along with this reward, the Nazis also arrested about 200 Jews, and they specifically looked for anyone in leadership, and those Jews were all eventually killed. So a very sad story about how the Jews tried to get their leaders back, but it was a classic example of Nazi collective punishment. Now, what did the Rebbe write on the following Shabbos? He began his drasha with this passage. This is actually taken directly from the manuscript, and it may be a little difficult to work out. This is actually one of the clearer passages in his otherwise very cramped handwriting, but I'll provide some subtitles here. On the bottom right, you see he writes, Baruch Hashem, blessed is God, Yisro. That's the name of the Parsha, which occurred on that date, which allows us to date it to January 27th. And then right next to it, he writes the word Big Galut, in exile. Why did he write that? Because he was forced into hiding. That he, like many other prominent Jewish leaders of the time, was being sought after by the Nazis. And so he wrote, I'm in exile. I can't be in Israel. We have to assume that he delivered this drasha to nobody, or maybe a few people who knew where he was hiding, we don't know. But then he changed his mind. As you can see, he struck out the word Bagalut, and he wrote a little kind of curving line over the top of the word Yisro, and he wrote instead, Shabbat Zeh, Hayusi B'Chvar. On this Shabbat, I was in hiding. Now, the distinction in words between in exile and in hiding is obvious. His first approach to this was, It's all over. I'm in exile. I have no connection. I'm completely removed. But then he refocused himself and said, no, I'm in hiding. I'm occluded. I am separated, but not forever. And in this context, let's look at what he actually wrote. Again, we don't know if he delivered this publicly or not, but I'll take my translation here. He writes, the receiving of the Torah took place in the wilderness, right? The Torah was given in the Sinai, in the wilderness, the Midbar. Perhaps this allusion is implicit in the holy work Beit Aaron, we frequently quote this particular work, which mentions Rashi's comment on the verse, Hear, O Israel, meaning that your heart should not question the omnipresent. Holy Beit Aaron explains, why should you not question the omnipresent? Why should you question God? The Holy Beit Aaron explains that you should not say, under these circumstances, it is possible for me to serve God. But under other circumstances, it is impossible. Rather, under all circumstances, one must serve God. And he goes on to say that, with these consequently, had the Jews received the Torah in their own land, in the land of Israel, they would have thought it's only possible to fulfill it in their own places. I mean, when they're comfortable in Israel, in their own apartments, and the weather is nice, that's when you can keep the Torah. And not when they're in exile, beset by distractions, wandering through the desert, and whether food can come from it, who knows what will be. Therefore, God specifically gave them the Torah in the wilderness, on the road, while traveling, in order they might know that the Torah must be fulfilled under all circumstances. That means a message of Chisa, that no matter what, you have to have backbone. And the Torah doesn't say, oh, forget about it when it's too hard. No, keep it up. Maintain your consistency. Maintain your dedication to God. Now, obviously, I'm not speaking on a halachic level. That I will leave to Rabbi Jonah. But the message is to have strength. And the Torah was given in the desert under difficult circumstances to teach us that just as it was given under difficult circumstances, it must be preserved under difficult circumstances. He reinforces this as well with specifically a story of Amalek and Yisro, but I'm running a little bit out of time, so I'm going to cut it off at this point. But I think the message there that's especially useful for me, and hopefully for you, is that maintaining spiritual identity and connection to the community, even when physically separated, is still a desiratum and still expected. I'd like to conclude then with a blessing from the Rabbi. This is actually the cover page of his last will, his message to his surviving nephew in Israel, who he hoped would possibly find these documents that he had given to Bella, not knowing what would possibly happen to him. And in the context of this cover letter, he writes that he begs that his book be published, and he wishes that everyone study his books, and that the merit of his holy ancestors will then stand by anyone who studies them, and their families now forever, and you don't have mercy upon them. And so it's my hope that just as I have received tremendous blessing from studying the holy works of the Kodesh, that since you have engaged in study with me, this blessing will extend to all of you as well, and you all have health, and to see the end of this quarantine very soon, and express my gratitude to all of you for your endurance and your patience. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Higgins, for another presentation. You learned so much. And for those who are Magna Kabula, meeting, really fascinating to see. You mentioned you to 11-year-olds. I feel that I've been trying to educate that we're all children, we're all beginners. And a lot of people I've been learning with that just mentioned feel psychological insights is well beyond. I'd be curious if who was his Rabbi? Where did he get to that?
It's an excellent question. It seems that he was fairly well read in the. We don't have a sample of his library. We do have a sense of what he might have been quoting. It seems that he read what would be considered today a lot of pop psychology. But let us also recall that one of his neighbors just down the street was the famous Janusz Korczak. And although we have no record of them actually meeting, it's impossible to imagine that Janusz Korczak, who was the famous psychologist and children's writer who heroically, went to the gas chambers with his charges, his orphans, he must have received quite a bit of data from him. It's also quite likely that he had a strong relationship with people like Emanuel Ringelblum, who had a larger scope of secular knowledge. But otherwise, we don't know for sure. He seems to be very well versed, though, in pedagogic techniques. I think Korczak had a major influence there, and also on Freudian psychology.
I really think Chovot Talmidim should be required reading, not just for every educator, but for every Jew. Really required reading. I want to take some questions from the audience here. We have a question about, Dr., where the original manuscript is today.
The original manuscript is in the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw. It has never been outside of Warsaw, where the first editors worked with a very difficult mimeograph or a microfilm copy of it, and but Daniel Reiser has produced a beautiful color edition of the original manuscript, so you can buy it and have it in your own home.
And there's a question, when was Chovot Talmidim written? I know that was the one work that he actually published in his lifetime. Do you know when that was published?
In 1932, and actually it's a little bit of a misnomer because that other work, the secret work, only 12 copies were printed. One of them actually is here in New York in the Chabad Museum, Chabad Archives. That was also published privately, and only 12 copies, so I don't know if you can call that public, but it was generated in some year. So we clearly had the overarching plan at the same time.
Do we know how widespread the book got? Was he well known by the time in 1939?
Oh yeah, definitely. He had a huge yeshiva. It was called Das Moshe, and he had something like 300 students. And these are advanced students who, according to one memoir, they had to know 100 pages by heart, to enter the yeshiva. So we're talking about a very advanced yeshiva at the same time. 100 pages of Talmud.
There's a lot of questions here, so let's go through the You mentioned the editor. This other name, H. Coders. Do we know who these editors were?
Yes, we do. They were the surviving Section of Hasidim, who largely were not in Warsaw during the war. They were in Tel Aviv. And they did an amazing job. They really did. There were very few errors in the text, although there are like these editing decisions that unfortunately distorted the manuscript.
Are there any surviving children?
There are survivors who remember the Rabbi when they were children. There's some fantastic things, including on YouTube. There's some, and Shalom Matan Shalom, who I showed you a picture of, he has done a phenomenal job collecting every tiny little scrap of anyone who ever saw the Section Rebbe, and he's going to be coming out with a massive book in about the next year or so. That will blow your mind. And what I've seen of it so far is incredible.
One of our readers just wants to know, are there published copies of the Rebbe's journal?
Yes, it was published in a very able translation under the title To Heal a Soul. And it's a difficult work to read because it has even less structure than the Eish Kodesh. I tried to bring it into my own research to see if there are certain parts that we can date. We know that some of it was written during the war because he reflects on his son's illness and so on, but much of it was written earlier. but it is a chilling work in which he shares with himself his own doubts and his own fears and his own questions, and that he chose to share it with the world. It's a very searing personal document. Nevertheless, it's like one of them to be able to read it.
So we know of other rebels who there were attempts made to try to rescue them and the police to see behind with their flock. Was such attempts made to save them?
Yes. There were attempts made to save this Rabbi. The American Joint Distribution Committee was involved in some, and we have testimony from some resistance members who survived the war. But as I mentioned, he simply refused. He felt that his place was with his Hasidim. And he defined his Hasidim in a very broad sense. I mean, anyone who came to him for succor was a Chassid.
Dr. Abraham, can you comment also about he does like plan to create Chabad style solution? Does he give credit for these liquid polos and seed polos?
Well, does he get credit for it? I mean, unfortunately, he died before the seventh Lubavitcher Rebbe could put them up, and of course they could before they could extend them. But it's stunning to look at how. Well, I'll tell you the differences. He didn't imagine the kind of shluchim model that Chabad uses, with like one incredibly heroic couple going out there and learning to chef and getting their own Kol Yisrael and stuff like that. He imagined small groups of about 6 to 10 couples going out to these communities, probably more like Poland that he was thinking of, and they would form a special kind of study circle. You have to think something like what the Ramchal had in Padua, where they would get together every night and they would be completely honest with each other, and they had like a spiritual discipline that they had to maintain. And he wrote down the rules for the society and what they had to do every night, and every little detail. It was an amazing book, really. It's eye-opening. So it's different from the Chabad Shluchim, which is very much based on that nuclear family model. And there's no discussion of how are we going to fund these and how are we going to make these work. But he clearly wanted to see Jewish communities around Europe with groups of these people who would just inspire by their dedication to their spiritual development.
You mentioned before that he had this yeshiva of 300 students. Before for the work together, did he have much of a communal role working with Taliban?
Yes, he had. It's hard to compare it to an American circumstance. What we do have from the 1930s in particular in Warsaw is that his main concern was always the educational system, and especially when he published the Talmud in 1932. He was like a superstar. He was like, he was definitely. I'm tempted to say something like he was the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish education, but I think that would be maybe taking it down. And he was a firebrand. I mean, you read the sermons that he just says some of this in the Polish Talmud too. He criticizes the establishment. He says, "You're thinking about your stupid ass. You're told by this shita. Don't you realize the whole house is burning down? Don't you realize that while we're so busy being wrapped up in our minutiae, there are people who are just totally lost to Judaism." And he wants to engage in a re-envisioning of Judaism from the ground up, again, from that experiential level. All about the children, all about what do you think when you daven. Very much into a mystical this is one of the main things that these small chaburas would do, is they would engage in visualization exercises. They're in Aish Kodesh in Kodesh Talmudim too, imagining the Yetziat Mitzrayim, imagining the Aish fire in particular is described there. That's really what he wanted them to do. So his involvement with Barabatim was almost completely on the level of funding and being active with schools, bringing schools to work. For everybody, not for the elite, everybody.
I think it's such an appropriate way to end is the notion that our shul and myself as a Rav, I think we came to the Piazetzel of his Kodesh in the pandemic of feeling like we need to re-examine everything, the way shul operates, and the way our what does our tefillah look like, especially during the months when the entire community was isolated, and many people are still isolated on an ongoing basis. And it was in that kind of taking a step back and looking at where we're at, we wanted to reanalyze our spirituality. And I started one Shabbos in quarantine months ago, reading Kodesh Hamim, and I said, look at this. The Piazetzel is giving us a roadmap. And that was really what captured my attention about his writings. He was giving you a roadmap towards developing your spiritual self. And that's really how we became to this Chabura, learning from his Talmidim. I was debating whether we should learn the essay to the teachers. And it really is like you said, Dr. Edison, he really everything that all of us are fundamentally our own teachers and our own primary teachers. And it's been a journey that our community, I think, has really grown from, and we want to continue to grow from. And Aish Kodesh has become our Rabbi of all. I think seeing this renaissance, the new Hasidus, and what the Rabbi is doing in Aish Kodesh, it's remarkable.
That's very inspirational to me as well.
We really appreciate the time. One last question. Are there other rabbis, Hasidic rabbis that also were doing similar work during this time period that we should also, is it just Aish Kodesh who was ahead of his time? Are there other...
I'm not really an expert in Hasidus in general, but in my limited study, he is completely on his own, totally unique, and daring and bold, and coming across all of the traditional boundaries. I would have to say, in my limited study of the Hasidic world, he was absolutely.
I guess we stumbled across the right person to guide us during this time, and we're so grateful, Dr. Edison, for your time, your connection to our shul, and we just can't wait to have you in person to celebrate Smachon Purim from you. What you're doing for the Alda, the history of the Daf, is really remarkable, and we thank you so much for sharing your wisdom.
Did X, Y, and Z, which meant he took advantage of me sexually, whatever, 14, 15, whatever it is. And did somebody kill it? And they killed it.
This video is intended for educational purposes only. Its content is entirely educational in nature.
Because nobody wants to be.
We will be studying the history of the ideology known as anti-Semitism to understand
this doesn't go any further. He'll give his own way
its roots and development. We are not in any way intending to promote anti-Semitism. If the latter is what you're seeking, you'll have to look for it elsewhere, or even better, do not look for it at all. One sort of general concept that has to be laid out before we enter this is the reality that the history of anti-Semitism does not have to be sensible. It doesn't have to be logical. In other words, you can't tie these ideas of hate to actual events or phenomena in society. They're often entirely divorced. In fact, as the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once put it, in a very important book that he wrote right after World War II, Reflections on the Jewish Question, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. In other words, anti-Semitism is looking for some excuse to express itself. The reasons for this are complex and enter more the realm of psychology than of history. It's very similar in many ways structurally to misogyny, a similar kind of hatred, in which people basically displace their dissatisfaction with their current status or their state of life onto a scapegoat. So for an example of this, we see one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works of the 19th century is the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which purported to describe the cabal of a Jewish conspiracy to dominate the world, and it was a forgery that was composed in the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century, but it proved incredibly popular with all kinds of audiences, translated many, many times into multiple languages, and even as you see here, even into Japanese, rather remarkably, given the very, very tiny presence of Jews in Japan overall. The spelling of the word anti-Semitism, and this is significant not only on a pedantic level, but more importantly on the way we approach anti-Semitism. The term itself is an invented term, a coined term that was designed by this man, Wilhelm Marr, who was himself an anti-Semite, and he wished to find a more polite alternative to the ruder terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which were kind of like rude terms. You wouldn't use that in proper political discourse. So he coined the term anti-Semitism in this book, The Way to the Victory of Germanness over Jewishness. He wanted to say that essentially there was something called Semitism to which one could be anti. And so by using that term anti-Semitism, he was saying essentially, hey, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced against any group of people. I am against this philosophy that happens to be expressed by this group of people. And of course, since this philosophy is nonsense, it certainly makes no sense to say one is anti-capital S Semitism. So most scholars today prefer the term anti-Semitism as a single word because it refers to the phenomenon of hatred itself rather than displacing it onto some other fictional notion. Now, let us go to the actual history of the ideas. Looking at classical xenophobia, when we look at it closely, there is a significant number of nasty things said about Jews in much of Greco-Roman literature. But for the most part, speaking in generalities, it's the same kind of antipathy that the Greeks or the Romans had for non-Greek and non-Roman culture in general. And the kind of hostility that's expressed to Jews is often simply a reflection of their lack of understanding of who the Jews were and what they were all about. For example, because they observed 1 day of rest every 7 days, which was a novel thing in the ancient world, they were considered lazy. Now, how can they take off so much time from work? Because they would only eat kosher food, they were considered very clannish because they wouldn't, go and participate in non-Jewish catered events. And all these things were simple misunderstandings of what Judaism is all about. But what we have to say about all of this is that classical xenophobia, as distasteful as it is essentially a kind of normal human hatred. In the very same way that neighboring cultures often misunderstand each other, even in the United States of America, there are lots of cultural tensions between ethnic groups, and that's just a normal feature of humans bumping up against each other's worldviews. To see one example of it, if you look at the Arch of Titus, shown here in Rome, which was a magnificent structure that was erected to commemorate the defeat of the Jews in the First Roman-Jewish War in the first century. There is one particular section underneath the center of the arch on one side, which depicts the Jews carrying away the spoils from the temple to their Roman captors. And this is sometimes interpreted as an image related to anti-Semitism, but it's really just pretty much run-of-the-mill war propaganda. It doesn't make the Jews look good, but it is not in any way a special bias against Jews that you wouldn't see them celebrating any other people or barbarian tribe that they may have defeated. Here, by the way, is what it was looked at like in the original, because the Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and it was recently reconstructed with chemical analysis. And you can see they're carrying away the menorah, very apropos since we are now in the month of Kislev, coming up to the holiday of Hanukkah. At any rate, that's what we can say basically about class, that, you know, Jews were looked at negatively primarily because they were Judaism. You have a very different kind of theologians in the first century. Is an entirely Jewish phenomenon for the as they are separating and moving themselves away from the synagogue, and the synagogue is also taking steps to ostracize people with Christian beliefs from the synagogue, there's a level of antipathy built up. But it is almost entirely theological in nature. As you see, for example, expressed in Gothic art, here's a remarkable structure that showed a trope that we've seen hundreds of times throughout medieval art history. The Ecclesia et Synagoga on the left is a representation of the church. She's got her boat is done up properly. She's wearing a crown. She's holding a staff that is unbroken, whereas she's contrasted with the synagogue that has no crown, is literally in a posture of decline, falling away from the rock. Her staff is broken, indicating she's lost authority, and from her left hand falls the Ten Commandments. She can't even hold on to her own faith, and she is, of course, blindfolded to the truth. And this was especially important for educating illiterate peasants about the theological underpinnings of Christianity and how it should be distinguished from the Jews who were still living among them in many of these villages and urban centers. Sometimes these images had a more violent tone, such as in this 15th century stained glass window from Bergen, Germany, which shows, among other things, the hand descending from heaven to crown the church on the left, whereas on the right, representing synagoga with the same kind of images as in Strasbourg, there is a sword descending into the top of her head, a much more violent expression of disapproval. So that's much more the first millennium or so of the Common Era, in which there is a theological overlay. It's more of a debate between a priest and a rabbi, rather than, between cultures bumping up against each other. By the time we get to the 13th century, but especially by the 15th century, things go completely pathological, and all kinds of new ideas are invented, such as this bizarre blood libel that Jews somehow need to, capture Christian children and then reenact the crucifixion and then drink their blood in order for various ritual purposes. Absolutely absurd, with no basis in reality whatsoever. This evolves or devolves into images like the Judenzahl that depicts Jews, and by the way, these are all designated Jews because they have a small circle on their cloaks, which was a part of the church regulation from 1215 onwards, that Jews were supposed to have some kind of distinguishing feature, like a badge on their cloaks. And even the devil here is shown wearing a Jewish badge, and they're involved in various disgusting activities with a pig. Again, no real theological content to this, and it's way beyond anything we see in the period of classical xenophobia, but that's characteristic of the medieval period. I should point out that, especially in this very brief presentation, I am placing things into large chronological blocks, but there's a certain degree of overlap, such as, for example, a painter in Italy reproduced in absolutely horrific detail another example of the blood libel, even in our own times. It's rather amazing how offensive this image could be, and yet it would be circulated contemporary times. So that's basically taking us up until the modern period. In the modern period, there is a dramatic change that is largely the result of the thought of Joseph Arthur de Gobineau, Count de Gobineau, who started the notion of racism in a very famous essay on the inequality of human races. He articulated this notion, which borrowed heavily from Darwin in particular, that there are different qualities to divisions in humanity along racial terms, and this idea of race was actually quite new in the 19th century. Prior to that, we did have the sense of color bias, but the notion of a kind of a quasi-scientific distinction between peoples based on race was a huge innovation. And in terms of the various races, Africans were considered to be less intelligent, and the Northern Aryans were considered to be much more punctual and noble, and so on. The Jews were viewed as a kind of a parasite race. That their genius was their ability to find healthy societies, to infect them like vermin, and then into the next host. So you see in this 20th century Austrian election poster, the Jew is portrayed as a kind of a worm choking to death the Austrian eagle, or here in a also 20th century German novel, Die Sünde wider das Blut, the sin against the blood, and then underneath says Ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times, which shows the Jews as a carrion-eating vulture that is somehow weighing down the healthy, muscular Aryan man, waiting for him to expire so he can put on his bones. This is the image you'll note has neither of these images have anything to do with theology, nothing to do with cultures bumping up against each other and saying that the Jews are somehow different because we misunderstand them. This is a wholly invented ideology, but nevertheless was extremely influential and, of course, resulted in one of the bloodiest centuries in history. Another element of the modern period, not necessarily associated with the Gobineau, but building on it, was the notion that these Jews, constituting a separate kind of German parasite race, are engaged in a conspiracy. That one of the skills of the Jews that somehow they're able to join together around the world. So you see many examples, such as in this French example, which is late 19th century, that shows the Jews dominating the world, or in this Mexican publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which shows again the capitalist Jew with the traditional waistcoat, things like that, squeezing blood out of the earth. The caption reads, by the way, the invisible world government, right? Another way of saying the Jews, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. So this combination of racism and conspiracy is what especially is associated with the modern anti-Semitic trope. The Nazi strain essentially takes it to an extreme. Children's propaganda, like this book, their gift kits, which is all about recognizing the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools that are poisonous, saying that Jews may look like regular people, but they are actually a separate race and they are quite dangerous and so on. Here's another example from some of these children's propaganda from the Nazi period, showing that the distinctions between Jews and non-Jews, and Aryans in particular, and the notion of conspiracy. These are all tropes which were developed in the late 19th century, but the Nazis took to an extreme. Finally, to wrap it up and just think for a minute about how things might be changing in our time, we are now in a period where one of the most important ideas, at least in America, is this concept of the Great Replacement. That somehow the Jewish racial conspiracy that was first articulated in the 19th century is going to result in some kind of taking over specifically of white male power in America that fuels a lot of the anti-Semitism on the right in particular. That's an extremely important phenomenon in America, and it goes right out of the 19th century. We also see some absolutely horrific anti-Semitic propaganda related to Israel, which sometimes comes from the left. Sometimes the criticism of Israel goes way past any of the normal boundaries of what we would expect as political conflict, such as this image, which evoked the blood libel. So with that, I've concluded my lightning tour of a very nasty part of Jewish history. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I look very much to hearing what the panelists have to say about our times. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that the lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have some sad news to share with you. My wife called me yesterday at work to let me know that Dr. Michael Maris passed away. Dr. Maris, Professor Maris, was 81 years old, and he had taught at the University of Toronto for 49 years. He was a personal mentor to me, he had a huge influence on my scholarship, and I'm personally indebted to him for putting me on the path of becoming a historian. So the world has lost an extremely valuable scholarly voice, a voice of humanity, a tremendous individual who I think about with some frequency. In this short video, I would like to just tell you a little bit about who Michael Maris was and share a little bit about what he meant to me and give you some personal information about some interactions I had with him, which were very meaningful. And I'm thanking you in advance for your indulgence. I first met Professor Maris in the 1980s when I was an undergraduate at the University of Toronto. I took his course on the history of the Holocaust. I'm not sure, but I think when I was a graduate student, I may even have served as his teaching assistant as well. What was he like as a scholar? I mean, his books are phenomenal, his classics. I recommend in particular a book called The Holocaust in History. I'm going to put all links to a few of his books in the information box. This is a tour de force review of the major historiographic controversies surrounding the Holocaust. And it was published, several decades ago, but it has an evergreen quality because some of the most important issues are still ones that we work through on a philosophical and methodological level, and he really clarified everything with an incredible degree of transparency and illumination. He also wrote on many other topics. He wrote on Vichy France, he wrote on the Nuremberg trials, on post-war refugees, and he's a very productive scholar, and his books are really worth reading in every field. He was a lifetime student. Long after I left the University of Toronto, he went back to school to earn a law degree at age 64. What he was like as an instructor was really phenomenal. This is, I studied with him back like in the 1980s, before PowerPoint even. He used no slides, just his voice. And there are a few YouTubes of him, so you can actually see what it was like to study with this great scholar. He never read from his lecture notes, but he always had them, and they were packed with concrete detail. I remember listening to him and saying, wow, he is so carefully crafted his lectures. He speaks directly in a conversational tone, but he's got his notes to provide the really important statistics and dates with tremendous, how generous he was as an instructor to absorb the complexity of the material he was presenting. And he was filled with a deep respect for all of his students. He listened to questions with his full attention. He considered questions very, very carefully, and he responded fully with great patience. I mean, I'll reflect on that more at the end. What he was like as a mentor was especially important to me. I will share with you a little bit of personal background. I had the great privilege of having some fantastic mentors at the University of Toronto, but my first field of study was philosophy.
I eventually earned a degree in ethics, an undergraduate degree. And actually, I use the word eventually because I had a major hiccup in my undergraduate career where I sort of like had a crisis of conscience and a big falling out with Professor Eno Fackenheimer, who was an earlier mentor of mine at the time. And then when I met my wife, I had become a ski instructor, and that was my lifetime plan. Just, be a ski instructor, ski in the winters in Canada, ski in the summers in New Zealand. That was the plan. But then I met my wife, and I had a serious accident during training, and I realized, I can't possibly build a family and pay day school tuition if I'm going to be a ski instructor. So I decided I have to go back to school. What do I like to study? And I realized I liked history. I realized that what I liked about philosophy the best was the history of ideas, how ideas changed over time in different places and so on. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back to history. And Professor Maris was, if I remember it, but I had an interview with him, and I said, listen, Professor Maris, you can see on my transcript, for the first 2 years, I was a great student, and then I had this incident, where I kind of gave everything up, and my grades, dropped precipitously. And he listened to me with his, traditional, deep, intense listening skills, and he said that I should apply for graduate school, and they'll take my application seriously, even though my GPA dropped with that terrible year. And he said that many an academic's career has been rescued from a spotty transcript. I'll never forget the way he said a spotty transcript. And sure enough, thank God, I was accepted to graduate school on probation because, I did have that really bad year. And then thank God, everything went really well. I was so fortunate that, especially when I was in my postdoc phase, I did a postdoc at the university as well. I got an office right behind Professor Maris's office, and he was right next to my supervisor, Dr. Magachi, and they were very close friends. So I had the wonderful privilege of seeing two senior scholars interact as friends, and I often heard over the transom and Sydney Smith Hall their conversations and their jokes and their singing and so on, occasionally singing. And it really, it made me feel really good about the whole field of the humanities and history in particular. But Professor Maris was so deeply invested in my progress that I feel a tremendous responsibility to live up to his example. He was really someone who impressed on me that history is an apprenticeship. It has elements of science, but really it's an art. And in order to learn this art, this craft, you have to train under a master. And in this context, I feel very much like I have had the opportunity to train under several masters. Michael Maris was one of them, and I'm deeply grateful for everything that he has given to me. To the extent that I'm able to continue his legacy in teaching you, I hope that you realize that you, in turn, owe so much to his example. I want to thank you very much for listening to this short tribute. We should have an Elias Neshama. Thank you.
I think he believes it, but I don't think it's real. I don't think Bob's like some people out there. I think he's been saying the same story for so long. He believes it. Yeah, maybe, but a lot of people do. They'll tell themselves the same story until it sounds real to them. Fuck off.
Hello. I'd like to thank Dr. Lichtenstein and the Project Witness team for inviting me to speak to your conference today on the topic of the resurgence of anti-Semitism. Before I begin, I want to be sure that you understand that the material that I'm introducing in this video is intended for educational purposes only. It will deal with the obviously very unpleasant topic of hatred of Jews, and there will be some very disturbing images that I will share in the context of understanding what this ideology he is and how it has changed over time. I'd like to begin by thinking a little bit about this coin, which is one of the famous Judaic Capta series of coins issued by the Roman Empire after the failure of the Jewish revolt between the years 66, and a propaganda device to effectively put down this revolt. That turned out not to be true. The Jews in the Roman Empire would rebel at least twice more in the next 100-odd years. But this was a very meaningful gesture to convey to all Roman citizens and non-citizens that Judea, the Roman Jewish province in the land of Israel, was gone for good. And it signaled the beginning of exile. On the left, you see the bust of Vespasian, the emperor. Sometimes you see Architus, his son. And on the right, you see a particular image that was reproduced over and over again in the few years following the revolt. The caption says, Judea capta, Judea is taken captive. And there is a balsam palm tree in the middle, which was one of Israel's most important exports of the time. And there is a looming Roman soldier, sometimes depicted much larger and disproportionate, to a despondent Jewish woman here with her head in her hand, something like saying Tachanun. Sometimes she's sewn, actually, with her hands bound behind her back. And the imagery is really very clear that Judea is done for. The Jewish people have no more hope, no more future. And that's essentially what this message is trying to convey. And anti-Semitism, the lingering hatred of Jews that has persisted for the last 2 millennia, is really indicative of that. But what I'd like to really focus in on for the first part of this lecture is we should understand that we're not going to be speaking about anti-Semitic acts of violence perpetrated against Jews, acts of prejudice and discrimination and so on. That's really Jewish history, as opposed to what I want to talk about, which is the history of Jew hatred, the history of this antipathy. And we're going to look at the ideological bases of that hatred that does not necessarily conform to logic, but what's important for us to understand is that anti-Semitism is a virus that has an amazing ability to mutate to very different places and times. And the anti-Semitism, or the Jew hatred that we saw 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, is really very different than the anti-Semitism that we are experiencing today. And what I'd like to demonstrate when we get to the end of this lecture is that, in fact, I believe we may be moving into an entirely new era of the ideological underpinnings of anti-Semitism, as I hope to demonstrate. Let us begin with this quotation from the prominent French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, who wrote immediately after World War II a remarkable book, Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, where he wrote, Si les Juifs n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And what Sartre meant by that was that the anti-Semite needs the Jew because he needs a way to focus his frustrations and to explain his failures. And the Jew serves an excellent target in that regard, relying quite often on historical precedent and a long tradition, allowing an individual to construct a kind of pseudo-universe in which the Jews are somehow engaged in some kind of plan to bring the individual anti-Semite to his knees. We see that anti-Semitism is capable, therefore, of adapting to so many different places, including, for example, Japan in the 21st century, when there are hardly any Jews living in Japan, but nevertheless, the noxious book, The Protocols of the Elder Design, can be translated into Japanese for Japanese readers, because there are people who need this desperately in order to justify their own failures. Now, one more word of caution before we get deep into the material. We should understand that I'm using the term anti-Semitism, but it is really not an ideal term. The term was actually invented by those with antipathy to Jews. Wilhelm Marr, a 19th century German thinker, wrote this book, The Way to the Victory of Germanness over Jewishness. By coining the term anti-Semitism,
not hope to avoid the opprobrium that was associated with the much more vulgar terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. And that was considered something that was, really not appropriate for refined people. But anti-Semitism, that's something you could stand behind. You could say, I personally have observed this so-called phenomenon known as Semitism, and I refuse to promote it. Therefore, I am an anti-Semite. It's really only after World War II that the term anti-Semitism began to acquire a negative connotation, appropriately so. And scholars in the end of the 20th century began to say we should really stop spelling it with a capital A and a capital S separated by a hyphen, because there is no such thing as Semitism to be anti. It is a phenomenon unto itself, so therefore the preferred spelling is one word without a hyphen, often without the capital A and capital S, in order to say that this is really their problem, not the Jews' problem, but they make it the Jews' problem, as it were. So with that in mind, I think we are going to have to work with other terms. There are four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that scholars have identified. Let's just run through them very quickly. The first period is known as classical xenophobia. Xenophobia essentially means the fear of strangers. And this is associated primarily with the Greco-Roman world, in which we have a significant degree of antipathy to Jews, expressed in a lot of the writings of several significant writers of the era. We see it in a monumental form, for example, in the Arch of Titus, which commemorates the Roman victory over Judea that I referenced earlier with the coin. And you can see here, for example, the famous inset is the bas-relief on the inside of the arch that shows Jews carrying away the spoils of the temple into Roman captivity, the menorah, Chatzotzrot, and so on. But we should understand that Roman xenophobia was really not anti-Semitism in the same way that we understand it later on. It was really much more about misunderstanding Jewish customs and culture. For example, Jews were felt to be lazy by Roman xenophobes because they insisted on not working 1 day a week. Jews were felt to be clannish because they would not dine on non-kosher food with Romans. They were felt to be misanthropic because of a whole host of issues. So there was all kinds of things that are based on misunderstandings between Romans and Jews, and it certainly could express itself in violence, certainly in literary slander, but we should understand that these kinds of antipathies is pretty much endemic to the human race as a whole. Just like Romans dislike Jews for features X, Y, and Z that they claim to understand but really misunderstood, they also disliked a whole pile of other peoples, barbarians and Scythians, and you name it. And we can say that, Asians have the same normal thing for humans to fear or even hate that which is antipathy directed at Jews that we see from the Greco-Roman literary record, at least. Again, recall that I'm separating here the ideology underpinning the hatred of Jews with the actual expression of that hatred, which could be actually quite violent. We see it in the repression of the First Roman Jewish War, the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and so on, and attempts to expunge the practice of Jewish behaviors and Jewish religion and so on. Doesn't necessarily mean that the experience of anti-Semitism was any less serious in the ancient world. However, what I'm focusing on are the ideological roots, the ideological underpinnings of that hatred, to try to understand what is the intellectual mechanism going on when people claim to have a bias against Jews. When you move to the early Christian era, things change dramatically because with the beginning of Christianity through the era of the Church Fathers, for the first few centuries in particular, but really extending well into the medieval period, now the antipathy to Jews has a special kind of dynamic because Christianity emerges from Judaism. And in emerging from the mother religion, so to speak, the daughter religion has kind of like a pushback against the mother religion
to try and identify herself. In other words, you think of it like a mother and daughter relationship. I'm using female metaphors primarily because that's common in the iconography of the era, as I'll show you in a moment. Uh, if a daughter chooses to seek her own independent path, to a certain degree, that variation from a family tradition will involve a degree of rebellion against the parent figures, and this can be expressed sometimes in a very harsh manner. But it is nevertheless an expression of the unique dynamic between parents and children, especially, let's say, teenagers who are striving to demand and to establish their own independence. A couple of iconographic examples here. On the left, you see the famous Strasbourg Sisters. This is a piece of monumental art on the outside of a cathedral in Europe, 13th century. And you can see, and this is, by the way, just typical examples. We have literally hundreds of examples of this particular motif throughout Christian art, which was especially useful for explaining the intricacies of Christian theology to illiterate peasants. You could point to the artwork and you could explain how Judaism differs from Christianity and so on. So on the left, you see the representation of the church, ecclesia, and she is shown there with a crown and holding a chalice and an upright, unbroken staff. Her clothes are arranged properly and so on. She's clear-eyed, looking forward and so on. So this is representing the church in power, in authority, and so on. To her right, actually to our right, to her left, is the synagogue, and she is portrayed in an entirely different way. She is in an attitude of decline, falling away from the rock. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more temporal power. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments, but they are slipping out of her grasp. And she has no crown, and of course she is blindfolded, indicating that she is blind to the truth, and that's the justification for her not converting to Christianity in the first place. And this was a way of trying to explain to illiterate peasants that Judaism had its place, but now it has lost its authority, it's lost its vision, it's lost its ability even to hold on to its own law, because she's holding the tablets in a rather loose fashion and so on. And this is designed to show kind of replacement theology. Sometimes this can also have violent implications. On the right, you see a stained glass window from a church in Verden, Germany, where on the left, the church riding a tetramorph, holding up an upright staff and a chalice, and a hand descends from heaven, placing a crown on the church's head, very clear statement of approval. And on the right, by contrast, the synagogue riding on a donkey, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's head, an allusion to not only a Akedah Yitzhak, but the whole idea of sacrifices, which the church excoriated as being excessively carnal, a broken staff, the blindfold, and the crown is knocked off her head by a hand descending from heaven and inserting a sword into her skull. Very clear sign of disapproval. So this different type of antipathy to Jews is very, very distinct from the Roman xenophobia. This is something that's special because of the relationship between Jews and Christians. It had a very, very significant impact on future Western thought. But when you get to the medieval era, that's when this goes way off the rails. And the medieval period borrows from many of these Christian motifs, but really gets into this, what one scholar has called the chimerical era, where totally fantastic, bizarre ideas, fantastic in the sense of fantasy, are invented to excoriate the Jews. The whole notion of blood libel, that Jews somehow need to consume Christian blood in order to survive, the desecration of the host, incredibly awful things begin to develop, particularly from the 12th century onwards. They're compounded by the invention of the printing press and the circulation of media much further and wider than ever before. But this is the period where we really have the worst examples of anti-Semitism. Quite distinct, although related, but quite distinct from the Christian period and bearing very little resemblance to the Roman xenophobic period. And there are lots of examples of this. For example, the Judensau image that portrays Jews in horrible relationships with pigs. You can see they're Jews because they have little round symbols
symbols on their clothing, which was a Jewish badge used at the time, and even the devil himself is portrayed as a Jew. And incidentally, I don't mean to give the impression that once one form of anti-Semitic ideology is over and transitions to another one, the last ones are left behind. Unfortunately, we see that even in the modern era, many of these earlier medieval or even earlier throwbacks are still quite prominent. Here is, for example, a 2020 ultra-realistic painting that celebrates the blood libel. Absolutely amazing that some artists could actually find it appropriate to create a propaganda image like this of such horrific proportions. But that's basically the medieval period. Now we come to the modern period, which is what most of us experienced really up until recent years. The modern mutation really relies on two different things. It relies on this relatively new concept of racism, which was pioneered by Joseph Arthur de Gobineau, who wrote this essay on the peoples, especially based on complexion, hair quality, things like that, really are different in an essential manner, which has no scientific basis, but they're intended to be a slave race, and Nordics are intended to be kind of like a master race, and Jews specifically are supposed to be a parasitic race. The Jews, their racial survival strategy, these things borrow, by the way, heavily from the ideas of Darwin and struggle for survival of the fittest and things like this. The idea that Jews survive primarily by attacking healthy host societies and rotting them out from within. Here's a couple of examples from the 20th century. On the left, that is strangling the Austrian eagle, the caption an election poster. On the right, you see a fascinating book, Die Sünde will das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, which is titled as ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times, very appropriate, that shows the healthy Aryan male symbolizing a German society, and on top of him is a bird, a carrion eater, a vulture, clearly representing a Jew, that is just waiting until he weighs down and finally dies, and then he'll feed on his flesh, right? So this is the idea of the racist association of Jews, which will note no religious connotations are obvious. It's true that the Austrian image the Jew is wearing a kippah and peyot, but the image is not about his Jewish attack, but about on his social attack. So it's kind of like, as society became much more secular in the 18th century and onward, anti-Semitism once again adapted to let go of the religious moorings of earlier forms of anti-Jewish hatred to adopt this much more secular-friendly version. But racism is only half of the story. The other half, which is so crucial, is the idea of a conspiracy theory. How do Jews succeed, goes the theory, in their racial quest to undermine healthy societies, primarily by being linked with each other in a global plan to dominate and expropriate everything they can from the globe. Here's a French example from the late 19th century showing a Jewish, he looks like a beggar, but his pockets are filled with money, who's happily grasping the entire globe with his simian-like hands and feet. And on the right, here's a Mexican example. This is a cover of the noxious Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is one of the key texts of this particular form of modern anti-Semitism. The caption in Spanish reads, "The Invisible World Government, the Jewish Program to Subjugate the Globe." Right? You can see the obvious images there. A couple of things have become iconic. The large, heavy man with the top coat is meant to be a capitalist, a symbol of capitalism. Think of the Monopoly man, and he's got this waist. And he's got this watch fob that has the word Talmud on it with the American dollar sign. Modern anti-Semitism, which basically dates from the late 19th century, reached its nadir with the Nazis. And of course, we see here a tremendous evolution of this
this is a remarkable text written for children in the 1930s. Der Giftpilz, the toadstool or the poisonous mushroom. And the whole message here in this children's book was meant to communicate to kids that Jews may look like regular people, but they're really extremely dangerous, just like toadstools look a lot like mushrooms, but they're in fact poisonous. And so many examples of this exist from the Nazi period. Also, the conspiracy idea that Jews are not only distinct racially, as you can see from this caricature, but also they are deeply connected with other people, whether they're Jewish or not, or imagined to be so, and so on. So that's really modern anti-Semitism. And basically, personally, I always thought we were more or less done with that what could be the next evolution? This is really it. To my dismay, I think I've discovered that, in fact, there is a fifth version. I'm not the only one to discover it, to see it, but I'll share it with you right now. Now, let's turn to what appears to be the newest variant of anti-Semitism, and that is specifically what I'd like to call anti-Zionism. Now, please understand that there are, legitimate boundaries of anti-Zionist thought that are not at all against Jews. In fact, if you went back 100 years to Europe, you would find some very vigorous debates among Jews about the value of Zionism. There are, religious objections to it, there are political objections to it, there are economic objections to it, but ultimately Zionism as a movement succeeded in gathering the support of the overwhelming majority of Jews in virtually every place where we're able to measure the relative popularity of various movements. I'm not talking about anti-Zionism of that nature. I'm not talking about people who oppose Zionism because they feel that a certain reading of the Talmud indicates that Jews should not support Zionism, whatever. The way I'm using this term anti-Zionism today is that it is basically a cover for those who want to hate Jews to cloak their hatred in a much more acceptable format. It is exactly the same phenomenon that we see with Wilhelm Marr when he invented the term anti-Semitism. He was trying to, distract people from just how crude and hateful the word Judenhass was. That's essentially what's going on with this term anti-Zionism in the majority of times that we actually see this. Now, what exactly are the elements of anti-Zionism as I'm portraying it? First, the belief that Israel is an illegitimate state. And you'll notice that most of the press releases that come out of the Arab world will refer to it as the Zionist entity. They don't want to actually give it the name of a state because they believe the state does not deserve to exist. And when I say illegitimate, also let me clarify, please, that, historically, we may disagree with the way hundreds of states were formed or expanded and so on. But to say that they are not countries now is a pretty big reach. Israel in the anti-Zionist mindset is kind of like exceptional, and unlike all those other countries, like the United States and Canada in many ways, Israel is the only one that is not allowed to exist because it is fundamentally illegitimate. There's an exceptional carve-out for Israel in that regard. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, anti-Zionists argue that erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means, including attacks on non-Israeli Zionists and even on anti-Zionist Jews. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. They'll use euphemistic terms like resistance or less euphemistic, but nevertheless not as well understood in English terms like intifada, which is an open call to violence, because anti-Zionism holds that the injustice of establishing an illegitimate state is so grave that violence is justified to remove it. Again, only applied to Israel, not applied to hundreds of states that that really could qualify under similar kinds of arrangements. Third, the participation of Jews in anti-Israelism or anti-Zionism lends legitimacy to this whole idea, kind of a tokenism. And you'll frequently see that people who are participating in this particular mindset will trot out all kinds of Jewish figures, say, look, here's a Jewish person who agrees with me. And unfortunately, there are many willing Jews who will go along with this, even though if they just have a little bit of vision, they'll see that it will often lead to negative consequences in a really concrete way for actual Jews. Where does this anti-Zionism come from? It's quite distinct from the conspiracy theory and the racism elements that we saw earlier. Very rarely are racist elements brought in. There is a certain amount of conspiracy thinking and the idea that Jews around the world are united in supporting Israel. And that's actually not so far from the truth. Most surveys that we have available of Jewish attitudes, for example, in the United States, indicate that overwhelmingly Jews are supportive of Israel. There is, of course, a minority who are not. I challenge you to find anything that all Jews agree on. For all intents and purposes, Zionism is an attribute that can be applied to most American, Canadian, European Jews, and so on. Now, what are the ideological roots of anti-Zionism? I see there are three basic ideological roots that feed into this new form of anti-Jewish hatred. First of all, there's a strong influence of Soviet foreign policy that definitely helps propagate this idea in the new left of the 21st century. Even though the Soviet Union is defunct, this particular ideology has perpetuated itself into the 21st century. Here's a couple of examples from the 1970s. The capitalist image that we saw earlier. Capitalism, of course, is diametrically opposed to communism. On his waistcoat is the phrase "International Zionism," and you can see that there's Moshe Dayan there, a famous Israeli general, on the left. I'm not sure who is on the right there. Looks like he's smoking a pipe. I can't make out what it says there in Russian. But at any rate, the idea of connecting international Zionism with Israel, of course, is crucial. Note that besides the Star of David, which is clearly used here as a stand-in for the state of Israel, as opposed to the Jew or Judaism, it's clear from the caricature of the figure here that borrows on 19th and 20th century motifs that it's about Jew hatred on a simple level, but it's labeled anti-Zionism. Here's another example, same kind of imagery used here, and the conspiracy motif is much stronger with the idea of the Jew compared to the web and so on. The web strands are written in Russian. For example, I can read one here that says the Jewish question, but this person is not labeled explicitly as a Jew. He is labeled as a Zionist, right? It says Zionism on the back of the spider. So Soviet anti-Semitism, which was tied in with their foreign policy opposing the state of Israel, it's ironic because they were one of the backers of the 1947 partition plan, but soon after the Israel was established, the Cold War set in, and this was one of the most notorious proxies wars between the USSR and the USA was fought in the Middle East, and the USSR backed the Arab countries by and large. So this is foreign policy translated into a contemporary anti-Zionism. Here are two twins, an Israeli soldier and a Nazi, and this conflation of Israel with Nazi Germany is not only is it deeply offensive to Jews, but it is very pervasive in the anti-Zionist rhetoric. And what joins them? An American dollar, of course. We see this over and over again. So the Soviet foreign policy filtered out into the anti-Zionist movement primarily through the activity of leftist thinkers. Another major element that creates this new form of antipathy to Jews is anti-colonialism. This is a reaction, of course, to the expansion of Western European states into the New World, into parts of Africa and Asia and so on. kind of a pushback against that entire phenomenon, which has occupied quite a bit of intellectual energy of thinkers in the second half of the 20th century. In the case of Israel, you can see illustrations like this map here, which refers to Zionist settler colonialism. This is like a kind of a catchphrase that basically is divorced from historical reality in many ways. I'll just point out one thing, that this may be a map that indicates the increasing settlement of Jews in the land of Israel, but this is also a map that indicates the expulsion and coercion and migration of Jews, forced migration quite often from Islamic lands to the land of Israel. So these two maps cannot be understood independent of each other. It is crucial that we understand that Jews are being forced to leave Arab lands, and where else are they going to go? So that's a second major element in modern anti-Zionism. The third major element is postmodernism. This is a rather corrosive philosophy that began to develop in the post-war era. The element of postmodernism that's especially relevant for us in this context is a notion that there is really no way to measure objective truth. There's no way to say that X is true. One can only speak of one's own truth, one's own appreciation of the world. And this, incredibly dangerous philosophy, which has taken hold in a wide swath of American thought today, begins to question basic understandings of reality. For example, in the context of Israel, this particular poster, which was issued by the Columbia School of Social Work, I think it's a student club actually, referring to the October 7th Palestinian counteroffensive, and using the images of a dove and a flower in a barrel of a gun as meant to somehow symbolize that the horrific act of invading Israel on October 7th and murdering and raping and taking hostage is somehow not only counteroffensive, which is, sounds like a legitimate kind of military attack, when really it's much more like a brutal, bloody pogrom. On the other hand, this kind of imagery of the dove of peace to use to describe that, it's in another planet. But those who have already been absorbed into a postmodernist mindset can say, hey, we can completely reframe this in terms of an act of resistance as opposed to one of brutal attack. Another example which continues to boggle my mind is this unusual phenomenon of ripping down posters that seek to advertise the fact that people are being kept hostage, even young children, the Bibas family, for example. And the idea that people would want to rip these things down still amazes me, but I think the best explanation I've understood for this, because after all, if I'm walking down the street and I see someone put up a poster that says, have you seen my puppy? And there's a picture of a dog there, the last thing I want to do is tear down that poster. Dog lover, not dog lover, why would I want to somehow interfere with bringing together this owner and his or her pet? I mean, it's just, I wouldn't want to interfere with that. How much more so we're talking about human beings. And you may disagree with Israel's policy towards Gaza or the way the war is being waged, but that has nothing to do with the fact that there are children who are in captivity, in tunnels. It just amazes me that people would tear these things down. The reason why they do, I think, is because it challenges their postmodernist view of the world, right? If they want to shift over to this idea that, the attack of October 7th was somehow justified as resistance, then when they see pictures of people, babies, women, old people who are being held hostage, who are civilians, it challenges the mindset of the rightness of their cause, and the only way they can deal with it is by kind of ripping out reality, trying to shift away from reality. This is a classic statement of anti-Zionism. It's illogic, but its fundamental connection to the overall idea of Jew hatred. We see even just this week a fascinating example of this, where healthcare workers in Australia participating in some kind of online chat, when they discovered that their interlocutor was an Israeli, they began to write about how they committed acts of violence against Jews who attended the hospital where they worked. I mean, it's mind-blowing that this is somehow appropriate. How is it that, you can take a Hippocratic oath, you can go into the caring professions of health, and when you see someone who has probably nothing at all to do with the situation in Israel, other than the fact that they may be ethnically Jewish, and then you see that this is an opportunity to somehow act out on this hatred fantasy. I'm losing track of myself here because I find it very hard to understand. Let me take us back to one ray of hope. I don't want to leave this conversation on a very low note, although there is a joke that I'm reminded of is what does a Jewish pessimist say? Oh, things can't get worse. And what does a Jewish optimist say? Yes, they could. Terrible. Anyways, this is a fascinating piece of data. Shortly after October 7th, the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very reputable poll, basically dedicated to politics, decided to include a question about the situation in Israel, largely because it had relevance to the upcoming elections in November of 2024. So right after the war, and every month subsequently, they asked this question. In general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? Two things are really worth pointing out. First of all, the American support for Israel is rock solid. Here it's 84%. It's wavered a couple of percent over the months, but basically 4 out of 5 Americans support Israel. And that's a good number. I wish it was higher because it bothers me, that's the reality. But when you look a little closer at the age breakdown, it's terrifying to see that whereas older people, 65 and above, 55 and above, they're 95% support Israel. When you get to the 18 to 24-year-olds, the figure is basically half and half, meaning that half of every classroom of college students in America, filled with people ages 18 to 24, actually supports a terrorist group. That's a terrifying number, and I began to worry about this significantly. I follow it every month to see, what's going on with American youth, because they're only going to get older. Are they going to carry this attitude with them further into life? Is this going to have long-term implications? How can young people be so out of touch with reality, other than the 3 reasons that I described earlier? I am happy to say, though, that over time, and especially a big jump right around the period of the election, I wonder if that's the factor that affected it, that figure has changed dramatically. Here you see on the left-hand side of the screen, once again, 79% support Israel. It drops a little bit from the 84% from November, but it's hovering around that number. But when you look at the age group 18 to 24, you can see that 79% of them support Israel over Hamas. And that's a much healthier number. That's much more like the older people. And I just don't know, why did American youth suddenly change so dramatically? A 27% increase is very significant. Now, it could be because the tenor of the news changed on places where they consume news, like on TikTok and Instagram and so on. I'm confident that the election had a role in this, but this is a small ray of hope. Let me conclude with just one last reflection on anti-Zionism in this era of statehood. We began our discussion with a look at this coin, the Judeo-Capta coin, which is really emblematic of not only exile, but the development of anti-Semitism. And what's important to bear in mind, I think, is this coin instead. In 1958, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, a medallion was commissioned by the state. And the resulting medallion look like this. On the left-hand side, you have the image that we've already seen from the Roman era, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent Jewish woman, and so on. But on the right-hand side, on the obverse of the coin, you see this. You see, in the place of the Roman soldier, there is a Jewish woman playing with her child. And in the place of the despondent woman, you see a kibbutznik planting a tree, a symbol of hope for the future. And this is ultimately what the Jewish people are all about. And despite the fact that Jews are frequently so often misunderstood by larger society, nevertheless, these are the values that are at the core of the Jewish people, and ultimately will help them endure even these difficult times. Thank you once again to Project Witness for inviting me to prepare this recording, and I hope you have a productive conference.
I don't know if he gasses, but I think he gets fucking tired. I'm not saying he's gonna gas, I give up, but I think I can see here's what I think. I'm thinking I do not know. I think he's the greatest middleweight fight we've had in ages. I do not. You did see Kamzat with your own eyes. Yeah, but you were very impressed, of course. But DDP super impressive too. So I think I can see Kamzat definitely win the first round. But DDP is just so durable. He's not going to win. He's going to take it out and get back to his feet. There's that for like 2 rounds. Almost they're going to start slowing down. And DDP's like, let's run. Starts to stay on the outside. And I think DDP gets a takedown the 4th, and then the 5th he can finish him.
And a little bit about what he wrote and why.
Is the toughest fighter ever in the first round.
So important
He's
to
a
understand.
fucking Chechnyan
His
tsunami.
first work,
And
which is
he
undoubtedly
goes
the
in there
work
that
that
first
made
round
him
like he's done to
famous,
so many
is
guys.
the
And
so-called
fucking
the
does what
Jewish War,
Robert Whittaker
which is
gets him down,
essentially an
takes him
account
and breaks his
of
face.
the Roman-Jewish
And
War
just
that took
took him
place
down, took his back,
starting in about the year
and sunk that
66
trophy
to about the year
down.
73 or 74, depending on
That's the
how you
thing.
want to
So
count the
the
beginning and the ending of
question
it.
is, we've
But
seen
this is, of
Kamzat with
course, the
smaller
great
guys just get on
Roman-Jewish
top
War
of their
that
back
resulted in
and
the
just
destruction of the
we've seen
temple
the smaller
and
guys struggle.
exile of so many Jews from Judea,
Kamaru was at
great
85.
destruction.
Let's not forget Kamaru is
The second, and by the way, he was a personal witness to the war. He was actually a participant in the war in a very unusual fashion, I'll tell you about. The second major work that he composed, which was after he had been settled in Rome for some time as an official court author of the Flavian dynasty, was Jewish Antiquities, which is a massive work, especially by ancient standards, about 20 volumes, which essentially is the history of the Jews from the earliest time to the present day. Now, unlike the Jewish War, it's not as like a personal account of the war, although, it's not the Jewish War, it's not only about his personal experiences. He borrows freely from all other sources, trying to put together a third-person scholarly account, at least by first-century standards. But Jewish Antiquities is a much more broad-ranging work which looks at everything in Jewish history right up to the 60s. It, of course, also covers the Jewish War, and one of the fascinating elements of the Jewish Antiquities is looking at the places where he contradicts himself. In the Jewish War, which he wrote early on, he has certain versions of events. In Jewish Antiquities, somewhat different events, as we shall see. Third, and most significantly for our purposes, is life, his autobiography. Very short little work. He wrote it quite late in his life, and he reflects on the complex and somewhat tragic arc of his life. He did not have, he did survive the Roman Jewish War, which is a lot to say. He also achieved fame and fortune as a writer in Rome, but he has a happy personal life, married several times, wife left him, and all kinds of things. And he had a lot of reason to really question some of the decisions he made early on. But at any rate, a brief work written late in life that essentially his memoir. And then finally, a fragmentary work. We don't understand all of the particulars that went into it. It's known as Against Atheon, which is essentially a long work which is composed specifically to critique one ancient writer whose name was Atheon, who had promoted some what we would call today anti-Semitic remarks, and Josephus comes to the defense of the Jewish people.
So let's understand a little bit about who Josephus was. When we go to his youth, we see that very early on in his life, he's fascinated with God. He has a very self-congratulatory and self-aggrandizing manner in his descriptions of himself. We see that not only in Jewish War, but also in his autobiography, in which he's like incredibly intelligent, and even as a child, solving problems that would, to use the Jewish expression, cross the rabbi's eyes. It's hard to believe some of the things he says about himself. He apparently also was something of a spiritual seeker. He encountered some kind of like sectarian groups, perhaps something like the Dead Sea Scrolls community, and he learned with many different individuals in the first century. But at an early age, when he was 26, he went to Rome, possibly in connection with a major rescue mission of hostages, along with some significant rabbis who were mentioned in the Talmud. This type of delegation to Rome is something that is mentioned in the Talmud. This indicates that he was a figure of some stature. He was from a priestly family, a significant priestly family, and he had what appears to be a Pharisaic education as well. So, it is interesting that a man of his age would have been selected to go on this delegation in a sense to support the idea that he was very important, but nevertheless, he was certainly doing that. While he was there, he formed a very close relationship with Hosea, the wife of Nero, who was quite impressed with him and his Judaism and so on. And he was, for his part, overwhelmed with Rome. He thought it was absolutely
There she is.
massive structures, this pomp and circumstance everywhere, and this would, of course, influence his later.
What up, girl? How you living?
When he returned to Israel in the 60s, he found that Israel was openly in rebellion. This is not the place.
Baby, calm down. I'm gonna break a lot of hearts someday. It's gonna be a permanent flood warning near Tel Aviv. Really? Why not? Be Alexander, I fucking love you. You're the man. Could be dead by now. Kick clips. Hey guys, we're raising water for fun. Whatever. Dog. All I need to do is be like, hey, let's just talk about desalination technology. And everybody goes,
Can comes out literally neutralizing everything DDP has to do. No, see, I don't think nobody can. I think it's Hamzat's so dangerous where when it goes to the ground, he takes advantage and finish him. Yeah. So if he doesn't finish him, he's going to win the first few rounds. Yeah. But what happened in that third, fourth, and fifth one, you're a little tired. DDP's a big dude. You take down, stop working. Now you're forced to engage with him. He hits like a mad drug. Yeah. And he doesn't stop. So you have to deal with that for fucking 15 minutes at a championship level. But again, I haven't looked forward to a fight in a long time. Oh, this one's must-see TV. Yeah. I cannot wait. Yeah. Cannot wait. I have no clue how it's going to be. Because Hamzat can go in there and finish him in a minute. He's that talented. He's so talented. It might be Hamzat's turn, but you got it. We're talking about he just finds a way to win. He's an absolute winner. He's an absolute winner. I'm less excited about the other fights. Tim Elliott's still doing it. Jared Cannonier, Michael Page. That one's fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. Carlos Panta, Jim Neal's great. Yeah. Murphy versus Rodriguez. What do you think of that? So, is that the co-main event? Yeah. What is Aaron? I just haven't heard of him. Was Aaron in the day? He was in the definitely for a long time. He's in Bellator. Yeah. So then he just came over. Yeah. Just gets his first fight. He lost his first few with Bellator, and he's been on a fucking 8-fight winning streak. Yeah. The only reason he lost figure some shit out. He went with Greg Jackson and figured some shit out. Hasn't lost since. Yeah. I mean, the TKO he was injured, so he didn't actually lose the fight. He hasn't lost since he went with Greg. Yeah. But again, he hasn't faced that tough of competition. Murphy's such a beast. Yeah, it's such a tough first fight. Who was the last guy Murphy fought? I saw that. Josh Evans. Killer. Beat Dan Ige. Yeah, Dan Ige. He bent to Barboza. Murphy's a fucking savage. What again? Talk about being thrown into the fire. That's how it goes. Especially when it comes up to promotion with all that hype.
It's a different. We're talking about a different game. But Pico's has not faced this caliber of fighter. Is that fair to say?
Not even remote.
Not even remote.
Not even the same. Not even close. Wow. Not the same category.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to ask.
I think that
I'm a Pico fan. I think you get it done, but this one ain't gonna be easy.
I think there's so much of this stuff comes up to fight IQ too. Like, just how do you adjust
to the big show?
Yeah,
it's a completely different animal than what he's used
you
to.
might have seen everything that Aaron's given. But Aaron's wrestling, obviously, world class. Aaron Pico was wrestling at 16 years old on the international circuit. He was wrestling grown men. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So wrestling
gloves, national champion. Yeah, he checks all the boxes.
All the boxes. I don't know. This is a huge test for him.
Yeah, when you see him, which I don't know.
I think this. I think what this is the hype reel. Like every time I've seen so many people who are great in strike force, they're great in Bellator. They come over and a lot of times they're just some
strike force. Strike Force was the real deal, but the Bellator, okay, yeah, it's just a different animal. It's a different animal. It's the big leagues.
Big test for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait. What are you gonna do for the fights, Jim? Watch by yourself drink? They always do that. So many people message me after that episode, by the way.
What they say?
A lot of them have my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, they want you to do your thing,
bro. Do your thing.
No, and then anyone that says do your thing.
One thing about the internet is you can count on them.
Yeah, I appreciate their support. And but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center in this area. And people that care about you are people that actually are in for your best interest.
We care about
them. Yeah, that's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
anyone that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think Brett and I have been around long enough. We've had our own issues. Yeah. And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about, last night we were together, and he was talking about, we were talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get, and he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And that's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So
you're talking about some old salty comic.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe.
I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
I'm just saying that I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in, one way or another. There's things happen, but what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? And there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just successful. It's like, hey, bro, or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
Sorry.
Let's go. Wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I gotta do it to you. Gun to your head. Chimaev, Duplessis. Don't think.
DDP.
Really?
I won't bet against it.
It's smart. It's really smart.
I wouldn't bet on it. But if I were, I'm sure because that plus it's not a bad way to make money. Murphy's also a dog too, so I you can go just because they're dogs. Now, if Hamza and Pico were the dogs, I'd bet on them. I can't tell you how it goes, man. I don't know. Usually I talk shit.
How about Paige Kennedy?
I'll take Paige. Kennedy's 42, I think. Yeah, 41, yeah.
Boy, is he rugged, though.
It was tough.
Alright, you guys have thoughts on this? Let me see the prompts in here. So, a federal judge rejects Trump's request to unseal secret
grand jury documents. Yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. Because there are people in those documents, especially underage, that when they were underage, and it's not you're not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is. There are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just unseal the whole indictment and document is because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not allowed to do.
There was a significant
there's another thing
rebellion
that's going
that
on,
had
and I think
actually
this is what
struck
people are really
first
pissed
blood
off about
against
when it
the
comes to
Romans,
them. They just
and
black out those
the
names.
Cestius Gallus, the
black out
general,
those
had to
names.
retreat.
Yeah.
And at this point,
They could black out
Josephus
those
was
names. I
given
think
an
the
important
larger
military
issue,
command
this
in the
whole
northern region of
thing,
Galilee.
and it's actually become a liability and split the bagger
At
base.
such a young age,
First
and
time.
he was
This
relatively
whole thing
untested
is
and so on. A lot of
literally, was
questions were
Jeffrey Epstein an
circulating
Israeli Mossad
regarding
agent?
his military
And
experience,
does the
but
Mossad,
our main
the
source
Israeli
on his
Mossad, have
military
control
experience is,
of
of
our
course,
government
Josephus.
and our
So
corporate?
we're kind of in a conundrum. We have to take him at
That's
his
what
word for
people
the time
say.
being.
That's what people
His
want to know.
writings
In other
tend to
words,
be
was there a
apologetically
gosh? Was there an
pro-Roman. In
Israeli
other words,
asset, a
he
Mossad
pitches
guy
in patriotically with his fellow Jews, but at the same time, he's kind of like, questioning why are we fighting against the Romans? They've really produced such a wonderful culture and so peaceful and things like that. And he sort of does his part as a Jew, but he finds frustration with his compatriots, and he finds a lot of solace in the Roman war. Let us return to that question in a moment. What ends up happening is, after a quite heroic and innovative defense of several places in Israel, he ultimately engages in a suicide pact with the rest of his soldiers, and then at the end he breaks them. In other words, they all agree that they would rather commit suicide together rather than surrender to the Romans. But he tries to draw the last straw, and so in the end he says, you know what, I'm not going to commit suicide, I'm going to surrender to the Romans, which in fact he does. And then, in a remarkable, what appears to be an open plagiarism of a Talmudic story, he says to the Emperor Vespasian, who invaded Israel at this time, that he will in fact be emperor. He misspoke there. He spoke to the general Vespasian that he was going to be appointed emperor. Vespasian says, what are you talking about? And then sure enough, a messenger comes to Vespasian. Nero, the emperor, is dead. We need you to come back to Rome. So Vespasian leaves. He puts his son Titus in charge. And of course, this endears him, at least as far as Josephus said, to Josephus, because he has predicted his rise to power. Josephus becomes a great favorite of Titus, and then eventually follows him back to Rome after the rebellion has been crushed and the temple is destroyed. And Josephus returns to Rome, where he's a great hero. Now, in Rome, he finds fame because he becomes the go-to person. First on the Jewish war, which really was quite a significant and extended conflict for the Romans, and there's some fascinating discussion about why this otherwise minor provincial rebellion was really expanded into such a large scope of Roman attention, especially with the issuing of 2 dozen versions of the coin and the building of the archetypal things like that to celebrate the victory. But so he was like one of the prime sources of it. He wrote 2 versions of the Jewish war. One in his native Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the Jews, and one in Greek, which was the popular literary language of the Romans at this time. And we have unfortunately lost the Aramaic version of the Roman Jews. It would be fascinating to see how he described the war to his fellow Jews, as opposed to how he describes it to non-Jews in the Greek version. Anyway, we lost that, so we suppose we know. But at the price of Roman patronage, it's very clear that throughout the text, there are these kind of like genuflections towards Roman authority, Roman morality, and the Jews come off as kind of like noble savages, frequently bravely defending themselves, but nevertheless, they could not but submit to the overwhelming might of the Romans. So it's hard to read through Josephus' account, which is self-serving and in many ways self-preservatory. It's a good word, self-preservatory, right? Because after all, this is who's paying the bills. He's there as a somewhat captive, chief expert on the Jews, so he can't write things that will offend the Romans. But after this, gains a lot of fame for him, he comes up with this magnum opus, which makes him like the #1 world expert. He is the Oprah of Judaism for the Roman world. He writes this book called Jewish Antiquities because the Romans were really quite fascinated with everything Jewish. They tended to have a great level of respect for cultures which were ancient, and the Jewish culture was the most ancient. It was like Egyptian culture, so the Romans were fascinated to learn about their history, and so Josephus obliges the Roman audience by creating this massive book, Jewish Antiquities. What else is fascinating about Jewish Antiquities is that Josephus, within the standards of the ancient world, he was considered a scholar. By modern standards, he would be considered a plagiarist, a criminal, because he was regularly taking massive chunks out of all kinds of texts that he read. He had great access to the Flavian library in Rome, and he would just take whole chunks out of other books and put them in his own book. That was considered perfectly normal in Josephus' days, right? And he would call it his own. And so we actually have a lot of other historians preserved in Josephus, which is especially good because Josephus survived the ancient world as one of the few historians that we can still read today. One of the reasons for that survival is because of this passage, the Testimonium Flavium, which is a key passage in the Antiquities that goes like this. Now, there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, right? A very theologically loaded statement. For he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth of pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ. Like that is like a bombshell statement. The word Christ, of course, is Greek, and it is a translation of the word Mashiach. The word Mashiach means right, like the special oil based on his head to represent the appointed leader of the Jewish people, with huge political and supernatural and eschatological significance. And so when Josephus says that this is the guy, it's a huge statement, like the whole evidence should be open. And it goes on and describes how he was killed, and then it says, and a tribe of Christians, so named for him, are not extinct at this day. Now, this is like something that made Josephus so popular among Christians that his history was preserved more than almost any other historian at the time. Because here they had a paragraph for a Jewish perspective. There is no similar document that exists outside of the Gospels and so on, which of course were written after Jesus had already died, and may have been written by people who never even met him just thereafter. And he would have had something useful to say about Jesus. The only problem is, for many readers, that this is likely an interpolation of an overly enthusiastic Christian scribe who was recopying Josephus probably sometime in the 4th century. That is like 300 years after the fact. We have no earlier reference to this, and in reality, a passage like this is kind of like, and by the way, Martians came to the planet and revealed themselves, and as a result, everyone knows there's intelligence on the planet. That it's highly unlikely that it would have been done by Josephus. However, if you want to do some more research, you will see that there are some thinkers who actually argue that Testimonium Flavium is in fact Josephus' words. There's no way to really know for sure because the earliest scrap of quoted Josephus that we have only dates from several centuries later. But nevertheless, this is one of the reasons why Josephus has survived in the Middle Ages. So I give you a kind of a picture of who this person is, right? He is, on the one hand, read his text something like narcissistic and self-serving. And in fact, although he was given a authority both with the rabbis and his delegation in Rome, and then later with the rebels in terms of his defense of the Galileo. Again, all of this depending on Josephus' own account. But he was also a traitor to his own people. He also decided not to go along with the suicide pact, which, by the way, sounds a lot like Saddam. And then he ended up essentially working for the Romans for the rest of his life as a type of propagandist. We see, however, when we look at all of his works in sequence, that there's definitely kind of a personal character development. And in the end, when he writes against Atheism, fascinating book, he essentially defends Judaism against the charges that Romans had against his people and his culture at the time. And in some ways, I like to think that this is kind of redeemed himself from the calumnies that he would have suffered as a turncoat Jew by trying to defend his country. At any rate, that's a very quick introduction to Josephus. He is an incredibly important source for the first century, and hope you found this useful.
I thought the name was Coot. I thought it was Coot. K-O-O-K-S. I thought it was Coot. Right? So, but I've never been around someone that said it or anything like that. I'm at a meeting. These guys are the car guys, by the way. They know all this shit. They go, dude, what kind of hair should I go? Oh, I have the Coots for the 7-3 back then. Yes. I can see it on their face. They go, they're like Texas boys. They go, what do you have? I go, the Coots headers. And he goes, Cooks. And I went, it's pronounced Cooks. He goes, yeah. I went, dude, I was embarrassed. That's the first time I've ever had someone explain to me.
Hello. One of the most important first-person voices we have from the Gaonic period, which is basically towards the end of the first millennium, is the so-called Igeres de Rav Shvira Gaon, the letter of Rabbi Shvira Gaon. It's a major source for us. It's used primarily as a historical text and also as a kind of theological text, and it's consumed with the discussion of how the Talmud came into existence. It is an exceptionally important source because, with the exception of the Talmud itself, very few sources speak about the Talmud. And this was a major enterprise of the Jews in, let's say, the 2nd through the 5th and 6th century in Babylonia. So knowing how the Talmud came into place, how it was used, how it was developed, who was involved in its development, how the Jews organized themselves at that time, how they lived in Babylonia, it's really, really an important source for us. Also, it is really one of the few rare sources that we have that speak about Jewish history from the period of Bar Kokhba for several centuries, really from the 2nd century rebellion against the Romans for several centuries. And so it's an extremely important source, even though it is itself distance from some of the central events it describes. Nevertheless, it gives us a very, very important view into how the Talmud was created. It also gives us a tremendously closer view, of course, of how the Jews organized themselves in the Gaonic period, which is towards the end of the first millennium. So what exactly is this book? So first, we should understand the author. Rav Shvira Gaon lived from the years 906 to about 1006. Some dispute over the precision of those dates, but we're talking about the last century of the first millennium. His title was Rav, which is a uniquely Babylonian title. Authorities in Israel used to call themselves Rabbi or Rebbe, but in Babylonia, they used the term Rav. Babylonia, of course, was the place where so many Jews had migrated from Israel, really from the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Babylonians first destroyed the first temple and exiled a lot of the Jews to the Mesopotamian region. But then there was a steady flow of Jews moving to the Mesopotamian rivers between the Tigris and the Euphrates for really a millennium. A tremendous number of Jews living there, and it was the second center of Jewish civilization, maybe the third if you include certain parts of the Nile Delta, but definitely one of the major population sources for Jews outside of the land of Israel in late antiquity. He has a second title, Gaon, which comes from the word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, but not in this particular context, obviously. So his name is Rav Shrira, given name, Gaon, the pride of the community, as it were. This term Gaon in the first millennium was used specifically for people who were the heads of Talmudic establishments, as of course was the case with Rav Shvira Gaon. He also has an important element in his lineage because he comes from a family of exilarchs, the Reish Galusa in Aramaic. The exilarchs were not very well understood. We still have a lot of holes in our historical knowledge of who they were and what they did and what exactly their authority was. But this is basically some kind of quasi-political position that was afforded to a particular Jewish individual and his family, usually because they could claim descent from King David, and the Babylonian authorities regarded them as somehow the heads of the Jewish community. That's in fact what the term exilarch means. Archos in Greek means leader, and exil, of course, from exile. Or in Aramaic, Reish Galusa, the head of the exile, the head of the Jews living outside of Israel, the head of the expats, if you will. We still don't know a lot about who these exilarchs were and how they related to the Gaonim, to these senior rabbis, but nevertheless, Rav Shira Gaon can connect in both parts of his family to the rabbis and to the exilarchs. His first teacher was his father, Rav Hanina, and he was also taught by his grandfather, Rav Yehuda, who were also Gaonim before him. Now, what exactly was he doing? What's his position there? He was associated with one of the greatest establishments of Talmudic learning in history, the village or city of Pumbedita. You can see in this map that I'll show you where Pumbedita was. You can see that there's two major rivers in Mesopotamia. In fact, the term Mesopotamia means between the rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris. The oldest of the academies is Sura. The newer one is Pumbedita, and the two of them had a rivalry that lasted centuries. Sura was the older, Rav Shvira Gaon was associated with the younger Pumbedita. And when he took it over, Pumbedita was really in decline. Rav Shvira Gaon was very instrumental in turning that around in two particular ways. The first is he remonstrated with the surrounding Jewish population, saying that it is a communal obligation to support institutions of higher learning, which is something that working for Touro College, I certainly resonate with. And he insisted that they have to do their part to support the people who are toiling away in scholarship. And that actually really, affirmed. Secondly, he connected with many other communities in the rapidly expanding diaspora of Jews and insisted on the centrality of the Mesopotamian yeshivas, Sura and Pumbedita, as the locus of that ascended to either Sura or preferably Pumbedita. So this is essentially what he did. If you have a look at this map here, you can see where Sura and Pumbedita is in what would be contemporary Iraq. But there are Jews who are really moving across the coast of North Africa. They're going into Spain. We even have, this map doesn't really show it based on the color coding, but we have Jewish communities in Rome. We have Jewish communities on the Black Sea littoral. We have Jewish communities even penetrating up into the Frankish kingdom, what would be today France and Germany, with the early Ashkenazi communities. So he communicated with all these communities and said that, hey, we can help you out with your questions about how to observe Jewish practice and so on. And that's where this important text originates. A Rabbi Yaakov ben Nisim ben Shachin of Kairouan, which is a city in North Africa, wrote a question to Rav Shvira Gaon, because one of the growing Jewish movements at this time was the so-called Karaite movement. It was a fairly new phenomenon, but it was gaining tremendous strength, and in fact there are still followers of Karaism alive today. The main thrust of the Karaite critique of Judaism was that the oral Torah was a fabrication. that it was not grounded in some kind of Sinaitic revelation, which is something that rabbis hold very dear. If you look at the very first line of Pirkei Avot, it says Moses received Torah from Sinai, and he passed it on to, and so on. And what's referred to there is not just the written books of the Torah, but the so-called oral Torah, the Torah Baal Peh, which includes later texts that are embodied in the Mishnah, in the Gemara, and so on, in the Talmud. And so the edifice of Rabbinic Judaism is really heavily dependent on the authenticity and the authority of the oral Torah. The Karaites said, no, we love the written Torah. That's definitely from God. That came on Sinai. We're going to behave according to every letter in that text, which presented a lot of incidental, very interesting problems. But nevertheless, they rejected the oral Torah. And so Rabbi Yaakov ben Nisim ben Shachin of Kairouan said, hey, how am I going to deal with all these people? Could you please explain to me, Rav Shira Gaon, how the Talmud came into existence? How did we get this document? And how do I essentially defend against the charges of the Karaites? So Rav Shira Gaon wrote back basically a short book-length letter that describes the oral tradition, and in particular, tremendous detail on how the Talmuds were formed, how the Jewish communities in Mesopotamia were formed, how they were organized under the Gaonim, and so on. Absolutely fascinating. This document dates from the year 987. So a really important document. It's true that it is separated several hundred years from the text, from the period it describes in depth, but nevertheless, it is one of our rare perceptions into how a community regarded itself. We'll also say one other very important thing is that, fascinatingly, there are many little details that are different from texts we receive in the Talmud. For example, I mentioned earlier the Bar Kokhba revolt of the 130s. If you look in the Talmud, there's a whole discussion there about the students of Rabbi Akiva, who was himself a supporter of Bar Kokhba, how 24,000 of them died in a plague, which the Talmud identifies as askara, or in English, diphtheria. So there's a lot of other discussions about why they could have died and things like that, but the Rav Shira Gaon says it wasn't a plague. He says it was persecution. They died because of shmada, that somehow they were persecuted. Now that makes perfect sense if you think of Rabbi Akiva's students following their Rebbe in the rebellion against Rome with Bar Kokhba, because then, of course, they would have been unfortunately swept up in the Roman counterattacks that ultimately devastated the region of Judea. And perhaps Rabbi Shira Gaon is giving us some new insight into what the Talmud decides to obfuscate behind the term plague, rather than specifically identifying a political cause. Lots of fascinating things like this come out of the letter of Rav Shira Gaon, highly influential. Okay, that was a very quick overview of this document. I hope you found it useful, and I hope you have a chance to look at the letter of Rav Shira Gaon, because it is fascinating.
Come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of.
One of the things I find especially exciting about ancient history is the way in which archaeologists can tease out tremendous numbers of conclusions from very, very limited data. Sometimes it seems kind of like far-fetched to me, and in fact, archaeologists will have a wide variety of opinions on what a particular data point means. But sometimes it is so convincing and fascinating, and it lends so much texture and richness to our understanding of the distant past. And that's what I'd like to talk about a little bit today. I have basically a one-line inscription that tells us something about the origins of the Jewish community in Spain, the very, very first Sephardim. Not a lot of data here, but I think the amount of conclusions that we can draw, or at least hypotheses that we can entertain as a result of this single data point, is just fascinating. So what I'd really like to talk about is the Jewess of Adra, as she is known. Adra is a location in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. There's a map where you can have a look at it. And In the 18th century, there was a grave discovered with an inscription on the gravestone that speaks about the death of a very young girl. So really what we're going to learn about is what her father, presumably it was her father who wrote the actual inscription, and what that says on a larger sense about the Jewish community of Spain in the early 2nd century. So let's begin with what do we know about Spain in the ancient world? And the answer is not too much. The first reference to the region that we today know in Spain is actually in the Bible, in the book of Obadiah. You can have a look at it here. There is a reference to the Galut Yerushalayim, the exile of Jerusalem. That is, the people who were exiled from the first exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, Asher Bisfarad, who are in Sfarad. Now, normally we would say, wow, that's amazing, look at that. Here's a very early reference to Jews who went to Spain and were settled there. The problem is we don't know for sure that what the biblical text refers to as Sfarad is the same thing as the place that later Jews have identified with the Iberian Peninsula. It could be that Sfarad was some other place, and later we attach that label to the Iberian Peninsula. So we're kind of stuck. We don't really know. Another example, going a little bit later to the Talmud, is a passage in Yevamot, where you can see at the bottom of this image here, there is a phrase, Megalia la Spamia, from a place called Gallia to a place called Aspamia. That is a little bit more tempting because, after all, the classic name for Spain in Latin is Hispania, so Aspamia makes sense. It could be a reference to it. But once again, we have the same kind of difficulty in connecting them. And also, this passage from the Talmud was probably recorded sometime in the 4th century, but we don't know how far back the oral tradition that's connected to it really goes. So it's not terribly early and not terribly accurate. By the way, while I have you on this page, the connection of Aspamia to Hispania is kind of interesting. We also have the phrase don, or term don, which is like a term of respect, like sir or lord in Spanish. And does that come from the Hebrew Adon, meaning the same thing, like a respected individual, sometimes translated as Lord, of course, in the plural. Our Lord is one of the common terms used to describe God, but it's used in common modern Hebrew parlance to mean like sir, mister, that kind of thing. So we really don't know. Those two Jewish connections are not necessarily our best texts. We do have a reference now lost from the 16th century that there was an inscription that said, this is the grave of Adoniram, servant of King Solomon. Wow, that would be going back like 3,000 years, incredible, who came to collect taxes and died here. And this is described in a book by Moshe ben Shem Tov Ibn Habib, but the original is totally lost. And so, and given that in the 16th century, there are a lot of kind of, questionable scholarly approaches to text and things like this, we're not entirely sure that this is a reliable inscription. If it's true, of course, it would place Jewish settlement in Spain incredibly far back, like really to the biblical period for sure, but it's not so reliable. One last set of texts before we look at our protagonist here, and that is a Christian text. Which are, of course, early Jewish texts, because everybody involved in the early Christian movement is also Jewish. And we have in the Christian scriptures a passage in the book of Romans, chapter 15, where Paul, St. Paul, right, Paul of Tarsus, also known as Shaul of Tarsus, writes to the Jewish Christian community of Rome, and he mentions in verse 23 of that chapter, having a great desire these many days to come to you whenever I journey to Spain. Meaning that Paul is making his way from the eastern part of the Mediterranean to Rome and then onward to Spain. So he's like stopping off in Rome. Here's a map, by the way. You can see in this map some of the travels of Paul, and he's making his way to Rome, which is, of course, right in the center of the Italian boot, and over to the left is Spain. But it's enticing. You'd like to think that Paul is going to Spain because he wants to spread the message of Christianity to a Jewish community there. Unfortunately, he is entirely silent on what that Jewish community is like, or even if there is a Jewish community there. So we're kind of like in the dark on that. Later, when we get to the Council of Elvira
early 4th century, we know a lot more about the Jewish community. But if we go back to the earliest text we have, we've got to look at this amazing inscription, which is like the inscription about Adoniram. The original is lost. However, we do have a much more scholarly transcription that was made in the year 1783 by Juan de Mariana, who has a much better reputation of kind of following at least 18th century standards of historical scholarship. And he records a one-line passage in Latin that reads as follows. There's some kind of ellipsis, something missing from the original tombstone, and it ends in the letters NIA. And then there is a kind of an asterisk, which indicates there's a space between words. We would, in contemporary speech, actually use like an actual space. But in Latin, it was common to just squeeze everything together in one big paragraph without any spaces. Later, they evolved like the addition of like dots and things like that to separate words. Then it says, so that after that niyat, it says Salo, and there's a couple letters probably wiped out, Salomonullah, meaning of Solomon. Someone named Nia, or her name ended in Nia, the daughter of Solomon, An Uno, 1 year old, Mens Quattro, 4 months old. Notice that the way that the Roman numbers here are calculated with 4 lines rather than the IV, which also indicates that it is an earlier and authentic transcription. Di Uno, 1 day, Judea, a Jewess. Now this is just amazing. Let's just think about this for a few minutes. First of all, what was her name? We don't know. It could be Junia, Anya, Virginia. Don't know exactly what this could be. And by the way, the greatest discussion of this is in Solomon Katz's book on the Jews of Visigothic land and Gallic lands. Fascinating book that he talks about this. And it's dated, by the way, to the 2nd century, the early 2nd century CE. That is the hundreds, the earliest document we really have that has any reliability. So what's going on here? We know that someone named Solomon lived in Adra, and that he had a daughter who he positively identified as a Jewess. Solomon is, of course, a very Jewish name, but notice that he doesn't say, it's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Latin, which indicates that it was normal for Jews to record something as significant as a gravestone in the vernacular language. And in fact, we see that in other places like the catacombs in Rome, for example, where we have Jewish inscriptions as well, and they tend to alternate between Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Aramaic. They'll use different languages, but this indicates that he was most likely well assimilated into culture, especially because we don't have a similar Hebrew text along with it. We note that he was obviously proud that she was Jewish, that his daughter was Jewish, because that's, how he marks her. There is a religious component to this as well. And look how much we can derive from the fact that he really drills down into the exact time of her death. That she was 1 year, 4 months, and a day. That he really, that was how precious her time was with him, that he could record it down to the actual day. He could have simply said 1 year old, could have simply said it Judea. He didn't say any of that. He said specifically how long he was she was. Notice also, of course, that even though this is a female child, which would not necessarily have a high level of value in a society that tends to be patriarchal and also tends to accept a high degree of infant mortality as a matter of course, but nevertheless, she deserved her own grave marker. Again, something which we cannot assume was normal for everyone in that time. So what does it say about the Jewish community of Spain? Not a lot. However, what it does give us is a sense that there was at least a small outpost that had at least one Jewish man with his daughter. Presumably, the rest of his family made it into Roman society because he was using the Latin language for something as important as a gravestone, and that he wanted to maintain his distinct identity and his daughter's distinct identity by specifically, indicating that they were Jewish. There was a pride in Jewish identity there, no matter how possibly assimilated they were, judging from the language of the text as well. And I think most powerfully speaking to us across nearly 2,000 years of time was the love that this Father Solomon had for his almost totally unnamed daughter, the Jewess Saladra. Okay. Hope you found this just quick look at an ancient historical inscription useful, and I look forward to sharing more with you in the future.
The various feuds and the raids of the people around them. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women, and for horses, and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. And one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles.
One of the most bizarre passages in Jewish history is undoubtedly
they can produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen.
the
So they had to
strange
get these
chapter
items
of Khazaria. What exactly happened
And so
there?
even
Were there Jews in Khazaria? What were their origins, and especially what happened to them?
generation after
So one
generation
of the set of documents that sheds at least some light on Khazaria is the famous correspondence of King Joseph of Khazaria and Hasai ibn Shapur of Spain. There's, as we shall see, a lot of controversy about this particular correspondence, but I'd like to take just a minute to look at the correspondence itself and try to understand what that says about Khazaria and what we can glean from this unusual moment in Jewish history. Our story begins in Spain, specifically in Cordoba, which was a region of southern Spain that was associated with a tremendous period of Jewish creativity in an era known as the Convivencia, the coexistence period, when Muslims in southern Spain allowed Jews a tremendous amount of possibility in the political, the literary, the cultural realm, and there was this amazing moment where Muslims, Christians, and Jews seem to get together and to get along in an almost fabled golden era. There's a lot more to say about this, a lot of questions about the Convivencia, maybe we'll return to it. But at any rate, one of the early figures in the 10th century was an individual named Hasai ibn Shapur, who rose to prominence in Cordoba, and he actually became one of the most important ministers within that city, representing the region of Al-Andalus with all kinds of diplomatic correspondence. He was actually a medical doctor and he treated patients in Christian regions as well as Muslim regions. Fascinating. But at any rate, for our purposes, he was especially interested in learning about far-flung Jewish communities. He wanted to use the power of his office to try and protect them and promote their interests and to promote Jewish unity. He really thought on a global level. And when he heard about the possibility of Jews living north of the Caspian Sea in the region of Khazaria, he was especially interested in learning more about them and trying to understand, what is the story with these Khazarian Jews? Now, we'll get to the actual story of the conversion of the Khazars shortly. It occurred about 200 years prior to this correspondence. But just to look at this map here, you can see that Khazaria is located north of the Caspian Sea, and in the region which would be today Ukraine, especially eastern Ukraine. And it is notably distinct from the Christian regions to the west and the Muslim regions to the south. That will become very significant in just a moment. So at any rate, according to the history of the documents as we have them, Hasai ibn Shapur sent messengers out to Constantinople hoping to reach the kingdom of the Khazars. However, when they got there, they were blocked by the local Byzantine authorities who would not allow these messengers from Spain to reverse the territory and make their way up there. And so they're forced to sit tight in Constantinople, which is, by the way, in contemporary terms, peacetime zero. So they're sitting there, and they passed off their letters, and which apparently, according to the story of the correspondence, made their way to Khazaria, and King Joseph read the letters from Hasai ibn Shapur of Spain and composed a response. This was an amazing thing. When it reached Hasai ibn Shapur from Spain, it was such a tremendous, it's like getting a letter from the moon. Oh my gosh, Jews in Khazaria? Who are they? How did they get there? And so on. So I have to burst a bubble right now and suggest that it is very likely that these letters themselves were forged, that they were not actually communicated to a King Joseph and then returned from Khazaria to Spain. That does not necessarily mean that there were not Khazarian Jews in Spain, but that this particular set of correspondence is probably forged. Let's look, though, at some of the evidence for Jews in Khazaria. Just one piece, which I find most fascinating. This is a document from the famous Cairo Geniza, and it dates roughly from this period, a little bit later. It's actually a rather remarkable document. It is a little centum. It's like a it's a document asking for financial charitable support for a traveler who comes apparently from the city of Kiev. There's none. It's a little bit hard to read, but it looks like the letters Yud Yud Vav Face, which is spelled Kiev or Kiev, and it appears to be a document from Khazaria. This is reinforced by the fact that at the bottom you actually have these Khazarian runes written, which translate to the phrase "I have read." And there's a lot to say about what's going on, who was it who signed these documents, what does it say about the nature of Jews in Khazaria, and so on. And I would recommend you have a look at some of my longer videos on this topic to understand some of that context. But it seems to me, at any rate, that it's very clear from not only this document, but many others, that there were at least some Jews living in Khazaria. We don't have a great sense of whether they were rabbinic Jews or Israelite Jews. We don't have a great sense as to how many Khazarians had actually converted to Judaism. It might only be a very thin slice in the aristocracy. We're not even sure if they converted purely out of practical motives, or whether there was actually a deep religious impetus to this. But that's, again, the longer video. Let us also mention here a very important scholar, Dr. Shaul Stamfer, who is a very respected historian and has had a big influence on my research as well. He actually denies the possibility of there actually being a Khazar conversion. He says the entire story is a Bodomaisa, which is a Khazarian word meaning a fable. It's not actually a Khazarian word in there. But this is a very important thesis that the entire thing is a historical fable. I think Dr. Stamper overemphasizes this, and I think that the abundance of the evidence suggests that there were at least some Jews living there, but let us pause. By the way, if you're ever curious, is Dr. Stamper an authentic historian? All you have to do is make sure that you're listening to the person who wears a light blue shirt and talks with his hands, because virtually every photograph I've seen of Dr. Stamper always has him in one of these photos. Okay, but let's go on. At any rate, what does the document say? What was the first person account of King Joseph? So we have a text of a letter that purports to be from Kastai ibn Shapur to King Joseph, which says a lot about, what his motivations were. He says, Kastai ibn Shapur says, I always asked ambassadors, because he was, by the way, in a very high level position, so he was constantly encountering people traveling from many lands. But I asked them, what's the situation of Jews in your territory, and do you know of other Jewish communities and so on? And he's always been curious about this place called Al-Khazar, which you heard about from some emissaries from the region of Khorasan, which is just a little bit east of what would be Iraq today. And he's very curious about these things until finally he gets some documents that suggest that, there are some Jews living there. So he sends some messengers all the way out to Constantinople. And as I mentioned earlier, the messengers get stuck in Constantinople. They can't go all the way. They send the letter. And they bring back this document which says, from King Joseph, he says, I wish to inform you that your beautifully phrased letter was given to us by Isaac, son of Eliezer, and you made us happy, and we are delighted with your understanding of religion. You also ask us in the epistle, of what people, of what family, of what tribe are you? So Joseph goes on to say that they're descendants of Japhet, which is one of the children of Noah in the Bible, associated especially with the Greeks. And one of Japhet's descendants was a man named Togarma, who was associated with the Turks. And then finally you have the Khazarians, and a particular king named Ulan. Now, here's the story of the conversion as represented in the documents. Essentially, King Joseph says in this epistle that the Christians and the Muslims were in the region of Khazaria, and King Bulan was kind of curious, maybe we should abandon our pagan lifestyle and choose one of these monotheistic faiths. There's certainly a pragmatic reason for this, because there's a big geopolitical conflict between the Muslims and Christians, particularly in the era of the Crusades at the end of the 10th century. And so the King Bulan of the Khazars invites essentially a three-way debate. He wants to hear from the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews. And this debate kind of ends in a standstill until finally King Bulan says to the Muslims, he says, well, listen, which is, of the two, which is worse? Christianity or Judaism? And he says, well, certainly Christianity is worse. Remember, Muslims and Christians are not getting along very well. And then he asks the Christians, who's worse, the Muslims or the Jews? And the Christians say, well, the Muslims. And so since they both agree that Judaism is slightly better than the other alternative, King Bulan says, fine, that's it. I guess I'm going to become Jewish. And he converts, and some of his society at least converts with him. That is the story of the Khazar conversion. Now, there's a lot of questions to be asked about this. Again, even if we assume the document of King Joseph is authentic, this is about 200 years after the purported conversion in the 8th century. And secondly, it bears some uncanny resemblance to the Kovets which is a version of the earliest chronicle of Russia, which has King Volodymyr also adopting a similar kind of policy, although he ends up going with Eastern Christianity as opposed to Western Christianity or Islam or Judaism. There's a lot of questions about the story itself, but at any rate, that is the story. A trilateral debate, which ends up falling in favor of Jews. King Bulan converts to Judaism. That's the whole story. Now, the impact of these letters was huge in a couple of different significant ways. First of all, for the Jews, there was like a massive explosion of imagination. And it was right there in Khazaria. What does it mean? These are far-flung nations, and they have a kingdom. They have actually power. They actually have like a physical state. What does that mean for the rest of us, and so on? And perhaps the greatest example of this, at least in the literary and philosophical world, is the composition of the great Kuzari by Rabbi Levi. And again, it's going to be even 2 years after the correspondence, 200 years after. And in the Kuzari, Rabbi Levi uses this trilateral debate, Christianity, Muslims, and Judaism, a metaphor for the trilateral culture in Spain, and to describe the advantages of Judaism over the other two religions. And so it's kind of like a polemical work in which Judaism comes out on top, and this is perhaps the most significant way in which the debate, recorded in the correspondence, has come down to us on a literary and somewhat historic level. On the other hand, besides the kind of Jewish imagination of Khazaria, there is the anti-Semitic imagination, which spends a lot of time, particularly in the last 50 years or so, trying to emphasize this idea that Ashkenazi Jews are somehow descended from Khazarian Jews, an idea which has been debunked so many different ways in terms of the literary qualities, the religious qualities of Ashkenazi Judaism. There seems to be very little, if any, influence of Khazarian norms. With the advent of DNA studies that indicates that whatever possible connection between the people living north of the Caspian Sea and Ashkenazi Jews is like a tiny, tiny percentage, even a portion of a percentage. So it's a completely false narrative to suggest that Ashkenazi Jews are descended specifically from Khazarians, although by promoting that narrative, it serves to undercut somehow the legitimacy, at least on a kind of a racial level, of Ashkenazi Jews, and it has implications for their connection to the land of Israel. If you want to argue that they're no longer somehow physically descended from the biblical patriarchs and matriarchs, that's kind of like the reason why this story is so popular among anti-Semites. But taken as a whole, this particular correspondence between Joseph Azaria and Chassaid and Shapir of Spain, even though the correspondence itself may not actually be the representative of the interlocutors it claims to be, it nevertheless says a lot about how medieval Jews understood themselves in the larger world, and I hope you found this interesting, and I encourage you to have a look at some of the longer videos I've done. Thank you very much for watching.
He's the father in the absence of the father. But also, it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers, or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Baxter eventually, when he passed through puberty.
Perhaps the most salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the Yiddish phrase, wir sind da, we're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that, of tremendous challenges from the peoples around us, and nevertheless we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore, is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, and not only get through them, but even thrive? It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find many other parallels like it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So just a quick word, because, we are sharing this with the internet. There's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't want to be in the frame, make sure you sit towards the outside of the video there. So there is some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other. We are in the same community, and so many of our values are shared, and so on. Our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So as we shall see, it's about 15 million Jewish people in the world today, depending on how you want to count them. I'll give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. And I know that you feel that the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population as a whole. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. So we're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people, as the proverb goes. We are here tonight, in fact, in celebration of that same kind of Jewish value. We're also a highly diverse people. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be confused with is that, Jews are not all Caucasians. We have a wide variety of racial characteristics, African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews, because otherwise, where would we get our food for Christmas Eve? There are a whole wide variety of racial characteristics that go with Jews. Jews are also highly unpredictable. Just once you've tried to cast them in some kind of character, tried to say something general about the Jews as a whole, and they go and surprise you. Not always a pleasant surprise, but in the 20th century we had some very strong, powerful surprises as Jews, with the emergence of the State of Israel, really reshaped a lot of hundreds of years of character that had adapted to a ghetto environment and were able to heroically create their own state, really out of nothing at the time. They are overall, they possess an irrepressible joie de vivre, a simcha sachayim, a thirst for life that is expressed in so many different aspects of their culture and activity, and that's what I think makes them survivors. This is the theme that I hope we will return to multiple times over the course of this series. At the same time, we lack a common definition of who is a Jew. We have a very simple definition that is the traditional one, that a Jew is someone who is born of a Jewish mother or who converts to Judaism. That second clause is really complicated, but the first clause is much simpler. And so as in that sense, it has kind of a tribal affiliation. But as we know from DNA studies, Jews, hail from all kinds of different populations, and it's hard to see precisely how these common genetic links are made over so many centuries. There are some fascinating studies that point to the common ancestry of most Kohanim, most priests, that they have on the Y chromosome, a link that takes them all the way back to a single male ancestor about 3,000 years ago, which is pretty much what Aaron the priest would have been. There's also some fascinating studies that talk about Ashkenazim all being descended from a handful of women in northern Germany about 700 years ago. Fascinating studies, but that will take us a little further afield. I would like to tender for our suggestion, however, much more traditional definition of who is a Jew, and this is what God offers in the book of Genesis when Jacob has his famous scene wrestling with the angel or struggling with the angel, and he receives the new name Yisrael, and it says right there in Genesis 32:28, Israel is someone who struggles with God. That we struggle continually with our relationship with God. We wonder, how could God allow certain things to happen in the world? What are we supposed to do? God, are you being fair to us? These are the kinds of questions that plague the Jewish consciousness for centuries, and it unites us even as it is one of dynamic tension. And you can see even in this picture by Rembrandt here, there's an obvious problem. We have to just add a little kippa there to Yaakov, so falls into place, struggling with God all the time. Okay, that's enough for sort of the philosophical overview. I want to take a few minutes now just to speak about historiography, which is essentially the inevitable part of historical theory that must precede the actual discussion of history itself. I will try not to take too much time with this, but this is actually a very important element to understanding the foundations of the historical research that I hope to be speaking about in moments. So, even though I've given you kind of this glowing model of Jews surviving despite adversity and so on, the traditional short version of this lecture is, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, everybody knows. But there's a lot of periods in Jewish history which are not so sanguine, which are not so hopeful and not so really cheerful, enthusiastic, things that we not necessarily so proud of. This picture here, for example, which dates from the 8th century before the Common Era, shows King Yehu. You can see him here prone, a supplicant, and he is showing obeisance to an Assyrian conqueror. So we definitely have moments in our history which we're not necessarily so proud of, but they nevertheless are part of the fabric of Jewish identity as a whole. Let us begin our discussion of biblical history, because we're starting with the most difficult part of Jewish history as a whole, theoretically the most difficult part of study, and I'd like to introduce you to the thought of Jacques Derrida. Those of you who have studied in the humanities are no doubt familiar with his work. Derrida is one of the early postmodern thinkers. He's Jewish, of course, because anyone who's going to disrupt the natural order is definitely going to be Jewish. And Derrida suggested a philosophical model of approaching reality that first reverberated within the humanities and cultural studies, and then over the course of the 20th century began to penetrate the social studies, and now it's actually affecting the sciences. I'm not going to go into great detail as to what postmodernism is, but I would like to take you to one of his most famous statements, which is, Il n'y a pas de hors texte, which literally translates as, there is no outside text. Some people have translated even so far as to say, there is no reality, only language. We're not going to unpack that statement, which is actually a mistranslation, but the idea that there is no outside text is crucial for understanding the biblical period. What do I mean by that? So what is an outside text? One way to look at the Bible is to consider it like a puzzle, right? It is specifically like this puzzle here, the Action Bible Jigsaw Puzzle. I just found this on the internet, and I wanted to order all the series because it has action figures inside it, so that were really great. But you know, we have this text, we have this Bible that is a phenomenal source for Jewish history. My gosh, it starts at the very beginning, takes us through this arc of developments of characters of tremendous profundity, and gives us the whole story of how the Jews came to be, how they lost their nation, how they regained it, how they lost it again. Phenomenal amount of material in this, and it is a lot like the outside of a puzzle box, right? The picture on the outside is a guide for what is inside the box. And this is basically, before the 20th century, how virtually everybody looked at Tanakh, trying to understand it as a historical document and applying the information there backward to history. And then when things came along that confirmed the picture on the outside, we said gewaldic. We said that's fantastic. Like, for example, this one here. This is the Tel Dan stele, which is found in Israel. It dates from the 9th century before the Common Era. And it has, you can see here in this chalked in part, it actually has in the Old Hebrew script the phrase Beit David, the house of David. So we say, fantastic. We have these amazing Bible stories about Melech David, King David, and look, here is a reference to the house of David from the 9th century. This, as it were, confirms the Bible. And for much of the 20th century, that's how archaeology worked with the Bible as a text, trying to determine Jewish history, looking at the Bible as the template, the outside of the picture, and then whenever any piece of data was found that could fit into that, was fantastic. We had a huge celebration. There was a kiddush with herring. Everyone was pleased. However, historians who do not necessarily start with that background say, no, it's much more complex. It's kind of like this. There's no picture in the box, and we are confronted with a whole bunch of puzzle pieces. Well, we're going to start figuring this out. We're going to lay it all out, and we're going to see what the puzzle looks like. But we can't use the outside of the box as a template to figure out what is inside the box, what the puzzle pieces actually look like. Archaeology is still a very young discipline. It's very inexact. It's much more art than science in many ways, and it is very easy to distort the historical record through archaeological finds to either support or deny the veracity of the Bible. So archaeologists and historians in particular have therefore found themselves somewhere on a spectrum between two poles. On the one hand, you have the so-called maximalists. These are people, probably like myself and yourself, who believe in the validity of the Torah as a God-given document and look at it and say, this is my history. And then when we find archaeological evidence, we fit it into that picture, just like we use the outside text. We use the puzzle box cover as our guide for exploring Jewish history. That is, a time-honored way to study history is the Word of God, whatever exactly that means. The Bible begins in medias res. It was only given to Moses at Sinai hundreds of years after the events that it describes, the wandering of Abraham, the creation, and so on. So minimalists say you have to forget about the Bible, just look at the puzzle pieces and fit them together as best you can, and that's going to be your history. Naturally, minimalist historians come up with radically different versions of ancient Jewish history that we would find shocking and very contrary to our accepted notions of where we come from and who we are as a people. We're not going to go too far down that road because we are, after all, in a shul, and we are going to celebrate our common history. But I'm pointing out to you that the state of the field right now is very much in flux. The tension between the so-called maximalists and so-called minimalists, and I will say, by the way, most archaeologists and historians find themselves somewhere between those two poles. It's very hard to find a complete maximalist who's actually got a job or tenure in a university, and it's also very hard to find a minimalist who is so blind as to say, I'm not going to use the Bible for any information regarding history. But that's essentially what is the crisis in determining the actual history of the Jews, which I introduced to you through the words of Derrida. Il n'y a pas dehors texte. There is no outside text. There's no guide like the Tanakh to give us direction as to how to understand the ancient period. This has phenomenal implications for lots more than Jewish history. It has phenomenal, existential challenges to Yiddishkeit in general, and very few people have actually engaged with these things. One exception is Rav Shagar, shown here, who is known as the postmodern thinker of Judaism, and has tried to deal with Derrida's implications for a believing Jew. Okay, that's it for the theory. Thank God. Now we can go straight to the history. I'm sorry for the detour here. So let's look at Jewish geography. Where do the Jews come from? Again, the first couple of elements in this lecture are going to be based primarily on the biblical record, because we simply do not have an archaeological record that will give us comparable data. The biblical record is really clear, and of course we read it every year. We go through the entire cycle, the first 5 books of Moses, and we explore the origins of the Jewish people year after year. We know from the Bible that the origins of the Jewish people are in an individual named Abraham and his wife Sarah, and their children and grandchildren, and he hails originally from Mesopotamia, this region here, so-called between the rivers. The southern river is the river Prat, which is the Euphrates in English, and the northern river is the Tigris, known as the Hidekel in Hebrew. And these two rivers are an extremely old source of human civilization. There's a snow melt that comes down from Turkey every year, and it's actually quite predictable. Like the Nile was also a very predictable flooding. And with a series of dams and irrigation, the people of Mesopotamia were able to develop a very early civilization, the Sumerians and so on. So Abraham comes from this very early part of the world here. This is his hometown, Ur Kasdim. You can see it has a reconstructed ziggurat there. And he wandered from there on the command of God, Lech Lecha. We read it, it's the second section of the book of Genesis. And he made his way to the only country in the Middle East without any natural deposits of oil. So just looking at where Israel is located here, and don't get too upset, please, about the ways that the lines in the map are drawn. This is taken straight from Wikipedia, and there's a lot of political sensitivities about such things. But note that Israel is at a strategically important location. It is at the crossroads between 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Any trade, especially overland trade from Africa through Asia, has to go through Israel. Major ports are established in Israel for the maritime trade. It's a connection as well to the Mesopotamia region here and into the Persian Gulf. So it is really a crossroads of history. And you see this even more importantly when you look at this map here, which is a satellite map, which shows you a little bit more about how important it is. You can see that you've got all this brown over here, which is essentially desert, and this tiny little strip of green here, a tiny little strip where you can actually farm and produce goods for living, for life. So there were 2 roads that would cut through Israel, the so-called Via Maris, or Derech Hayam, that would go along the coast. This was kind of like the A1A of Israel. And the other was called the Derech HaMelech, or the King's Highway, which has been transplanted, of course, into Brooklyn. And the Derech HaMelech went just inland a bit. But these 2 routes were extremely important for all overland trade and connecting to the maritime trade as well. So Israel was at a strategically important location, and as a result, of course, it was the victim of the depredations of many surrounding cultures for much of its history. You can also get a better sense for the geography, and geography is very important for what historians call la longue durée, the long duration, the long arc of history, which involves many other factors beyond the narrow human activity. You can see here from this map, which does not show vegetation, it shows elevation, that there is a flat land that extends along the coast, and then it's bisected by these mountains here that tend to be very arid, the Judean desert in the south and so on. And then there is a tiny bit of water here, the River Jordan, the Kinneret, and so on. So Israel is really just a tiny strip of land which has a little bit of arable area and is the crossroads of so many places. Here's another way to look at it. The 3D view, you can see how tiny it is. It's only a fraction, for example, of the state of Florida. In fact, I didn't think of lining it up with Long Island, but I think it's probably about the same size as Long Island, except it's facing straight up instead of Long Island, which is sort of tilted like most of the people who live here. So you can see that the distance from the Jordan River over the mountain range into the lowlands is 55 kilometers. That's about 30 miles. And then to the ocean is another 15 kilometers. So you could almost walk in a day from Jordan to the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little waste, a tiny little strip of land, and yet it has such outsized impact, even to this day, on world history. So that's just a little bit of the geographic context. Now, the Jews will be, as we shall discuss, will be dispersed from this land multiple times. What I'd like to do with this slide is just give you a very quick flash forward to the present day, and then we're going to go back to the biblical period in earnest. So how did Jews get from Israel? We have major demographic upheavals in the 6th and the 1st century. This is when conquerors chose to impose population transfer as a way of controlling the rebellious nature of the Jewish people by trying to displace them to other lands. So we have two of those major exiles, and this results in significant population growth in Mesopotamia, where the Talmud would be written, in North Africa, in Egypt, and Tunis, places like that, and even the Italian peninsula. Of course, the Romans would take tens of thousands of slaves to Italy. And then, as you move towards the turn of the millennium, Jews make their way further west into Spain and then up into Europe proper, crossing the Pyrenees. And finally, by the time you get to the 13th through 16th centuries, they're moving all the way over into Eastern Europe. So Jews kind of they make their way initially to the east, to Babylon, and then at the same time westward along the coast of North Africa. And then over time, they kind of circle the Mediterranean and find their way ultimately in Eastern Europe, where you have the largest single concentration. Then in the late 19th and 20th century, you have massive population movement of Jews from Eastern Europe in particular to the New World here, the United States of America, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. Here is one last slide to look at before we go back to the ancient period. This is a representation of the current population of Jews in the world. This is from 2010, something like 13.5 million back then. There's some debate over how to count Jews, and you can see that 81% of them live in two places, either in the United States or in the land of Israel, and there are smaller concentrations throughout. So that's the quick version of the entire demographic pattern of Jews to the first day, to the contemporary period. Okay, we're actually right on time. So let me go to the first temple period then, heading back to our biblical period. So as I mentioned, in the context of postmodernism, we have two very different sets of information to work with. We have the literary evidence, which is primarily in the Tanakh, the Torah, which is hugely valuable, but not always corroborated by external evidence such as archaeological evidence. What we find from digs, statues and documents and so on, whatever we get from other cultures. I'll show you exactly where those tend to overlap, but the very earliest period is well documented in the Bible and pretty much nowhere else. If we look at the Bible itself, oh, by the way, this is a beautiful Bible. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible that was published by the Gracia Mendez and Benvenida Abravanel, who were refugees from Spain at during the expulsion of the 15th century, and they published this Bible essentially for Jews who were unable to read Hebrew because they had been under Spanish persecution. And it's got this amazing image on the front cover of a ship that's clearly distressed. The mast is broken. There are these monsters waiting for them in the ocean. And by choosing an image like this on the cover of a Bible of all texts, really says something about what was so important to them, about how they wanted to express what it was like to be in diaspora and be in danger. But the Bible itself would protect them. I know you're all familiar with the Pentateuch, which essentially means the 5 volumes. Those are the first 5 books of Moses. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which have special religious significance within Judaism. From a historical perspective, you have to add one more, continuing through Joshua. And these give us the outlines of a history of the Jews as they emerged from Egyptian servitude and then returned to the land of Israel. That's the big arc of Jewish history in the ancient period. And again, unfortunately, it would be so fantastic if we could find lots of archaeological evidence that could support this story, but all we're left with is the puzzle box, the cover itself that tells us about this. There are many questions that are added to this by historians and archaeologists who say, should we really be using a conquest model for Joshua coming into the land? Perhaps it's more of an indigenous, transformation of a local population, perhaps with slaves who are leaving Egypt. But all these models are based on supposition, and they all contradict the biblical model that we have. When we move on from the Heptateuch, we still have a much more detailed history in the so-called early prophets, the Nevi and Rishonim. The books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings give us the heroic story of the golden age of the Jewish monarchy, in particular the reigns of three glorious kings, King Saul, King David, his son-in-law, and King Solomon, his grandson. These three kings really shaped the Jewish monarchy, and it represented a high point in Jewish civilization in the period, the most concrete demonstration of which was the construction of the first temple by Solomon. All of these events are broadly known to all of us in this room, of course, and if you are unfamiliar with them, I strongly recommend you just pull out a Bible and read them. They're fascinating, well-developed characters, lots of plot twists, and, it's just absolutely fascinating. But we do not, once again, have a lot of historical data to support the story other than the text itself. Moving to the end of this period, which is primarily described in the Book of Kings, after King Solomon dies, there is a civil war, and the Jews split into two distinct kingdoms, the kingdom of Israel to the north, the kingdom of Judah to the south, and as this house is divided, of course, it will not stand, and ultimately they are conquered by external enemies, and both of them are ultimately dispersed. Let us now turn to the archaeological record. Everything I've said so far, I'm sure, is basically review. You're familiar with it from your studies of Tanakh earlier. So the archaeological record has some fascinating things. If we go back to the earliest references to Jews or Israel, we find things like this amazing figurine here. This is from the 18th century before the Common Era, that is the 1700s BCE, and it is what they call an execration figurine. When I first learned about these things, I actually laughed out loud. These are so funny. What are they? So execration figurines, sometimes they're called execration texts, comes from the word excrement. And they're basically like when you don't like someone, what you do is you write their name down on something like this doll, and then you break it. And that's how you express your disgust with this person. And the fact that they call it execration text, they're like emails that you never send, but these you kind of do send, you break them and so on. And this is where we get our first references to Israel in archaeology. This is a text written on the figurine that mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem. But the problem with these execration figures, besides the fact that they're fascinating into themselves, they're primarily useful for topographic information. Like they say the word Jerusalem, and we say great, but they don't say anything about Jerusalem other than the creators of the not especially helpful to answer the questions of where did the Jewish people come from and so on. They certainly don't support the Bible other than to the extent that there are people in the biblical period who did not like Jews, and that, of course, would be a huge revelation for all of us. Here is another one. This is actually a fun one. This reference to Jews per se in the archaeological record. This is a so-called Merneptah stele, and it has a long description of what the pharaoh Merneptah did in his lifetime, primarily various peoples that he conquered, and various empires that collapsed under the weight of his attack and so on. And then down here at the bottom, there is this interesting passage which has one little phrase: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. So archaeologists have, first of all, it's really fascinating. It shows that there was a place called Israel, that Merneptah knew about it, that Merneptah had problems with it. So much makes sense with regards to the figurines we saw earlier. But it doesn't refer to a place, doesn't refer to a people. When it says wasted or destroyed or no more, does it mean that this place is no longer extant, or these people have died out? And when they say the word seed, it literally means seed. Is it referring to the weather, that they don't have any crops, or is it referring to their children, their progeny? You'd like to think it's metaphorical, but this is our first reference to Jews outside of Tanakh in any other source. And here's one last one that I'd like to show you here to give you a sense of this. This is the so-called Mesha stele from the 9th century before the Common Era. This was discovered in Jordan, and now we get a lot richer picture of how the Jews were perceived. And this is where we begin to see a sort of a convergence of the biblical record and the archaeological record. Prior to this, we really don't have much more than the little pieces that I've shown you. But this is the text partway through the stele. It says, "I am Mesha, son of Chemoshiati, king of Moab." Right? Moab would basically be Jordan today. So this is a non-Jewish king writing in this stele. And of course, it's a kind of a monumental architecture. It was meant to stay a long time. It was meant to celebrate the victories and so on. And he says, "Omri was the king of Israel." For those of you who study Tanakh, Omri is not really, he doesn't get a lot of play in Tanakh. He's in the book of Kings. His son Achav gets a lot more development than Omri, and he's mentioned in this text as well. But Omri is where we begin to see a lot of cross-references in other archaeological sites. So he says, "Omri, the king of Israel, oppressed Moab for many days. For Chemosh, the god, was angry with his land," right? Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, was using Omri, the Jewish king, to punish the Moabites. And his son Achav succeeded him. He was even worse. This is Ahab and Jezebel, right? And he also said, "I will oppress Moab. In my days did he say so. But I looked down on him." This is the king of Moab speaking. "I looked down on him and his house, and Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever." I'd just like you to observe for a moment here. Is there a pattern developing, you see, from the 18th century through the 13th to the 9th century? It seems that a lot of the neighbors it's over now. We've finally taken care of the Jews. This is essentially the story of Jewish history, unfortunately, right up until our own times, where people are constantly claiming that they have finally wiped out the Jews. Chas v'shalom lo aleinu. But that is essentially the kind of information we get from much of the archaeological record. So at this point, just to recap for a second, the very earliest parts of the Bible, a lot of archaeological detail. With the reign of King Omri in particular, in the book of Kings, that's when we begin to see a lot of corresponding information developing from surrounding cultures, which are also becoming much more sophisticated this time. By the time we get to the 6th century, or the 8th century before the Common Era, that's when Assyrians attack the northern kingdom and spirit away much of its population. Now, contrary to popular belief, the 10 lost tribes were not removed surgically from the land of Israel. Only a certain portion of those Jews living there were actually removed to Syria. We definitely have interesting correspondences of things like Abrahamic names among Assyrians in various inscriptions, indicating that there were Jews who were taken, like the biblical account says, to Assyria. But we have lots of Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. It's not a complete and utter exile. Most of the 10 lost tribes were never lost. They lost their tribal affiliations, perhaps, and over the vicissitudes of time, we no longer have a clear sense of who belongs to the tribe of Gad and who belongs to the tribe of Asher, but most of them still lived in the land. Similarly, with the depredations in the south, in Judah, under the Romans, under the Babylonians, there's also not a total emptying out of the Jews. Jews continue to maintain a presence in the land right up until the present day, although very tenuous at certain points, particularly in the medieval period. So we have two major exiles, the one in the north that took away much of the leadership of the population of Israel to Assyria, and then in the south, in Judah, taking them down to Babylon, a little further south, to where you would eventually have the Talmudic academies. And then in the middle of the 6th century, you have the King Cyrus of Persia, who dramatically proclaims, also well described in archaeological record as well as the biblical text, Cyrus proclaims that Jews may have their liberty, they may return under Persian supervision to rebuild their temple in Israel. This is the so-called Cyrus Cylinder, which records some of the text of those decrees, indicating that Jews and others may, follow their own religious proclivities. This institutes the second temple period. Now we're talking about the late 6th century, roughly the year 539 and onwards, before the Common Era, and they reconstruct the temple that was destroyed under the Babylonians. They basically live under Persian influence for a couple hundred years without too much incident, and then in the towards the end of the 4th century before the Common Era, Alexander enters the region. Now, I know I spoke here in this room about 4 or 5 weeks ago. I recognize almost all of you from that talk, so I'm not going to go into great detail as to what this meant and what the Hanukkah rebellion was all about, but I do have to hit some of the highlights so that we understand the impact on Jewish history as a whole. Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military onslaught, he actually manages to unite these very disparate kingdoms. He conquers the entire eastern Mediterranean. He pushes all the way through the Mesopotamian region and even into Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call, for our purposes, Hellenism is essentially Greeceism. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just look at a couple of them. Hellenism at this time was an extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we are still studying to footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates' student. We are still studying the ideas of the Greeks in the 5th century before the Common Era. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. Maimonides had, tremendous respect for Aristotle and quoted literature of the Greeks, Aeschylus, the great dramas. Much of our drama today, our popular movies and novels and things like that, is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living, in many ways, very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes, his physics, and so on. This was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They were like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than what everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They're very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values. And they, especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem, there was just tremendous enthusiasm for Hellenism, to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of, how much was too much. When was Judaism going to be submerged, assimilated within Greek culture, such that Judaism would never survive? And this is ultimately the cause of the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. he wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted and said, we've got to go home. He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors, and as you can see from this map, Israel is right at the border between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdom. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went back and forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew living in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could, live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed when we talked about this for an hour a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, Greek literature, all kinds of elements of Greek thought, they were actually absorbing things which we would find really, contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice of the Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were, but also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics or something like that, it's like something amazing to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see, the musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go in to, compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they putchki them up like that. So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and crude operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as Hamephir Bris Avram Avinu, someone who denies the covenant of Abraham, our father. So this just gives you a sense, though, of how far they were willing to go to try to absorb Hellenistic values. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV came to power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel, and he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various corrupt high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the temple. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over, how they could best please Antiochus, he said, okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange invisible God that you have and so on. And he attempted to dramatically turn Israel into a Hellenistic country by defiling the temple. This was a bridge too far. He banned the observance of the Sabbath, banned public study of the Torah, banned circumcision, of course, and we had a popular revolt led initially by Matisyahu and then by his very capable son, Yehuda Maccabee, who ultimately threw off the yoke of the Greeks. This was a defining moment for Jewish culture, primarily because it represented the first time that the Jews were able to define for themselves how much of an external culture they would tolerate and were willing to take up arms to defend that definition of Judaism. This is a picture from Gustave Doré, the death of Eliezer, who was one of the Maccabee brothers. In a rather heroic moment described in the book of Maccabees, Eliezer thinks that Antiochus himself is on one of the war elephants that the Syrians had brought into Israel, and he dives under it to try and kill it. He is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him, and he dies a death on the battlefield. But this is a really defining moment for for Jewish self-identification, and that is ultimately the message of Hanukkah. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out in December. So that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. I know I myself, I grew up, just as an aside, I was the only Jewish kid in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had a Christmas tree, and all my friends had Christmas trees, and it was somehow I survived. But at any rate, so that's the point. Now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this period. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we've looked at the sources. Once we emerge through the kind of heroic period of the great kings, Saul, David, and Solomon, then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical record really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King Omri and his son Achav, where there are multiple points of contact between other records and our biblical text. The story continues with, for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews and their neighbors, usually not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion, the Maccabees managed to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival. The existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to strive with, especially when they're living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending, in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time staking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in the contemporary period. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, let's say a breakaway million of global proportions, and we'll understand exactly what was going on, I hope, within that very complex time. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It is an image of the synagogue as represented in the form of a woman, and the serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged Jewish blindness to the truth of Christianity. This is the kind of material that we'll, God willing, discuss next week. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to seeing you next week.
The dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that.
Last week was a very difficult lecture. We looked at some of the most difficult, most poorly documented periods of Jewish history. We had to get into deep historiographic theory. Today we're going to do a little bit of theory, but nothing like what we did last week. We're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, all the way through the Roman occupation of Israel. So we're talking about basically about the year 165 before the Common Era through 63 before the Common Era, where the Romans came in, and then we'll begin to enter the first century of the Common Era. We will conclude with a longer discussion of the emergence of Christianity, which is, of course, a part of Jewish history in a very important way, both in terms of its origins and much more so in terms of the reverberations that it would have throughout the centuries. And next week, God willing, we'll continue with that period, and we'll look at the unfortunate First Roman-Jewish War, destruction of the temple, the exile, whatever exactly that meant, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on. Hellenism posed a phenomenal challenge to the Jews of ancient Israel. And we should recall that the challenge of Hellenism is ongoing. We are still very much engaged in trying to find the right balance between what is appropriate secular influences, the outside world, on our Jewish identity, and how much is really too much. When is it that we cross the line and we end up assimilating and being self-defeating in our attempts to identify ourselves as Jews? So that was an incredibly difficult challenge. And the response to it was the Maccabean revolt, which for a brief period of time kind of set a line in the sand, Adkan, until this point. This is the boundary. We're not going to allow more than this Greek influence into our lives. Now, the reality is, it was a very, very short-lived victory. And in fact, Yehuda HaMaccabee, as we discussed last week, and even more so in a longer lecture a little while ago, Yehuda Maccabee, who wanted to fight much harder and longer than his colleagues, he was faced with a lot of war fatigue on the larger population, and many Jews at one point, they decided to make a deal with the Syrian Greeks and say, listen, if you let us go back to the status quo ante, if you let us go back to observing Shabbos the way we used to, learning Torah the way we used to, practicing our own decisions with child rearing and education, things like that, then it'll be fine. We'll continue to recognize you as the overlords. We'll continue to give you tribute and so on. Yehuda Maccabee wanted to fight to the bitter end, but he was, unfortunately, for his position, blindsided by the Jews who were more moderate and wanted to come to some kind of, modus vivendi with the Syrian Greeks. This is in 164 before the Common Era. We nevertheless were able to kind of mark that as a very important turning point, because that's when the temple was liberated and cleaned from much of its Hellenizing influences. However, almost as soon as the hostilities ceased, we were right back into it again. And even the Maccabees themselves, not so much the immediate family, but certainly the wider society, and especially the urban center in Jerusalem, went straight back to their Hellenizing ways. Meaning there's just so much powerful material in the Greek culture. And so the Jews went right back. I say the Jews, I shouldn't really generalize about them, which reminds me of a joke. I have to tell you this joke. I was thinking I would start with this joke, but I told you. So the joke goes like this. I apologize, but maybe I'll cut it out of the internet. The two Jews are walking down the street, and they see a sign in front of the church. We're going to be talking about Christianity today, so I figure it's all right. Yeah, thank you. Don't ruin it, though. So they're walking in front of a church, and we are talking about Christianity this week, so it's okay. It's $500. So Shlomi says to Moshe, you know what? I really could use $500. I'm going to do it. And Moshe says, are you kidding? Are you serious? Give up your ancestral heritage? Give up your patrimony? For what? And he says, I need $500. I got to do it. So he goes into the church. And Moshe waits outside. And he's waiting. And he's waiting. He's looking at his watch, half an hour, an hour. Finally, 2 hours later, he comes back out. And Moshe says to Shlomi, so did you do it? Did you convert to Christianity? Did you get $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with you people? So as we shall see, even after this great conflagration of the Maccabean revolt, once again, the social tensions of trying to figure out what's the appropriate measure of Hellenizing values and culture and society in Jewish identity continue to plague the Jewish population as a whole. It also led to heavy factionalism, where Jews fell into very clearly defined and highly oppositional camps. This continued right from the period of the early Maccabees all the way through the Roman occupation and into the first century. We'll see it very clearly when we get to the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, and look at the factionalism that's exposed there. So this is a very dark and difficult period of Jewish history that refers to, an ongoing intellectual Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle that sought to define what it meant to be Jewish. As I think about this, I reflect on the fact that, when we study Hanukkah in day school and things like that, we get this sort of impression that, the Greeks tried to oppress us, and we fought back, and we kicked them out of the country, and then everything was fine. And then somehow things all, within a couple hundred years, they all fell apart again. The reality is they fell apart within the first decade after the Hanukkah rebellion. We did not take that military victory and translate it effectively into a social victory. The values did not penetrate the larger society, and as a result, the symptoms were still evident in the original disease. Okay, so let us, and that's what leads, the factionalism ultimately leads to the national decay and the ease with which the Romans were able to occupy the country a few decades later. Let us go into the sources. We just do a little bit of historiography to understand how do we know all this stuff? Where do we get all this information? So there are a few really important sources that we will use this week, and we will also return to them next week because they're crucial for the ancient period as a whole. The first is the incredible Flavius Josephus. The great news for us is that Josephus, for his era, was a remarkable historian. Really, we are so fortunate to have someone with such a grasp of the scope of human activity, of the arc, the narrative arc of events, the ability to capture in very gripping prose the drama of human history. The bad news about Josephus is it's Josephus that's writing these words. I'll tell you what I mean by that. Josephus is an extremely complex figure, politically, personally, religiously, socially, and it's very difficult to tease out what exactly is Josephus trying to prove. A very quick biographical note. Josephus comes from a fairly exalted family. He was a Kohen and associated with the observance of the temple. He was born, I think, in the year 37 of the Common Era. He was of an aristocratic family. He went to Rome on a delegation as a young man, very impressed with Roman civilization. And when the First Roman-Jewish War broke out in 66, he ended up joining the Jewish rebels, trying to throw off the Roman yoke. But he shortly discovered that although he was a brilliant military commander, how do we know, by the way, that he was a brilliant military commander? Yeah, because Josephus told us, right? So Josephus, he tells us all kinds of things, like, when he was 14 years old, all the rabbis came to him with their questions and stuff. It's a rather amazing biography that he leaves us. But at any rate, he decided, in a rather unusual story that we'll probably explore a little bit more next week, he switches sides and joins the Romans. And he ultimately climbs up the ladder, and he becomes the official court historian of the Flavian emperors, of Vespasian himself, and he is responsible for writing the officially approved Roman history of the First Jewish War. It's an amazing work. Apparently, Josephus wrote an earlier version in Aramaic, which was the Jewish vernacular at the time, and it might have been very different, but we don't know what he would have said to his compatriots. What he did do was he wrote in Greek, which was the primary language of learning at that time and widely circulated, and so he was essentially writing for his Roman captors. So everything we read about Josephus, we have to read through this lens of he's writing for an audience of one, right, Vespasian, who is his sponsor, and in fact he takes his name, Flavius Josephus, and it's hard to kind of read past that immediate political bias, but nevertheless a very important source. We will read him critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why did Josephus survive when so many great historians of the period did not? Why? We know that there are many other historians. We have like little tiny scraps and fragments that are preserved in quotation in Josephus and elsewhere. One of the reasons why he survived is because he is really a talented historian, and also he was a shameless plagiarist. Whenever he found a really good piece of history, he stuck it in there, and it didn't really matter who actually wrote it originally. He just put his name on it, and so we have a lot of things that he went through all of the Roman archives. He had great access to sources, and he preserved a lot of it under his own name. The second reason that Josephus survived is because he was a big hit with Christians. In particular for this passage called the Testimonium Flavianum, which is one passage that occurs in Josephus's works that refers to Jesus. Now, most scholars believe that this is an artificial interpolation by an overenthusiastic Christian copyist who wanted to say, well, how is it possible you have this historian living in first century Israel and he writes nothing about Jesus? How is that possible? There's also interesting passages, by the way, about John the Baptist. So it could be that this is completely fabricated. There are, however, some scholars who defend it as authentic, or at least based on some authentic kernels. But the kind of weird things about it, for example, it says here, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man, right? That's a very kind of Christological statement, like he's not a human being, he is divine. And that's not the typical thing that a Jew would write at the time, at least not a Christian Jew. For he was one who performed surprising deeds, was a teacher, etc., etc. He won over many Jews and many of the Greeks. He was the Christ. Christ is the Greek term Christos, which comes from the Hebrew term Mashiach, or Mashuach, meaning anointed one. Right now, of course, you've read the Tanakh, where the great kings Saul, David, and Solomon, of course, are anointed with oil. So he was the anointed one, which in Jewish thought, particularly first century Jewish thought, means he was the appointed political, military, spiritual leader of the Jews. Just like King David is considered Mashiach, and the template for Mashiach, he was a warrior. He was a soldier, a general. He was also a poet. He was also a philosopher, all these things. So this is a kind of a strong statement to make. It's as if you're saying, oh, and by the way, in the middle of this history, which I'm going to get right back to now, I'd like to say that Martians landed on the planet. We were all amazed. And then we don't say anything about it for another 19 books in this series, which is a bizarre statement and lends credence to the idea that this really is inserted by a later copyist. Nevertheless, this passage really helped preserve Josephus as an ancient manuscript, and eventually it was published in the 16th century, I believe. The earliest citation of the Testimonium Flavianum is from the church historian Eusebius, which is quite early, 4th century, about the year 324, which is pretty significant. So, but I'll leave that with you if you want to do further research. That's Josephus, very important source for this period. We also have some interesting apocryphal books that survived. We looked at a little bit of this last week, the book of the Maccabees, which is not included in the Jewish Tanakh, but it was written around the same time as many of the later books of Tanakh were composed. The rabbis, if you're familiar with a few of the passages in the Talmud, they go through some of the great works of that period, and they either say thumbs up, they like Song of Songs, which is pretty racy if you just read it as a simple translation. Ecclesiastes, which, Song of Solomon, which also has some pretty cynical things in it, like the, Kesef Ya'ana Es HaKol, money answers everything, right? So that is a statement of fact, but it is one of these cynical things that you wonder, should it really be included in the Tanakh? So the rabbis said yes to many books. Many others, they simply said no. For one reason or another, theological or whatnot, they said this cannot be included in Tanakh. It was preserved in other traditions, like the book of Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on, and we have access to them, but they are not considered canonized in the Jewish scriptures. That has a lot of tremendous value for our period. We also have, of course, the Talmud, which is a difficult source to work with because it's not typically trying to deliver historical information. It's trying to deliver ethical, philosophical, halachic information, legal information, and it might be that historical elements are relevant to that discussion, but it's not ultimately the main task of it. We'll see, especially when we look at early Christianity, the Talmud does have some really important individual passages here and there about the birth of the church, and they have strong opinions about what that meant, but by and large, it doesn't give us a lot of, historical information like Josephus does. Penultimate example is we also have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were found in the Qumran region near the Dead Sea. This amazing mid-20th century find of these scrolls, which were apparently written by some of the really bizarre, outlandish groups, possibly the Essenes, as Josephus defines them, but they left behind these amazing works, sometimes copied sections from other books cherished by the Jews, the Book of Psalms, for example, and sometimes things that have no other reflection in any other Jewish work, and we're still deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls and what they mean for history. Finally, and perhaps not surprisingly, we have Christian scriptures. The Gospels, the New Testament as a whole. That term New Testament is theologically loaded because it implies that the Old Testament is kind of like out of date, right? You need to get a Windows upgrade. You've got to get a patch for the bugs in the old software, which is not necessarily how Jews would do it, but pardon me if I use that terminology. The New Testament is essentially a Jewish work. It's written around the same time as many of these other works are composed. It's brought into textual form around the same time, give or take a century, of the Mishnah, for example. Although the Mishnah is relying on older oral traditions, nevertheless, it's being composed as some kind of recorded document at the same time, and it's written by Jews, largely for a Jewish audience, and it has tremendous historical data for our purposes. Obviously, still within a religious context. By the way, you can tell this guy is not Jewish. How do you know? Lots of reasons. You can look at the icon in the background. Also, there's no Rashi there. He's not even learning with his fingers at all. And of course, he has no Chinese food on his desk, even though there's a lot of room there. Okay, so that's it for the theoretical orientation to the main primary sources that we'll be relying on for tonight's presentation. Obviously, there's a very large secondary material that extends to the 21st century, but we're focusing on the primary sources. So what happened with the Hashmonaim, the Hasmoneans, another name for the Maccabee kings that succeeded the successful Hanukkah rebellion? The Talmud basically glosses over many of their less than desirable activities and tends to focus on a fairly narrow band of transgressions, the most significant of which is that the Hashmonaim, the Maccabees, not really the Maccabee family itself, but their descendants, arrogated to themselves both the role of high priests, all right, Kohen Gadol, and kings. Now, as you can see, for example, on this coin from Antigonus, which is one of the Maccabean kings from the 1st century before the Common Era. It's not easy to read it here, but on one side you have in Paleo-Hebrew Kohen Gadol, he refers to himself as the high priest, and on the other side, the obverse, it's written in Greek letters, Basileos, which means king. And the Talmud says that, based really on a reading of a particular verse in the Bible, they really should be separate. It's not appropriate for a Kohen Gadol to also be the king. There should be a separation of powers between these two institutions, and to arrogate both of those for one family is definitely not okay. Now, this is true that the Maccabees and their descendants, the Hashmonaim, did focus power in themselves in this way, but when you actually look at the historical data, oh my gosh, this is the smallest of the things they're involved with. And I have to say, it's deeply disappointing to see that within a generation of the very independent spirited and religiously motivated kind of rebellion, they're committing patricide and they are arresting each other and torturing each other, and they are marrying people they shouldn't marry, and they are divorcing those people to marry other people they shouldn't marry, and there's just a whole litany of, it's really disappointing because it reads like a Shakespearean tragedy and just one leader after another. The Hashmonaim do not live up to the exalted view that I think are interesting for historical purposes. Yochanan Hyrcanus here is one of the major leaders. He ruled from 134, active military leader. One of the most significant things that he did is he took the tiny Maccabean state and he and up into Samaria, and he significantly expands the boundaries of the kingdom. What's especially important for us in our period is that he takes his forces to the south, to Idumea, and he conquers the non-Jewish tribes living there, the Idumeans, and he forcibly converts the Idumeans to Judaism. He forcibly requires them to take on circumcision, forcibly requires them to observe at least the externalities of Jewish practice, the Sabbath, kosher laws, and so on. I don't know exactly how well this was policed, but from the Idumeans came a punishment to the Jews. That punishment was named Herod. King Herod was descended from the Idumeans, and it's usually traced back to John Hyrcanus's ill-timed decision to forcibly convert anyone to Judaism. And by the way, this is like the halachic source why ever since then Jews have never coerced people to become Jewish, and there's theological ramifications behind that as well. But There's a high point a little bit later with Shlom Tzion Hamalka, one of the most beloved of the queens of the period. Sometimes she's rendered as Salome Alexandra, and in the Talmud she's called Shlom Tzion, Shel Tzion, a few different varieties of that, but she's known popularly as Shlom Tzion. Unlike her husband, who predeceased her, who was known for being an extreme persecutor of the rabbis in particular, it's said that he actually crucified thousands of rabbis, which is perhaps an exaggeration, but the fact that he would crucify anyone is awful. And she represented a kind of a turn back toward the rabbis, and she was considered a great friend of traditional Judaism. It was under her rule that the rabbis began to reassert themselves after the Hashmonaim, under their Hellenizing influences, had pushed the rabbis aside. And the Talmud says that during her reign, the land was blessed with an unusual amount of produce, that it seemed like there was a pathetic fallacy that even the land itself responded to her rule. It was, however, short-lived. Immediately after she died, actually just before she died, she became ill. Her two sons got into a civil war conflict. She had named one of her sons, also named after her husband, GUINNESS, that he should be the next ruler. Another son said, no, I really should be the ruler. My older brother is pathetic. And they immediately began to fight about it. Shlom Tzion died before that fight could be resolved, but it almost immediately spiraled out of control. These two brothers managed to find a truce by dividing authority, which ironically was exactly what the rabbis wanted to happen, in that one brother said, okay, I'm going to be king, and you, the more reticent, the more receding brother, you're going to be the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. But Antipater, who was one of these Idumeans, said, no, this is not going to work. I think his name was Antigonus. I don't want Antigonus. Might have been Aristobulus. There's so many Aristobuluses and Antigonuses. Maybe it should be Aristobuli and Antigonai. But there's this Idumean named Antipater said, you know what, I do not want to have this particular brother in charge. I'd rather have the Kohen Gadol brother, GUINNESS, be in charge because I can dominate him more. And so he, to use the Idumean phrase, he mishtarain. He got involved and began to stir up the machlokas, and he invited the Nabateans from across the Jordan River to get involved in this fight, and it immediately blew up again, the civil war between these two brothers. General Pompey, who's shown here on the left, a Roman general. Rome is always kind of like floating around the outside here. Rome is not directly involved in any of these conflicts, but they are becoming a very important player on the geopolitical scene of the Eastern Mediterranean, very active up in Syria, very active in Egypt. And General Pompey, who happens to be in Syria at the time, he hears that there is this, bubbling civil war going on between these two brothers, and he figures, I'll go down to Israel and I will see if there's any benefit to be had from this conflict for Rome. Both of the brothers, warring with each other, vie for Rome's attention, and they both try to outdo each other by giving bribes to Pompey, hugely expensive gifts. And Pompey essentially realizes, Rome doesn't have to choose a side here. We can just simply take it over ourselves. So in fact, in the year 63 before the Common Era, he simply does away with these weak, ineffective, and bellicose brothers, and he takes direct control. He sacks the temple, and amazingly, he decides to broach the confines of the Kodesh Kadoshim itself. He's always heard about the Jewish religion, and he wants to know, ROTHSCHILD, what do people do in the Jewish religion? And he wants to go into the Holy of Holies, which of course would only be entered by the high priest, and only on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. He goes in himself, and he comes out disgusted. He says, there's nothing in there. There's no statue. It's ridiculous. He also decides to really make his mark by defiling the temple, by bringing a prostitute in with him to the holiest of temple grounds, and there performing an act that has gone down in Jewish history as part of the cycle of fast days that happened. That marks the end of the experiment of the Maccabees. It was a hugely degrading moment. roughly 100 years after the Hanukkah rebellion, Jerusalem is no longer independent in any way, shape, or form, and the temple is completely under the control of Roman authorities. However, we should understand how the Romans intended to rule. So there is something called the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And this was always said by the inhabitants of the Roman Empire with tongue-in-cheek. The Romans, their method of governance was really something novel in the historical annals of time, in that they were not specifically interested in dominating the population and eradicating their individualities. Really what they wanted was to simply exploit the population in the most effective manner possible, to increasingly take tribute from those lands, to expand their boundaries, and they had no real special interest in destroying any civilization that they conquered. There were some, especially the German tribes, that began to pester them, and they had a different attitude towards them. But the Jews, especially in the first century before the Common Era, they were content to simply say, okay, look, fine, we are going to take over now, and you can go back to running things the way you do, as long as you continue to give us tribute, as long as you follow our basic civil religion that doesn't really put too many demands on you. We will even give you lots of privileges. Your nobility gets to be Roman citizens. You have all kinds of, they would co-opt the highest members of society. And it was a very, very effective method of governance. And by and large, unless you were a slave, and there were a tremendous number of slaves in Roman society, but if you were a free person, it was actually not so much different from life under the Maccabees or life under the Syrians before them. We should understand that what we call anti-Semitism today was born around this time. Now, there are some, I'm not going to get into the hashkafic elements of the philosophical elements, the famous statement of Rabbi Bar Yochai, Esav son of Yaakov, that Esau hates Jacob. That's something really for the rabbi to talk about. But if you look at the history of anti-Semitism as an ideology, and this is something that, God willing, we will explore in greater detail when we get to the medieval period. Anti-Semitism is a unique antipathy because it is something, it's a virus that is able to adapt to widely divergent host cultures. But when you look at the history of anti-Semitism, it goes through 4 easily definable periods. The first period is what we call xenophobia, or the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. If you look at the numerous anti-Jewish statements that are in the Greco-Roman corpus of literature, they're primarily directed at how the authors are unable to understand Jewish difference. For example, Jews, of course, take off 1 day a week for Shabbat, which was, a tremendous ratio of days off to days working for most of the ancient world. And so Jews were accused of being lazy. These Jews, you can't get them to work more than 6 days in a row. Then they've got to have a break. That was considered, that's basically because they didn't understand our culture. Similarly, we were accused of being misanthropic, that is, hating other people, being clannish, because the only way we would recognize other people as Jewish is if they underwent circumcision, for males obviously, and they, conformed to our standards of behavior. That was considered like, what do you mean? We worship all gods here. Why can't you just worship ours as well? Well, and Romans thought that it was like a gesture of kindness and hospitality to simply take the gods of whatever place they conquered and put it in their own temple. And so it was just like, very pluralistic, so to speak. Jews were misanthropic. Jews were clannish and hated other people because we would not extend similarly pluralistic values to other societies. So it's hard to say that the Romans, especially before the Roman-Jewish War of the end of the 1st century, had any special antipathy towards Jews. It was basically a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between Jews and Greeks on the Romans and Greeks on the one hand, Jews on the other. This will change dramatically with the birth of Christianity, as I hope to show you shortly. And I mentioned already the nature of Roman rule, did this backwards. So what exactly happened to the political life of Jews in Israel? So the Romans, according to their notion of Pax Romana, they basically said, fine, we are in charge right now. but you can keep on doing same old, same old. We will allow you to have your own kings. The only thing is, the kingship is no longer hereditary. Every king must be confirmed by the Roman emperor or the Senate. And we will set the amount of the tribute that you have to pay and so on. So they have until the death of Herod, really shortly thereafter. So, but these kings were just puppets of Roman authority and completely subservient to them. Sometimes called client kings. Okay, powerful of these client kings was the incredible Herod, and I would like to spend a lot of time on him, but I realize that if I even start, we'll go down a road that we will not easily emerge from. Let me just say two very quick things about him. On the negative side, he was a bloodthirsty, savage, overly sensual, murderous. I can only think of all kinds of these nasty, awful words to him. He killed off his several of his wives. He married 10 of them, by the way. He killed off several of his children. He even murdered his mother-in-law. Maybe I should have put that in different order, I think. But he was just paranoid of all kinds of plots behind his back. Actually, his mother-in-law was in fact plotting behind his back. But he had a completely brutal individual, very effective leader though. He developed very close relations with Roman authority, and he wielded his power with tremendous efficiency in the land of Israel. And so he was definitely not favored by the Jewish society as a whole because of his rapacious nature. Just to give you one sense of it, and it's probably the most dramatic, I think, he himself was the Idumean, right? His father was Antipater, who we mentioned earlier, so he came from Idumean stock, and it's fairly recent Idumean stock, so he always had kind of like, there was a question mark or an asterisk about his appropriateness to be the king of Israel. The reason he came to power is because his father essentially engaged in plotting, and then when his father was assassinated, he was able to take control. So one of the things that he did to try to cement his authority is he married one of the last of the Hashmonaim queens, a woman named Mariamna. He married actually two women named Mariamna, but this one was the last of the Maccabees herself, and he loved her deeply, but was extremely suspicious of her. At one point, for example, when he had to go off on a dangerous mission, he left orders behind that if he falls in battle, he wants no one else to marry her, so she should be killed if news comes back that he has been killed. Of course, the guard, feeling generous, decides to tell Mariamna, so when Herod does survive, he gets back, he kills the guard. Then he later will kill Mariamna himself. But as the Talmud tells us, and Josephus as well, he was so consumed with grief and rage that he had killed his beloved Mariamna that he actually had her body preserved in honey so that he could still spend time physically with her after he had killed her. This is the kind of person we're talking about. But on the other hand, he was a great builder of public works. And he dotted the Jewish countryside with amazing physical structures. He built the city of Caesarea on the coast, a new port city with phenomenal, amphitheaters and a great port and all kinds of things like that. He was a builder of tremendous imagination. He built amazing, sense of space and placement and architectural, and of course his most famous achievement, which we revere today, is he renovated the temple. The walls that form the Western Wall today, especially the higher bricks, are all installed in positive light, but nevertheless he is associated with rebuilding the temple. This is one of the most important of the client kings. He ruled for a long time, had a major impact on the land. And he forms a very important role in society. I've kind of spent a lot of time in sort of the royal political history, talking about the heads of society. What about society as a whole? So this is an amazing picture, by the way, by Karl Schleicher, and the title is Eine Streitfrage aus dem Talmud, an argument question from the Talmud. I remember my grandmother, Sham, used to have a copy of this on her wall. So when I saw it online, I fell in love with it. Anyways, you have this phenomenon of two Jews, three opinions that basically reverberates throughout history. And there are several major groups who are active at this time. The fissures between these groups can be traced back to the earliest Maccabean period, where we already see them beginning to form distinct camps. So let's just go through them very quickly. The first are the so-called Pharisees. The term Pharisee is very well known Christian Gospels, where it is a opprobrium, where if you don't like someone, you call them a Pharisee, and the term Pharisee is basically synonymous with hypocrite. But the Pharisee is just a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, which refers to those who separate. And these were the rabbis, essentially. They are the intellectual inheritors of the oral tradition that have become enshrined as our intellectual heroes in the Mishnah, the Talmud, Shammai, Avtalion, Hillel, Shammai, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, all of these people throughout the centuries are because they felt that they could not control the vector of the Sadducean movement that was overly attempted to make sure that it was halakha, that it was much more Greek than they liked, so they simply separated from society. They formed these charismatic disciple circles where people were attracted to them because of their humanistic teachings and their inspirational ways, their great humility, and they formed really an intellectual tradition. Now, those are the good guys in the Jewish story, but they are the hypocrites in the Christian story for reasons we shall see shortly. On the other hand, you have the Sadducees. The term Sadducee comes from the term, or the name Tzadok, was one of the early Kohanim, and since they were associated with the temple ritual in particular, they called themselves the Tzaddokites, or in English, the Sadducees. Now, not all of them were Kohanim by any means, but they were so called because they retained control of the temple ritual. Even after the Maccabees were able to cleanse it of Hellenistic influences, the Hellenists essentially pushed right back in, and maybe they were a little bit more careful about what they brought into the base of sanctioned renovations, for example, which actually caused riots in the streets of Jerusalem. The Sadducees were much more worldly than the Pharisees. They were less associated with the common classes. They were much more urban rather than rural, much more educated, and they had a Hellenotropism. They tended to focus their minds towards Greek culture for all the reasons that we've discussed previously. Then you have, really from the period of Pompey onwards, but accelerating throughout the first century, a group of people called the Kanoim, or the Zealots. And these are people who long for the political independence that they hope to achieve under Yehuda Maccabee. And the more that the Romans exercised their power over Jews in Israel, the more they demanded tribute, the more the Zealots gained strength. We will discuss, God willing, next week a lot of the early Zealot movements that really begin in the Galilee, in the northern part of Israel, and build up to the eventual Roman-Jewish war. But these are people who are usually more closely associated with the Pharisees in terms of their connection to the larger people, but they advocated a violent resistance to the Romans. The Pharisees basically gave up. They said, it's really not for us to try to challenge the will of God who has put these people in authority over us. The Sadducees were like slavishly imitating and wanted to join the Romans essentially, and the Zealots wanted to fight against them. The final group that is significant in this period are what Josephus calls the Essenes, and they're perhaps the most mysterious people who separate radically from society, who they may have formed the core of the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. They practice all kinds of bizarre, family practices and so on. And they also felt like they were living just on the moment of, something like the rapture, that they felt that obviously God is going to send the Messiah any day now, check your watch, could happen any moment. And a lot of the writings left behind in the Dead Sea Scrolls are apocalyptic in nature, very, like the world is going to be destroyed in just a few moments, and then these things going to happen, and reads like the book of Revelations and things like that. So these are the four major groups, kind of like intellectual orientations of the Jews that are all in one big steaming mess in Israel at the turn of the year zero. Okay, let us now go to the emergence of Christianity and try to understand where exactly this fits into the entire picture. So here's a painting from Marc Chagall. It's ironic, he began in 1938 calling it White Crucifixion. He actually painted quite a few depictions of Jesus on the cross in the immediate pre-World War II era. But it underscores the point that we have to bear in mind, that the early Christian movement was all Jewish. Jesus, of course, was Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. Everyone they're speaking to is Jewish. Some of the major debates they're having are intensely Jewish. Like one of the very important questions is, should Christianity be for Jews, or is it for the world as a whole? And if you want to say it's for the world as a whole, so does that mean that if you want to be a good Christian, you also have to keep kosher and observe Shabbat? And if you want to say, no, you don't have to observe kashrut and Shabbat and things like that, then why did God command them in the first place? How do we understand the very role of the Jewish people? Is Christianity a Judaism plus, or is it some radical new departure? These are all really important questions that the early Christian movement were debating at the time. Let us question first, though, who exactly was Jesus? What can we figure out about this person that the Romans called the King of the Jews? So based on the sources that we have, and here we got to look deeply, of course, at the Christian sources themselves, which are highly problematic. They're not written by direct observers of the life of Jesus. They're written decades, sometimes even centuries after the life of Jesus, perhaps based on the kernel of representation from actual witnesses, however. And we try to glean some kind of content about what's the historical reality of this individual, what did he stand for, how did he relate to his peers, and so on. And what we see, for example, in scriptures, the first three are called the so-called synoptic gospels because they basically are a synopsis of each other. Meaning if you lay out the events described in the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you can basically make three running columns. There are some difficult contradictions between them occasionally. That's the stuff of lots of Christian theology. But in other words, the first three more or less hang together. The fourth one, the Gospel according to John, is radically different. It's believed to be written quite a bit later, and it has a much more strident anti-Jewish tone. In fact, one of the things that you can see in the Christian scriptures is that Jews progressively come across worse and worse as they move towards the later books of the Christian scriptures. And that's possibly a reflection of the growing gentilization of the Christian movement. In the beginning, everybody's Jewish. We're having a Jewish discussion. We're having an argument within the family. But as you move on a few generations, more and more non-Jews join this new Christian movement, and then it becomes more of like an us versus them. And that us versus them, the Jews are someone else. They're not us Christians. That leads to much more hostility. But when you look at the Synoptic Gospels, for example, you see that Jesus often has fairly intense, difficult discussions with the Pharisees in particular. And they argue about things like, when I first read it, I was thinking to myself, how can Christians possibly read this and understand it properly? One of the things that the Pharisees approach Jesus with, and they ask him a really pointed question, they say, is it true what we're hearing, that you and your followers do not wash your hands before eating? Right? So if you are familiar with Orthodox Jewish practice, obviously what are they talking about? Netilas Yadayim, right? Ritual washing of the hands, that you've got to wash your hands with a particular kind of vessel, and it's got to be so much water, and it's before certain kinds of foods, and it is a rabbinic enactment, which means you're obeying the authority of the rabbis. Rabbi Akiva, for example, famous story in the Talmud, when he was once imprisoned and he only had a small amount of water, he had to decide, should I drink it or should I wash Netilas Yadayim? He chose to wash his hands rather than transgress the rabbinic decree, to give you a sense of like how attached you were to the rabbis. And so what they were asking him is really, do you recognize the authority of the rabbis? And they give the example of washing hands. But if you're not familiar with that, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Were the early Christians like unsanitary or something? They didn't wash their hands before eating? Who doesn't wash your hands before eating? Everybody does that. But that's the kind of intense debate that would go on, that gives you a sense of how they would disagree with Jesus. Another debate that's really prominent in the Gospels is Jesus' miraculous healing. Rabbis are so upset that he's healing people of various demons and leprosy and blindness and things like that on Shabbat. And so the way to understand that is you really have to penetrate the laws of healing on Shabbat. And there's much more to say here, but we are running out of time. The nature, the intensity of the debates of the Pharisees indicates that Jesus himself is closest to the Pharisees of all the other groups. He's heavily influenced by, for example, Hillel. And many of his most important quotations are really quotations of Hillel, or Hillel's quotation and use of scripture and so on. He's really within that camp in many, many different ways. And there's a fascinating passage that gives us some insight into how the rabbis view this. The Gemara in Sota, Daf Mem Zayin 47, which is actually omitted from most of the printings of the Talmud because it talks about Jesus, and the Jewish printers were concerned that the censors would remove it, and so therefore it was self-censored. It was later returned to the Talmud on the basis of Yemenite manuscripts and so on, but even the Vilna Shas, if you bought anything published before, let's say, 2000, you probably don't have this particular passage. It's a fascinating passage in which the rabbis are discussing how not to be a teacher. And one of the things they say is the right quality of a teacher is a teacher must draw the pupil close with the right hand, right? The closer hand, the stronger hand, but at the same time, push away with the left hand. In other words, a teacher has to maintain a professional distance. There is a power difference between student and teacher, but you want to make your students feel like you care about them, you draw them in, but at the same time you have to push them out. Not, says the Talmud, like Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia, who was Jesus' teacher. And it's an amazing passage. Essentially, that passage in the Talmud is saying, we're not going to go into the problem of Jesus, we're going to go into the problem of his teacher. Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia did not treat his student properly. He pushed him away with both hands. It's a remarkable passage in the Talmud. We're running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through it, but basically that is kind of like an indication of how the rabbis felt, perhaps, at least in the reading of this passage, that Christianity was kind of like a missed opportunity. That here were all these Jews who were observing a different kind of path, and had they not been alienated by being pushed away with two hands, perhaps we would not have had the breakaway minion that became the global movement of Christianity. Much more to say about this, but listening to time. On the other hand, I mentioned earlier the book of John. The book of John has some of the nastiest passages regarding Jews. Jews are referred to as the children of the devil, just like the devil is the father of lies, so too are you liars, for example. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. Really nasty stuff. And it's like out of character from the synoptic gospels. It's on the other side. It's really quite a bit sharper. Many scholars believe that the author of the book of John, or the primary inspiration for it, was someone who was affected by the so-called blessing of the heretics. What is the blessing of the heretics? It's really a curse of the heretics. It's a passage inserted into the liturgy. It's the 19th bracha in the Shmona Esrei, which essentially says, for the slanderers, and we don't have time to go into why this term malshinim was used, but it was written primarily because the rabbis at the time, around the turn of the 2nd century, felt, this Christian movement is beginning to get out of hand, and you have people coming into the synagogue who are espousing beliefs that we feel as antithetical to Judaism, and so therefore it was kind of like a litmus test for Christian thought. If an individual was suspected of harboring Christian beliefs, they were invited to lead the prayers for the congregation, and then everyone would wait and see, would they read this 19th mandatory blessing. If they in fact read it, no problem, because it would invoke a curse upon themselves if they were secretly Christian. But if they failed to read it, then they would be literally ejected from the synagogue. And some scholars believe that the Gospel according to John was written by some Jew who was forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Obviously, one of the most significant charges of the period is the charge of deicide, the argument that the Jews killed Jesus, right? Deicide, Deos meaning God. Even a cursory reading of the Gospels indicates that this is not what happened. And I'm not talking about a deep historical dive into this. And a little bit deeper reading of Christian theology says, Jesus died for all our sins, for the world's sins. And so to blame one group when he's supposed to be dead for our sins is a complete inversion of Christian theology. But the story, as I'm sure you're familiar, is Jesus is arrested. He is a rabble-rouser. He disrupts the services in the temple. He denounces key figures. He is ultimately betrayed by one of his own to the Romans, where he is interviewed by Pontius Pilate, who was a local Roman official. Pontius Pilate is impressed with him, and he says, and this is complete fabrication, we don't have anything like this in Jewish tradition, but on the eve of the Passover, he says to the crowds in Jerusalem, listen, I am going to, as is our custom, of course there is no such custom, but nevertheless it's in the Gospels, I'm going to release one prisoner who would be otherwise killed. I have two. You can choose whichever one you want. You may choose for me to release Jesus, the one they call the King of the Jews, or I will release Barabbas, this common thief. The assembled Jewish multitude in Jerusalem, as the book of Matthew says, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate essentially says, are you sure? Jesus is a pretty cool, interesting individual. And they say, no, release Barabbas. So Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, meaning to say, I want nothing more to do with it. That's how we got that expression in English. And Jesus is crucified. So the Romans clearly are behind it, even on a superficial reading of the text, but nevertheless that passage has resonated through history. And in particular, one verse, Matthew 27:25, when Pontius Pilate says to the crowded masses, do you really want me to crucify Jesus? They say, his blood be on us and upon our children, which had been used for centuries later as a justification for violence against Jews. Because upon our children means all descendants of Jews. Other readers of Matthew, however, say, no, this is referring to the Roman Jewish War, which the Jews suffered from directly. It refers to that very next generation of Jews. That's the children it refers to. But be that as it may, that charge has dogged us for a long time. More significantly even than that is the theology proposed by Paul, definitely one of the most talented purveyors of Jesus' teachings, who essentially takes this Jewish movement and turns it into a global movement by really attracting lots of non-Jews to it. And he essentially proposes answers to many of the questions I mentioned earlier, that the Jews once had God's favor, but because they were not faithful to him, God has now abandoned the Jews and a new people has replaced them. The metaphor is like the oak tree is dead, or the olive tree is dead, it's no longer producing fruit, and you just have a stump left, but if you graft on a new branch, that new branch will grow. Unfortunately, the Jews are the old trunk. The Christians, which refers essentially now to non-Jews who join this movement, they're the continuation of it. Just to give you one illustration of it from the medieval period, in order to explain this to illiterate peasants, it was necessary to have some AV resources. So since PowerPoint would not be invented for a few more centuries, they have things like monumental architecture. This is on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral, or used to be on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral. So Ecclesia has a crown, an upright staff has the chalice called the Holy Grail, and it represents power and authority and beauty and grace and so on. On the other hand, synagoga, the figure Ref, meaning her physical and temporal power has ended. She's holding the 10 commandments here. She's not upholding the commandments. She is blindfolded by a serpent, meaning she cannot see the truth of Christianity, and her attitude is one of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock. This dyad of ecclesia and synagoga was repeated literally hundreds of times in Christian art. Here's another example from Verb in Germany, the 14th century. This one is just incredibly bizarre. It's obviously a stained glass window. Here's the ecclesia. You can see the crown and so on, the upright staff, the golden chalice there. She's riding on a tetramorph, which is like a mythical beast of representing the four beasts in the book of Ezekiel, and she has a hand descending from heaven, affixing a crown on her head, indicating very clearly divine approval. On the other hand, synagoga is riding on a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding there's so many details here, but you see the broken staff, you see the crown falling from her head, you see the blindfold. Here's my favorite detail. And there's a sword descending from heaven, entering the top of her skull, which pretty much says the message that, God no longer favors the Jews. God has now replaced them with the Christian people. And this is essentially Paul's message that is incredibly powerful and has very negative impact on Jewish history right up until the 20th century in particular. Many of these things were not really reevaluated until the 1960s with Vatican II. At least in the Catholic movement. Now, that does take us to the end. I'm sorry for keeping you a little bit long. Reflecting on the survival skills of the Jews during this period, we didn't do so well. We had temporal power, and we pretty much faced it. The only movement that was ultimately successful was the movement that drew away from temporal power, the movement of the Pharisees, and we're all sitting in this room here today because we recognize the eternal values of the Torah itself are really what preserve the Jewish people and propel them into future centuries. I look forward to speaking with you next week. Thank you for your attention.
Scriptures, you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drummers, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about the Talmud, the origin of the Talmud.
Lost everything, right? Lost just at the hardest of lives. Is now
Talmudic, social, political, and of course literary origins. And this is one of those topics that brings out all the crazy people. I'm looking around the room now. I see there are no crazy people who are actually present. That's why we have security, so I'll have to give them a thank you. On the internet, I know I'm going to have a lot of crazy people. So before we actually talk about the Talmud, and we're going to be basically focused on the 3rd through the 5th centuries of the Common Era, I want to jump ahead a little bit to the 13th century to talk about why is it that the Talmud brings out all the crazy people. So it really goes to this man here, Pope Innocent III, kind of an ironic name because he was one of the harshest popes when it comes to promulgating anti-Jewish legislation. This bas-relief on the left here is actually a sculpture by Joseph Kislevsky from the year 1950, and it is part of a series that's on display in the Capitol House, in the U.S. House of Representatives, 23 great lawgivers. So Pope Innocent III, a great 13th century churchman, is actually one of the 23 great legislators of the entire world. What's his connection specifically to Talmud? So there was an apostate named Nicholas Donin who started a trend. It actually goes back a little bit before him, but he innovated the addition of the Talmud to the story. This is a Jew who hoped to make a career for himself by converting to Christianity and then essentially telling tales out of shul to the church, which was something of great interest to Innocent III. In particular, he was fascinated. The question is, how is it that 12 centuries after the foundation of Christianity, the Jews still maintain their ancestral faith? How is it possible that they have not converted to Christianity after all that they have done to convince the Jews of the error of their ways, they still maintain steadfast in their faith. So, Nicholas, you're missing a huge document that regulates Jewish life, perhaps more than any other, perhaps even more than the Torah itself, and that is the Talmud. It is a massive compendium. It takes up about this much shelf on my bookshelf in a regular size edition. It's written in Aramaic, which is a language which is basically closed to the church. The church spent a lot of time in Greek and in Latin, and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but not so much time in Aramaic. And it's highly arcane. It takes years of training to be able to crack the code of how the Talmud is written. It's a very compact, difficult, cramped style. And he says the thing is, the Jews have been studying this Talmud, and they study it from a young age. And as a result, by the time they get to the age where they may be open to the teachings of Christianity, it's too late already. They have been poisoned by the Talmud. And therefore, Pope Innocent III, what you have to do is get involved in Talmud study and Talmud regulation. And in fact, this is what happened. Innocent III got very interested in the Talmud, and when he found out as much as he could about it, and his sources of information, of course, are Jews like Nicholas Donin himself, who claim to have some understanding of the Talmud. It's often very patchy and faulty and clearly tendentious in his rendering of Talmudic text. But Innocent III said, that's it. We definitely have to deal with this Talmud. It's really at the root of our problem of Jews not converting. And in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which was a major gathering of churchmen, he passed a lot of church legislation. He introduced to the world the infamous Jewish badge. Here you can see a medieval version. It was not always the version that we're used to from, unfortunately, the 20th century. It sometimes was the two tablets of the law with the rounded tops, which is more of a Christian style, or you would often see, especially in France, the ruelle, the little round circle here, which helpfully identifies the people burning at the stake as being Jewish. And of course, it eventually mutates into the 20th century version of the Juda badge used by the Nazis, Yimach Shemam. This all goes back to Innocent III, and it goes back to Nicholas Donin, which takes us back to the Talmud. The Talmud has this kind of attachment in the minds of many anti-Semites as the reason why the Jews are so obstreperous, why the Jews have some kind of, as they argue, some kind of secret cabal to dominate the world. And, this is really why it tends to bring out the crazy people. And speaking of crazy people, I want to introduce you to one more classic crazy Talmudist, but a fascinating one. Some of you were here on a lecture when we spoke about this much greater length, but I'll speak about him briefly right now. In the late 17th century, there was a man named Johannes Eisenmenger. Unlike Donin, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity, Eisenmenger was a Christian who was attracted to Judaism. He spent 19 years studying Judaism. He converted. He went through all Shas. He went through the entire Talmud, all Midrashim. He married. He had children. He was completely integrated into the Jewish life of Northern Europe. He actually studied with the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. And then, after 19 years of intense study, he came out with this massive, scurrilous volume, 2,000 pages long, called Judentums Entdecktes, which means Judaism Unmasked. Here's what it looks like in one edition. It's a brick of a book, and it is a very scholarly tome in which he painstakingly goes through every single tiny passage anywhere in the Talmud, in Rabbinic Midrash, and any of the Toseftas and the Brises, every single document you can find. Anything he could possibly twist to make the Jews look bad, he included in here. Contrary to popular perception, he did not misquote, but he frequently mistranslated, always skewed it in his commentary and so on. And essentially what he was trying to do is he spent 19 years as an undercover Jew, pretending to be a part of the Jewish community, only to come out with this massive expose. Now, if we just meditate for a moment on the kind of twisted personality it would take to try to infiltrate a community and spend nearly 20 years of your life to expose them when they're not bothering you at all, these are the kind of crazy people that are attracted to lectures that say Talmud on YouTube. And of course, by the way, it was translated. It's available on Amazon.com even now under a slightly different title. But this is one of the most notorious anti-Semitic, anti-Talmudic tracts, and it is the root and basis of virtually every anti-Semitic slur that we have in modern anti-Semitism today. Eisenmenger really wrote the Bible, he wrote the Bible on anti-Semitism, and he drew very heavily. Ordinary book by any means, and unfortunately one of the metrics by which we have to understand the Talmud is that it has an outsized view in the minds of anti-Semites as the reason why Jews are so different and, in their minds, so dangerous. Okay, let me move on from this kind of preface and let's go back to our history. So the sources for tonight's talk, a little bit difficult, where we will get much easier with sources as we move towards the medieval period, but basically primary sources in particular, we have the Talmud itself. As we mentioned in previous lectures, the Talmud is not a history book, but it has a ton of history information in it, and you have to sort of read it sideways to penetrate what it is saying historically. But it happens to be pretty much our best source for how the Talmud came to be. Much like Josephus, we are held hostage to Josephus for the first century. We're held hostage to the Talmud for the history of the Talmud. And that's problematic from a historian's perspective because, we really like to have multiple perspectives on any given event to be able to try and determine if there's any bias in the source itself. But nevertheless, we will rely very heavily on the Talmud for our materials today. We also have some really good secondary analyses of Talmudic history that are quite old. Perhaps the most important of them is the so-called Igeres de Rabbeinu Shvira Gaon. This was written a few hundred years after the Talmud by a noted Talmudist, Shvira Gaon, and it is the first real sort of a historical look at how the Talmud came to be. Not written with the standards of modern historiography, but nevertheless pretty solid and giving us a lot of information that helps bring things into focus from the Talmud. We will also have a similar kind of document written by Matthew. Right. This is also in the House of Representatives. He is one of the 23 lawgivers of all time. You have to include Innocent III. Maybe we should amend it to at least the 22 lawgivers of all time. But Maimonides wrote a great introduction to the Mishnah, which essentially gives us an overview of how the Talmud came to be. He relied on sources like Shvira Gaon, and this is essentially kind of like the theological understanding of how the Talmud came to be. In the 19th century in particular, there has been more of a push to understand the Talmud and its origins from an academic perspective, which has led to a bifurcation among students of the Talmud. There are those who are in the traditional yeshiva system who are more or less learning the Talmud and its history the same way that Jews have learned it for at least 300 years and possibly much longer than that. But in the university, there is an approach to studying the Talmud and its history, which borrows from all kinds of modern theories, feminist theory, Marxist theory, you name it. And sometimes there are some really fascinating kernels of information that can be gleaned from the academic study of the Talmud, but it is not studied at all with the same level of sanctity that you would have in a yeshiva. But those two kind of methods of study, the university academic study of the Talmud and the yeshiva study of the Talmud, really there's quite a big gap between them. And here's one thing that's happening in the academy, which is so amazing. I'm very excited about it, and it is slowly penetrating into the yeshiva world as well, and that is the study of the Talmud as a product of Persia. After all, it's not written in Israel. There are two Talmuds, as we shall see shortly, but it's mainly a Persian document written with an Iranian influence, and there are all these things in Middle Persian, in this script here, which Talmudists have never accessed. Tons of it. Okay, Purim occurred a lot earlier than the Talmudic period, but nevertheless, that kind of culture, that language, those weird words we have in Megillah Esther, they're related to the Talmud. So there's some really bold scholars who are learning Middle Persian. The late Yaakov Elman is a classic example of a pioneer of this field. My colleague Shai Secunda, who's written a fantastic book called The Iranian Talmud. Things like this are telling us so much about the Talmud by trying to understand the historical context of the period in which the rabbis were writing and their culture. Very fascinating. So I hope to inject a little bit of that into our discussion today. That's basically the sources that we will use for our discussion of the Talmud. Okay, so let's pick up our narrative from where we left off 2 weeks ago. We are in the post-Bar Kokhba period, which means somewhere in the late 130s. We, as I mentioned last time we were together, we don't have a lot of really good data on what happened in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We don't know exactly why it started. We have some amazing new materials that were discovered in the last few decades, archival or actual primary documents like Bar Kokhba's letters to his generals and things like that that give us a lot of confirmation about the kind of personality that he was. But we have a lot of blank spots about the actual rebellion itself. We do know, however, that he was widely regarded by the rabbis as a potential Messiah. He called himself Nasi Israel, the Prince of Israel, very large title. And in fact, Rabbi Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba could have been the Mashiach, the Messiah. We'll come to that in a second. From Dio Cassius, the Roman historian we discussed last time we spoke, he mentions 580,000 rebels killed by the Romans. That number, it's hard to really grasp if that number is real because it would indicate a really huge population overall, but there's no question it gives us a sense of the wide devastation that the Romans inflicted. We know the number of legions that are actually brought to Israel to control this rebellion. It was not at all insignificant, and it was a pitched battle for about 3 years, so this is not at all impossible. Hadrian, for example, the emperor at the time, famously in his address to the Senate, he omitted the traditional phrase which the emperor is supposed to use when he addresses the Senate, which is, "I and my army are well." But in the context of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was an incredibly stubborn resistance for the Romans to extirpate, he omitted that, which Dio Cassius took as a very telling sign of the tenacity of Bar Kokhba's fighters. As I mentioned, Rabbi Akiva argued that he could have been Mashiach, but his colleague Yonatan ben Torta said to him, "Akiva, grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Mashiach," which is a very terse Talmudic type statement of, you will be. It is most likely in the aftermath of Hadrian, in the aftermath of Bar Kokhba, that we have the 10 martyrs of the state. Now, what we refer to as the 10 martyrs, the Asara Huge Malchus, it's not technically historical. Many of those individuals described in the 10 martyrs died, a century earlier, but the main elements of the 10 martyrs are taken from Hadrianic period. The horrible death of Rabbi Akiva himself, his flesh torn off from him with iron tongs, and Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion having a Torah scroll wrapped around him and then set alight. Just horrific persecutions of the Jews in the post-Bar Kokhba era. There is a tremendous exile, which has been confirmed by archaeological data, but it's not necessarily the fighting was in Judea, that is in Jerusalem and parts south, but the Jewish civilization, although it's basically wiped out in Judea at this time, it moves northward to the Galil. Tiberias, for example, on the sea, at that region, and so on. So we have a big population displacement when Rome was clearly in charge of Israel, and there was no disagreement about how the country was to be ruled. Hadrian, of course, ruled with iron fist, but we have some vagaries in the Roman approach to the Jews. For example, here's a coin. I'm sorry, it's going to cut off a little bit here, but it has on the right the text "Fisci Judaicae Calumnia Sublata," and it was issued by Nerva, who reigned between 96 and 98. What are we talking about here? You'll recall that in the context of the destruction of the temple, one of the things that Vespasian instituted was he took the machzis shekel, the annual tax that Jews gave for the upkeep of the temple, and he redirected it to the temple dedicated to Jupiter in Rome itself, which was a hated tax that the Jews, they were very happy to pay the machzis shekel going to their own national. I mean, as much as anyone is happy to pay a tax, this is a tax which is mandated by the Torah itself, and it's going to your own temple. But to have to pay the tax and it's going to some other religion altogether, it was much hated. And the tax had been expanded. It was a huge source of money by Domitian. Here's a picture of him. He had expanded the tax to be far beyond what the Torah obligation was. He expanded to include women who are normally not taxed, converts to Judaism, and also converts out to Judaism, as we shall see, minors, children, and even Jewish slaves. In other words, it was a big tax overreach. Normally, it would just be men, I believe, from the ages of 20 to 60, if I'm not mistaken, that would have to pay the tax, heads of households, but he tried to squeeze the Jewish people for as much as possible, and that's why Nerva, by cutting the tax back to its original state, felt that was a good enough thing to print a coin that said the tax has been, the hated tax has been removed. Some emperors were actually very friendly to Jews, such as Caracalla. This is Marcus Aurelius Severus Antoninus Augustus, and although there is some debate as to which exact emperor is referenced in the Talmud, this is probably the one that is very close with Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. The Talmud has all kinds of stories about how Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was extremely friendly with an emperor named Antoninus. And Antoninus was a given name that was actually attached to many of the Roman emperors. So there's some dispute. Many like to say it was Marcus Aurelius, who's kind of like the philosopher king of the emperors, which would be kind of nice. But the thing is, he was not so terribly friendly or well-disposed to Jews. Caracalla is most likely the emperor that most scholars identify as the Antoninus. But you do have some of these emperors who are actually positively inclined towards the Jews. Diocletian is kind of an interesting one because this is the time when Christianity begins to emerge as a much more significant social force, and the emperors are trying to deal with this burgeoning new type of faith, which has a lot of the theological pluses of Judaism, such as life after death, personal God. That's the concept of reward and punishment, justice, divine justice. These are things which are basically absent from Roman paganism. So Christianity was promoting all of these great ideas without the high opportunity cost of becoming Jewish, specifically circumcision, observing the Sabbath, keeping kosher. So Christianity was actually growing significantly over this time. And this becomes especially important under Constantine, who is the first Roman emperor to adopt Christianity and to formally accept it as a state religion. This occurs in the early 4th century and marks a turning point for the Roman Empire and, as you would assume, a turning point for Jewish history as well. So at this time, people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called golden-tongued, that's what Chrysostom means, golden mouth, Augustine of Hippo and others, who shaped Christian theology vis-a-vis the Jews. This is a period when Christianity is struggling to identify itself and distinguish itself vis-a-vis its mother religion, and quite often it has a very negative approach in order to establish its own independence. But the kind of things that are happening at this time is that the church is attracting a lot more non-ethnically Jewish members. It's no longer, a small kind of like subset, a breakaway minion of Judaism. Now it is primarily non-Jewish. There are Romans and Greeks and others who are converting to Christianity. And they're putting in place a lot of legislation to try and draw lines in the sand. The Synagogue of Elvira, 305, that was promulgated in Spain, laid down all kinds of rules about socializing with Jews, prohibiting of certain types of employment and certain types of social gatherings and things like that. The Edict of Milan in 313 privileges Christianity as a state religion, and that has negative repercussions for the Jews in particular, and this edict in particular may have a relationship to the reason why the Jews moved towards Babylon. And then finally, the Council of Nicaea in 325, very important council because lots of really key decisions were made for Christianity, such as no more Shabbos on Saturday. Christians now worship Shabbos or observe Shabbos on Sunday. Now you can imagine just the fact that you have to say that. That means that until 325, there was an element of confusion. They know that the Sabbath is somehow important, but they don't know how to observe. What do you do? How do you honor the Sabbath? What is it? So I guess have a look at the Jews, right? The Jews have a model for observing the Sabbath. And so you had a lot of backsliding of would-be Christian converts who were looking to what's Futzach in their Goldstein's backyard on Shabbos, and they were adopting it. St. John Chrysostom was very unhappy about that. So the Council of Nicaea did things like say, okay, for sure, no more Saturday the Sabbath. Of course, there are Christian sects that do observe Saturdays the Sabbath, Seventh-day Adventists, for example, but that's quite a bit later. Another key thing is unhooking Easter from Passover, right? You can't have, because it's just too close a connection, and it draws the Christian mind away from Christian ideas towards Jewish practices. So the Council of Nicaea, very important line in the sand that said, look, we're Christians, they're Jews, we do things differently, and so on. Key development. Okay, now let's move to the Babylonian diaspora. Jews started moving to Long Island. Sorry, okay. I just couldn't help that. Okay. No, they started moving out here to Babylon. I've given you just one place marked where the city of Babylon was. There's a region called Babylonia that is the Mesopotamian region, basically between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, a place of ancient civilization. Goes all the way back to the Sumerians, hundreds and hundreds of years before the period we're talking about. And Jews, of course, as we discussed in previous lectures, have been living there since at least the 6th century before the Common Era. We're now, let's say, in the year 200. 219 is a key date when Rav comes from Israel, a rabbi named Rav, and he sets up shop in a place called Surah in 219. So we're really quite late. Jews have been living there for 800 years. Let us put this in context. Jews have been living in America at most for, 400 years? Not quite 400 years, right? 1654, I think, the first Jews here. So they were living in Babylon twice as long as Jews have been living in the United States. Can you imagine how many kosher Chinese restaurants were already there by the time the Jews traveled there? Let's sushi for sure. Let's have a good look. Sushi in Sushan, which is, of course, in that region. So let's have a look. You can see in this satellite map something distinctive. There's arid regions, particularly to the south and the west, and also to the north and east, where it begins to become a little more mountainous. That's because there are these two big rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates and the Tigris. In Hebrew, the Hiddekel and the Prat. They flow from the mountains up in Turkey down to the Persian Gulf, and it's a heavily irrigated, regulated area, and with this constant flow of nitrogen-rich silt from the mountainous regions, it's always been a very fertile area, and that's why it is settled so long. Here is a map that gives you a better sense of what those rivers look like. The Euphrates to the south, the Tigris to the north, And this cluster of towns here is where the Jews primarily settle. Some of them are, so famous in yeshivas, places like Sura and Pumbedita, Masim Achasia, Mechoza. These are like, they're huge in the Jewish mind and Jewish geography, but in reality, they would be something like, Inwood and Cedarhurst, Woodmere for sure. You have a really large place, but they're not large settlements, but nevertheless they have, huge outsized impact on the Jewish mind. Much like shtetls in Eastern Europe, where, they made, Radin was a tiny little shtetl with like one street, and yet Radin becomes such a huge thing in the Jewish mind. But this is where the Jews were primarily settling, especially after the Edict of Milan in the year 313. Jews are moving in here. Now let's talk about the Talmud itself. What exactly is the Talmud? Well, basically, it is a commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed a couple of weeks ago. Mishnah is essentially a document of what's called oral Torah. According to traditional Jewish theology, God gave Moses the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and God gave him also an oral commentary that was handed down teacher to student for many centuries, until it was finally codified by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi sometime around the year 200, primarily as a response to the devastation of the Bar Kokhba revolt. As we discussed, because Jewish civilization was falling apart in Israel, incredible persecution, the destruction of Jewish centers in Judea, the move to the Galil, and the move much further to places like Babylon, Yehuda Nasi said, you know what? We must record this in a document form, and that becomes the Mishnah. It was not widely circulated, most likely, as an actual document like we have books today, but nevertheless, it did acquire a canonized status. It was heavily memorized, ritually memorized, actually, and repeated in study sessions, and it became a core document. But the Mishnah itself, as a text, is a very difficult document to study. It is not a law code like we would expect a law code to be structured. It rarely, for example, offers definitive statements of what is prohibited and what is permitted. It offers the record of various rabbis' opinions, and then often leaves it up in the air as to, well, which opinion is correct. And why are we mentioning an opinion that we don't follow? Why are we mentioning dissenting opinions at all? And it's sometimes it veers off into statements of philosophy, statements of theology, but it's not a simple law book in any way. And this seems to be quite intentional, because it's a book that invites debate and discussion. So in order to study the text itself, you must engage in the text with a study partner, with a Rebbe, someone more experienced in the text, and it is the discussion itself that produces the conclusions. It is intentionally, what's the right word? It's intentionally opaque. It is designed to involve human interaction with the text. This human interaction ultimately becomes the Talmud. The Talmud is the discussion that is occasioned by the Mishnah. It takes place over hundreds of years, as we shall see in the next group of slides. And it is essentially a long discussion involving literally 2,000 rabbis over a wide geographic area, all trying to figure out what the Mishnah means. There were 2 of these documents written. One of them was composed somewhat earlier in the northern part of Israel, most likely in Tiberias and a little bit in Caesarea. And that's called, incorrectly, the Jerusalem Talmud. It is also called the Palestinian Talmud, which, is another term that's somehow misleading. But it was the Talmud of the land of Israel that was composed basically as a commentary on the Mishnah. This material was taken back and forth to the sages who were living in Babylonia by the people called the Nechute. Nechute means those who go down, right, which is in Aramaic the opposite of Aliyah. We say in Hebrew, of course, that when people immigrate to Israel, they make Aliyah, they ascend, because we view it as a spiritual rise and ascent to Israel. And those who leave, we call in Hebrew Yordim, which is a derogatory term, In this context, not necessarily derogatory, but beginning with a sage named Ula, and then later with people like Rabbi, they're constantly shuttling back and forth. They're bringing the discussions that were happening in Israel to the sages in Babylonia, and the Babylonian sages are talking about them, and then sometimes they go back and bring back materials to Israel, and there's a cross-fertilization of what's happening in Israel and a transplantation of many of those ideas into Babylonia. Now, for various reasons, primarily political and social in nature, the communities in Israel begin to decline, and they decline earlier than the Babylonian communities. So the Babylonian communities kind of take over from Israel, and they create a second Talmud called the Babylonian Talmud, ironically, that is kind of like an improved version of the Jerusalem Talmud. There are significant differences. The Babylonian Talmud is somewhat larger, and unfortunately it ignores a lot of things that are not relevant in Babylonia, such as laws that are connected to the physical land of Israel. The laws of the sabbatical year, the laws of leaving a corner of the field unharvested for the poor. These things don't apply in Babylonia, so therefore they simply didn't talk about them. We have many of those texts in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they were ignored in the Babylonian. On the other hand, the Babylonian Talmuds are much larger in areas like civil damages and torts and things like that. The three tractates known as the Gates, Bava Kama, Bava Metzia, and Bava Basra, are huge in the Babylonian Talmud. And it is, when people speak about studying the Talmud, almost always referring to the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored for many centuries because the Babylonian was considered vastly superior. The main figures that are creating this Talmudic environment are Rav, who I mentioned came from Israel in the year 219 and established himself in Sura, which is one of these towns on the rivers, and to Naharda, and his student Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, who moved to Pumbedita. These are perhaps the three greatest centers of Talmudic study in Babylon. Later we'll have the great sages Abaye and Rabbi, who are their students. There is, by the way, when you study the Talmud, because it is a rather timeless type of document, conversations will take place between someone who passed away generations prior to a later rabbi, as the later rabbi will try to engage with the thought of someone who lived 100 or 200 years before him. And so it's kind of like a timeless document, but in order to understand the literary archaeology of the document, you have to have a sense of which generations these rabbis appeal to. The Talmud itself is actually called the Discussions of Abaye and Rabbi because they discuss it more than anyone else in the entire Talmud. So what is it? Let's have a quick look at a typical page. For those of you who have spent more than 15 minutes in yeshiva, I apologize because this will be a repetition, but I think for many of you in the room who may not have engaged the Talmud, this is worthwhile. Here's a color-coded map of the first page of Talmud, just to give you a sense of what it feels like to study it. The red box here, labeled A, is actually the Mishnah. Right? This is the first page of the Talmud. That's the Mishnah itself, and as you can see, it's about 15 lines of text that happens to deal with the question of when does one recite the Shema prayer. Then this label B here, the sort of yellow color, that is the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. The rabbis actually tried to avoid using the term Talmud in the medieval age because it had been so excoriated by the church and Nicholas Donin that they thought by referring to it by its Aramaic term Gemara, they would hopefully avoid some of the repercussions. But those two terms are synonymous. Talmud and Gemara are the same. The Gemara, it starts out here and it discusses the Mishnah, but this section here can actually go on for 10, 15, 20 pages. It can be a tiny bit of Mishnah with a massive amount of Gemara discussing it. And it's like no other document you've ever read because it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion where they will be, and because much of it was memorized, there will be all kinds of like tiny little connections to put together the flow of the argument. They may start by talking about the Mishnah, but if they're saying something like, I'm not quoting from this particular Talmud, but if let's say they're talking about the time you say the Shema in the morning, and they say, yeah, most mornings when I get up, I have a cup of coffee, and then I say my Shema, and I say, oh, you have a cup of coffee before Shema. Are you allowed to have coffee or anything before you pray? Yes, you can, but you shouldn't add milk and don't add sugar. And then, what's wrong with sugar anyways? Well, it's bad for cholesterol and things like that. And the conversation can go off in 100 different directions and tangents until finally someone in the Talmud says, Gufa, which means stop it already. Let's go back to the subject we started with, and they'll go back to the Mishnah. It's an amazing document that can flow to so many discussions of a wide variety of materials. It is absolutely fascinating. Now, just to give you a sense of how the Talmud has become such an important document in Jewish intellectual life, everything around the Talmud are commentaries that are written hundreds of years later. If the Talmud here was written, let's say, between the 3rd and the 6th century at the outside, so we have over here C as Rashi, who's written in the 11th century. We have Tosfos, written by a group of scholars till the 14th century. Rabbeinu Hananel, also from about the 10th century, if I'm not mistaken, North Africa. And you'll have commentaries all the way up to the 18th, 19th, and even 21st century on the page. It is literally engaging with the greatest, most penetrating minds of the Jewish people ever since the Talmud was engaged. And it's an amazing experience to examine their thought and to engage in it in a dialectic like the Talmud. Absolutely unparalleled intellectual experience. Looking at a modern edition, I like to use this particular edition myself, the Koren Talmud, which this is the English translation. I use the Hebrew edition, which was originally authored by Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz. It has a modern commentary on it. But you can see in this particular edition, it's really cool because it has pictures and maps and archaeological information and all that sort of stuff that I find really fascinating myself. And I'm going to put in a plug here for one of my own projects. I'm sure many of you maybe follow this, Jewish History in Daf Yomi. It's on this website, alldaf.org, where I essentially do that kind of thing, where I find something historical on every single page of Talmud. It's a 7-year project organized by the Orthodox Union, 2 to 5 minute videos. I have so much fun doing it. Okay. But that's what the Talmud is like. And that was created primarily in Babylonia between the year 200 and about the year 500, an absolutely phenomenal intellectual achievement that has in many ways charted the course of Jewish life ever since. Now, let's just think about what kind of stuff goes on in there. We should remember, by the way, this is a beautiful mosaic from a synagogue, 5th century synagogue in Kukok, Israel. And it shows this is probably the encounter of Shimon HaTzadik with Alexander the Great. Shimon HaTzadik here on the left, Alexander the Great on the right. It's really interesting kind of Byzantine art, but it exemplifies a lot of the encounter of Judaism and Hellenism in a word there. So anyway, let us recall that the Talmud is a highly artificial document too. It is an organic document that includes all kinds of material from all walks of life, but the authors are almost all rabbis. So if you can imagine what it's like to have this massive document written entirely by rabbis, what interests rabbis? What do rabbis want to talk about? Well, they talk about women. The biggest chunk of the Talmud is about relations with women. Marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, multiple marriage. These things are significant, and the rabbis are constantly dealing with how to regulate marriage. So they're really interested in how these things work out. They talk about their conflict with the exilarch. The Babylonian Jewish community, as best as we can tell, was organized with a head of the community that was recognized by the Persian government, by the Sasanian government, and he was known as the Reish Galusa, the head of the exile. In Latin, he would be called the exilarch, the head of the exile. And this was someone who was descended from King David, and that lineage was respected by the Persian authorities. And he had some kind of
authority over the Jewish community, the precise parameters of which are not clear yet, but the rabbis are frequently interacting with the exilarch, sometimes in a very positive way, sometimes in a very negative way. So the rabbis are not exclusively in control of regulating Jewish life in the region. They refer to Arabs, the general population. They refer to Zoroastrians. That is, let us recall that the region of Sasanian Persian it had many Christians living there. It had Zoroastrians who are they believe essentially in a dualist kind of theology where there's a good God and a bad God. Not an expert myself on Zoroastrianism, but it shows up in the Talmud. For example, every Friday night in an Ashkenazi shul, we recite the passage from Mishnah Bameh Badlikin, which is all about how to light candles on the Sabbath. And one of the things that we say is, if you are worried about Zoroastrian priests coming and telling you that this is a day when you're not allowed to light candles, then there are certain protocols that you can follow. So it's an example of the rabbis reacting to the Zoroastrian reality. They also deal quite a bit with Jews who have gone off the derech. The OTD phenomenon was known in the Babylonian period as well. The Jews who become Christians or pagans, they're often called a min, which means like a type. They have adopted some type of faith other than Judaism, and the rabbis are regularly discussing these things with them. Discussing it also with women, the so-called matrona, or a matronita. This is a woman of some stature who has also adopted another faith. Of course, it's mainly about Jewish law, but it's also about philosophy, ethics, metaphysics, whatever comes into the rabbis' heads as being relevant to the topic under discussion, no matter how tangential it was to the original discussion, it's in there, including fascinating stuff on medicine. I just gave a little class on the topical use of honey, which apparently is medically indicated in many cases, and the rabbis actually had quite a bit to say about that. They have recipes in there, recipes for heartburn, recipes for maintaining regularity. There's discussions of, what kind of life lessons we can derive from the behavior of a cat. There's incredible amounts of bizarre, amazing information. Every single page of the Talmud that you turn can reveal these tremendous nuggets of wisdom, sometimes humor. It's really, I can't express my enthusiasm for this document enough, but I will say it is an acquired taste. You really have to spend a lot of time studying it and getting comfortable with the coded nature of the text to be able to appreciate the depth and sophistication of this amazing document. It was so complex, however, that at one point in the medieval period, one particular rabbi, Rav Alphas, said, you know what, this is just too messed up. Can we just focus, please? He didn't say it like that, but he said, can we please focus on the relevant material for our daily life? I don't want to hear about all these other musings about, what happens in the other world, or, I don't want these bizarre biographical stories. I just want to know, how am I supposed to behave? How do I pay damages if I scratch my neighbor's car? And so he took out all of what I would call the fun stuff, and he only kept the halakha, the Jewish law. That's called the Rif, named after him, and that is a version of the Talmud, which is just the facts, just the halakha. It does have the give and take to arrive at the halakha, but it is a condensed version that removes all the fun stuff. Of course, you can probably imagine what's going to happen next. Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Chaviv says, oh my gosh, you can't do that. I'm taking all the stuff that you threw away. I'm making my own Talmud, the Ein Yaakov, which is all the fun stuff. We're not going to talk about halakha. We're not going to discuss any of the Shema or Tefillah or like that. We're just going to talk about the philosophy, the biographies, the stories. Give me those recipes. Give me those what I can learn from a cat. I love that stuff. And that's in the Ein Yaakov. Ein Yaakov is a sadly ignored text. It used to be a very widely studied text, far more than Daf Yomi in Europe. And it would be nice to see a revival of the study of Ein Yaakov, because it's just mind-blowing stuff in Ein Yaakov. But that's just giving you a sense of the way that the Talmud has evolved in Jewish thought. So by the time you get to the end of the 5th century, there is a lot of conflict with the Sasanian authorities, with the Persian government. There's actually a rebellion that is mounted by one of the exilarchs, and it does not go well. At this time, the
Sasanian government has been engaged in a centuries-long struggle with the Roman Empire. This is a borderline territory where it is just next to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is jealous of this region and has unsuccessfully attacked it on a number of occasions, and the Jews are often questioned for their loyalty. Are they loyal to the Sasanian Persians? Are they loyal to the Romans? And as you can imagine, the specter of dual loyalty goes all the way back to this diaspora period. But for reasons which are not completely clear, in the 5th century, the Talmud comes to a close. The discussion is kind of called to a halt, and the text is firmly settled, more or less, to what we have today. There are a few tractates that are added later, but they're bound with the Talmud in printed editions, but they're called Gaonic manuscripts or Gaonic tractates, clearly written by rabbis after the Talmud is sort of sealed. And although it is the most difficult document to kind of say, well, this is the final word, because it just provokes greater discussion. Nevertheless, the text of what we call the Talmud today is basically sealed at that time. There are a few more generations of scholars that continue to study the Talmud in Babylonia. There's some debate amongst historians as to basically up until the 10th century, we've got people history is what happens in the 7th century, because you have this massive spread of Islam, this new religion that emerges with tremendous strength out of Arabia in the year 622, and with a remarkable ease and speed sweeps across the coast of North Africa, eventually crosses into Spain in the year 711, hence the popular chain of corner stores. And thank you for laughing. I know I tell that joke every time, but every day. And also all the way out, all of Alexander's empire comes under Islam as well. And our topic for next week is going to look at what it was like for Jews living under Islam as a religion, and contrasting that with their experience in Christian Europe. But I want to take just a moment now to reflect a little bit on Jewish survival, because we have, that's really the theme of this entire series is what exactly is it that contributed to Jewish survival? I was actually criticized by a viewer online. You can look at it up on YouTube. I might not delete it, but he says, Jews, I'm watching you. And I saw that your lecturer at timestamp 0.35 or whatever, he wonders how the Jews survived. And he never says in the entire lecture that it was the Lord that helped them. So you are a faithless people. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, I look faithless, don't I, right? It's the beard maybe or the kippah that gives it away. But there's no question there's something supernatural going on here, because it's impossible to imagine the unlikely survival of this tiny minority, and not only surviving but thriving under so many different environments. This is something that we really have to look at the grand scope, the huge arc of Jewish history before we can really experience it in its fullness. But let us look at one detail here. And this picture here is a beautiful ritual. There's a young Hasidic family here, a little boy here at the age of 3. Many of you may have done this yourself with your own children. Maybe you remember it yourself. I know I did it with my kids. But the ritual is that, it's not a Hasidic ritual, it's a long-standing Jewish custom, that when a young child turns 3, which is considered a milestone in intellectual cognitive development, you begin to teach them the Aleph base, the Hebrew alphabet. And in order to instruct them that learning is sweet, you either coat the letters with honey, as is being done here, and then you have the child touch the letter, you tell him the name of the letter, and then of course he puts his finger in his mouth, so he associates the letter with that olfactory sensation of sweetness. A beautiful ritual that I remember with great fondness. And I think this is a key element of Jewish survival, that we have imbibed the sweetness of learning, and is really part of our core identity. The idea of turning to an intellectual problem as a source of chiyus, a source of life, something that vivifies us, something that is intrinsically sweet. That's something that contributes to Jewish survival. and has allowed us to endure tremendous persecution and thrive despite it. So next week, God willing, we will explore the contrasting experience of Jews in the medieval period under Islamic rule and under Christian rule. Very different experiences, some points of convergence, many points of divergence. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent night.
Money into billions and things that people in Europe just couldn't make them happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. But it was an ironic look at capitalism. This is 20th century later.
Larry, tonight's talk, that's always been good, thank you. Tonight's talk is, I'd like to cover, God willing, roughly the 7th through the late 11th century. So it's about the same amount of time as we looked at last week, maybe a little bit more, but we are blessed with a tremendous number of sources. Really, historiography begins to open up. There's a lot of more material for us to work with, and I'm going to begin the talk with just an overview of some of the amazing sources that we have to deal with on this period. And then essentially we're going to take a comparative look. We're going to see how Jewish civilization developed under Muslim rule and compare that with Christian rule. And there are some areas, as I mentioned last week, God willing, as I mentioned last week, that are convergent, they're similar, and there are other areas which are really quite divergent and radically unsimilar. So let's have a look at the sources to begin with. Okay, so the title I've taken is really borrowed from this book by Mark Cohen, Under Crescent and Cross. Of course, the crescent is a reference to the Islamic rule, the cross a reference to the Christian rule, and these two major geopolitical regions will have a distinctly different effect on the Jews themselves. I also rely heavily on the work of Jeremy Cohen for the Christian period and Norman Stillman for the Muslim period that we'll look at today at this time too. You begin to have the appearance of books that are actually dedicated to Jewish history, which is something that's fairly rare. There's only a handful of books that appear before, let's say, the 12th century. The Sefer HaKabbalah, which is not a book about mysticism, it's a book about the tradition that's received one after another, comes from Abraham ibn Daud. It's one of our very first historical sources, an extremely important one. You also have travelogues, like the great Benjamin of Tudela's Journeys, which was so popular in the Middle Ages. It was translated into Latin, into French, into German. It was such an amazing book, and it is really a fantastic thing when you look at his journeys in the Middle Ages, and he describes many of the places that he'd been to, and in fact many of the places that he never went to, but he talked about them because he heard about them in his various destinations. So we have these kinds of sources popping up as materials that we can use to understand the experience of the Jews from the 7th to the 12th century. And they're absolutely fantastic. So many different things are available to us at this time. I will point out the one major source of material, which is the incredible Cairo Geniza. And this deserves just a little bit of our time. In the city of Fustat, which is sometimes called Old Cairo, it's actually where Cairo originally was, and then the city was moved slightly north. There was a synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue, and it had long been reputed as a synagogue that went back many, many centuries in time, and had tremendous treasures. It was basically ignored until these two sisters, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson from England, who were phenomenal intellects, but because they were women at the end of the 19th century, they were not allowed to pursue graduate degrees and get doctorates and become professors at Cambridge. They just ended up studying Syriac and all these ancient languages and becoming really incredibly proficient and writing books on their own without any official imprimatur of the university, even though they were really teaching the professors what they needed to know to be able to teach their classes. They were visiting Old Cairo. They heard about this Ben Ezra synagogue, and they heard in particular that this synagogue had an attic that had been restricted for centuries. There was some kind of legend about a serpent up there that would bite anyone that went up, and it would give them a venomous attack, and they would die. But there were, phenomenal treasures in that attic. So they said, I can just imagine, and with a Cambridge accent, pish tosh, and they insisted on seeing what's in the attic, and they discovered one of the most amazing treasure troves of documents in any culture, in any time, known as the Cairo Geniza. This is the ladder up into the attic. And in this attic were stored about 500 years worth of documents. What kind of documents? Absolutely every kind of document you could imagine. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, we have this commandment not to take the Lord's name in vain, which is extended to as Jews will not erase the name of God. If you write the name of God on paper, you can't remove the name of God with an eraser or wipe it out or things like that. So anything which has the name of God on it, which is called the shem, plural shemos, you have to put it away, and eventually it will rot. You can put it in you can bury it in a graveyard, for example, but you can't simply dispose of it. So that's the traditional custom, as I'm sure all of you are aware. We have in our synagogue, most synagogues have a place where they store prayer books that are worn out, or the ridiculous number of handouts you get from schools when you send your kids to primary school. And that place is called the Geniza, which it can mean a place where things are hidden away or protected away. It can also mean treasure, ironically. For us, it's that big wooden box that sits outside the office during the week, and then I don't know how often they empty it, but it fills up, and there are old prayer books and things like that. So for some reason that we don't really understand, the Jews of old Fustat had a tradition of saving absolutely anything written with Hebrew characters, regardless of whether or not it was a holy book. So that meant receipts of sale, business documents, contracts, marriage contracts, notes saying, honey, please pick up 12 pita on the way home from the shuk. Any kind of document written with Hebrew letters was preserved and thrown in the Geniza. And it has literally millions of fragments of writing over 500 years worth of material. Here's a picture of the great scholar that the Giblus sent their material to, Solomon Schechter, working with the Geniza. You get a sense of just how chaotic it is, because it's literally an attic that had been ignored for half a millennium. But the kinds of materials that have been found by going through the Geniza research include, for example, autographed, hand-corrected editions of Maimonides' works. This is Maimonides' own handwriting and his own, strikeouts. Here is actually Maimonides' own signature, which is a rather remarkable thing. The actual hand of the incredible great eagle wrote these words himself. You can see on the right, Moshe ben Rabbi Maimon. There's a tremendous amount of these palimpsests, which are basically, because vellum and parchment was very expensive, quite often they would rub it really hard to try and wipe out the contrast of the old ink, and it will write on top of it. So you can see here's a Hebrew document, but underneath there's a Greek script underneath, which both of these texts are actually of tremendous value. Poetry, love letters, you name it, they're all in there, including, for example, children's practice books, how to learn the Hebrew alphabet. This is basically the same kind of thing that my children would have learned, how to practice the letter shin with all the vowels, letter taf with all the vowels, and so on. And we even have amazing things like children's doodles. Some child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, was drawing these pictures as he was practicing the alphabet. The Geniza is an incredible treasure trove of documents that relate to the social history of the Jews in Old Fustat and all of their traveling documents as well, as we shall see. So it is really one of the most incredible sources of information available for the period. And it is still being very actively studied in a couple of fascinating ways. So many of the tiny fragments, I believe I read somewhere about 70% of them have not been cataloged and deciphered. And remember that we're talking about documents that sometimes have been shattered into 100 pieces and then mixed up in a big box when they went to, St. Petersburg or Cambridge or wherever they were sent, and now they have to be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle. So now with computer technology and crowdsourcing, there are a couple different projects that are doing things like this. This is called the Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, and they're asking your help to actually work in the Cairo Geniza. They've scanned all the documents, all the scraps, and no matter what your level of linguistic ability, they show you a picture like this, and they ask you really basic questions like, is this upside down? And you click yes or no, and then they flip it around. Then they say, is it written in Hebrew or some other language? And if you know, then you say yes, Hebrew, or no, I don't know, and then you don't know what language it is, and then it'll go on to the next clip. And they'll save it where you left off, so someone who knows a little bit more about languages will be able to decipher that piece, and so on. An absolutely amazing crowdsourced project. Maybe in 5 or 10 years, we'll have the entire Geniza catalog, and who knows what else we will find there. So the Geniza is going to inform our discussions today heavily. All right, so what I'd like to do first, now that we've had just a sense of the kind of sources that inform the work of historians in this period, let's look at the Muslim period first, and I want to take you to a discussion of the Pact of Umar in particular. So here's a map that shows the remarkable spread of Islam in the 7th century. Now, chances are you probably learned the historiographic approach that was very popular in the 19th and the first half of the 20th century, and it takes a good 20, 30 years before new historiographic models sort of, work their way down to the primary and secondary levels. The sort of dominant 19th century Christian European approach to the spread of Islam was that, there were bloodthirsty villains who came out and they essentially said to villages and towns, convert or die, and people chose to convert, and that's how they spread so rapidly. It fails to really answer the basic question, well, how did they stay Muslim for so many centuries? Not only is it a very facile answer to how they could spread so fast, because this whole map here, you're seeing this tiny desert religion emerges out of Arabia here on the coast of the Red Sea. Here's Mecca and Medina are the most important cities here, and it spreads within basically a little over 100 years, and it takes over basically the entire known world. The Europe at this point, with the exception of the Italian peninsula, was not such a well-developed civilization at all. So all of North Africa, Egypt, into Spain, all the way out to Afghanistan becomes Islamicized so rapidly. How does that possibly happen? So most scholars are now working with a model that includes the violent aspect, as I mentioned earlier, but they also look to things like, for example, Islam was, especially in the 7th and 8th century, remarkably colorblind. That is, they did not accord status to conquered peoples based on their skin color. And so especially when they penetrated to areas east, going to places like northern India, where you have a very rigid caste structure, and they go in there and they say, hey, we don't believe in caste structure. And all of a sudden, all of the darker skinned peoples who were suffering from very terrible social disabilities could convert to Islam and literally climb right to the top of the socioeconomic ladder immediately. So there's a lot of elements of egalitarianism in Islam that was directly appealing. Also, the very strong message of Muhammad and as the prophet of God, a lot of the kind of elements that we see in Judaism that were so popular also made their way into Islamic thought. But I don't want to get too far away from the historical approach. It spreads over this region in a remarkable fashion. And Jews, of course, find themselves within the orbit of Islam. Where are Jews living at this time? Well, we still have some Jews in ancient Israel. Now we're really the 7th century, so it's small populations. But we have a very large Jewish population here in Babylonia, right? Ctesiphon is essentially Machoza. A lot of the towns that we remember from the Talmud, Surah Pumbedita and so on, are right in this little region south of Baghdad, so it's a major population there. You also have a significant population in Egypt, and there are populations that are not quite as large, but all the way across the coast of North Africa in Cairo, which is later Tunis, and we have Jews in Italy, but that's beyond our discussion for today. So Jews are taken up in this region, and they have to learn to adapt to the new faith. And they learn to adapt primarily because they have actually a fairly significant shared cultural value. And this is extremely important when you think about the contrast between Judaism and Christianity on the one hand, and Judaism and Islam on the other. Christianity is a very creed-based religion, meaning a lot of emphasis is placed on what one believes. Does one recognize, for example, the founder of Christianity as one's personal savior or not? Does one make that statement of belief and affirm that statement of belief? Islam, on the other hand, is much more like Judaism, which, although there are definitely creedal elements, there are things that you have to say and you have to believe, the actual count is actually kind of small, meaning in order to be a believing Jew, you have to believe in, maybe 13 things. That's it. We haven't even really spent a lot of time codifying it. It wasn't until Maimonides that we began to get a count of the Yud Gimel Ikarim and things like that. On the other hand, we are super into behavior. We are super into what is kosher and what is not kosher. What kind of tablecloth can you put on your table on Shabbos and what kind you can't? I mean, the minutiae, the details of how a person behaves, everything from quite literally how you tie your shoes in the morning to what blessings does one say? What time does one begin the fast? What time does one end the fast? And what exactly is a fast anyways? Does an intravenous count for a fast? All kinds of things like this. We have like books upon books upon books talking about behavior, how one behaves, and relatively few that talk about what one believes. And the opposite is true of Christianity. So in many ways, although Judaism and Islam had their fair amount of friction, particularly in the early years when, much to Muhammad's disappointment, the Jews did not choose to convert to his new faith. And there were, in fact, massacres and there was significant fighting at the time. Once that died down, in reality, Judaism and Islam had a lot more in common with each other, a common shared sort of cultural vocabulary. We have kashrut, they have halal, We have tzniut, they have super tzniut, right? There's all kinds of similarities where at least we understand each other, even if we don't see eye to eye in all things. Whereas many of these cultural elements are not shared by Christianity. So it was much easier for the Jews and the Muslims to establish a modus vivendi, the high point of which we will discuss, God willing, next week when we look at Al-Andalus, which is the southern part of Spain, which it may be exaggerated to some degree, but is considered one of the greatest periods of cultural coexistence in the history of the world. It's called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews, Muslims, and Christians live together with a degree of harmony that has not been seen ever since. It's a little bit exaggerated, a little bit rosy, but nevertheless, there's a lot of truth to that. But we'll discuss that, God willing, next week. So, how did the Jews sort of establish themselves in Muslim lands and find a way to exist with some stability? So we have this document called the Pact of Umar. It is named after the second caliph, that is the successor to Muhammad as the ruler of all Muslim lands. Most scholars believe that it actually dates quite a bit later, maybe a couple centuries later, but it was attributed to Umar as kind of a way of giving it more status and age. And it's essentially, like speaking about common cultural vocabulary, it is a tshuva, it is a responsum of Umar to a question directed to him. And the question said, okay, Umar, you are now the leader of this entire area, and we know that Islam is a jealous faith, and they're very insistent on monotheism. And we're monotheists too, but we're not Islamic monotheists. And we know that in Islamic theology, God did communicate with many peoples before Muhammad, and for whatever reason, they began to mess up the transmission. Kind of like, the Jews got the Old Testament through Abraham and Moses, and the Old Testament was kind of, thinking of software, sort of buggy, and so they had to keep adding patches to it. Christianity was one really big patch. That was kind of like Windows 3.1. But now we have, what's the latest version of it? Windows 10, I guess? You are Windows 10. You are the final Windows. There's no more Windows after you. But what's with us? So Umar makes a response to them, the document we have, which of course is probably not Umar himself, but nevertheless later, in which he says, okay, fine, because God did communicate to you, Even though you are wrong-headed in your belief and you really should be Muslims, nevertheless, we will respect your ancestral faith and we will tolerate your existence as long as you behave within certain parameters. And so in this Pact of Umar, there is a whole series of regulations of what Jews, and by extension also Christians, can and can't do in Muslim societies. And a lot of these restrictions are symbolic, humiliating, like, for example, Jews not being allowed to carry weapons because that's a sign of authority, a sign of power, and so on. Jews not being allowed to build their synagogues, to renovate them, or to build new ones, and things like that. Many of these regulations, by the way, were observed in the breach only because you could always bribe someone to be able to renovate your synagogue or even to build a new one. Although there are some interesting Syrian synagogues that the custom was to avoid, attracting attention that the synagogue was improved, they would actually build downward. And most of the synagogue is actually underground, whereas you're seeing on ground level, it looks like a regular sort of building. So there were several kind of disabilities, but at the same time, there were rights and privileges also extended to Jewish people, the most important of which, that Jews were to be unmolested in their ancestral faith. That if they wanted to continue worshiping Judaism, it was a recognized religion. They couldn't do it too loudly. They couldn't do it in a very ostentatious way. Purim was always a difficult holiday, but otherwise they could be left alone. And this was absolutely a fantastic thing for Jews because in terms of our diasporic history, we tend to do best when we live in moderately discriminatory societies. Not that I'm suggesting anyone in the internet audience to pick up on this statement, but when there is just a tiny bit of anti-Semitism in the air, God forbid no violent anti-Semitism like that, but when there's a tiny bit of discrimination, that keeps the Jews sticking together, keeps us integral within a community, and as long as we can rely on the basic existence of the state as a state defined by law, then we can flourish. We see this, for example, in South Africa before apartheid fell apart. Of course, that was a very discriminatory state if you were black, but if you were Jewish, it was just a minor thing. We see it also in Quebec, where there's also kind of like a moderate anti-Jewish bias. It remains to be seen what Europe is going to be like right now. But the bottom line is Islamic society was a Rechtsstaat, which is a great German word. I like saying it. Usually I say it at the dentist before I spit in that little bowl. Rechtsstaat, which means a society defined by law. Right? Rechts are rights or laws, and Staat, of course, is state. And Jews can exist in a Rechtsstaat. We have difficulty in anarchic environments. When there is anarchy, that is the worst enemy of the Jews because as a minority, we are relatively defenseless. So the Pact of Umar actually sort of stabilized Jewish life, moderately discriminatory, but nevertheless lots of potential because we knew that if someone were to set fire to the synagogue, then we could go to the local authorities and we would get some redress for that because it was contrary to the Pact of Umar. There are exceptions to this rule. There are punctuations of violence, and there are punctuated moments when it is ignored. But nevertheless, this is the general case for Jews and Muslim society, really up until the modern period. Ironically, it is the huge development of tension between Jews and Arabs with the development of modern political Zionism that has sort of cast a shadow on the way we look at Jewish-Muslim relations over time. The vast majority of our experience living in Muslim lands was really quite a bit more positive. But we'll get to that, God willing, when we get to the end of the series. One other really important footnote, if we look back at this map for a second, by the way, let's just go back to this map here. You'll see at the top of this, there's this place called the Khazar Empire. So I can't leave this century without taking us back to Khazaria for a second, because this is one of the most bizarre footnotes in Jewish history, and it is a footnote that is still quite active today, especially in the darker parts of the web. Khazaria is this region that is basically in the Caucasus region, just to the east of the Black Sea, north of Azerbaijan and Georgia, south of what would be today Russia. And it was a fairly large empire. You can't use the word state in a modern sense, but it definitely was a large swath of territory that was ruled by a Turkic-speaking people for about 500 years, a significant population. And in this amazing story, sometime around the year 740, the story is that they all converted to Judaism. That's a bizarre story. How do we know about it? We begin to get inklings of the Khazarian story from Spain a couple of hundred years later, when an important politician named Khasta ibn Shaprut has a correspondence with someone who purports to be the Jewish king of Khazaria. There are a lot of problems with the chain of evidence with these letters, but nevertheless, this King Joseph describes that what happened in Khazaria is that there was an original King Bulan who had a debate, a tri-religion debate between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, because he wanted to decide which faith to adopt from paganism. And after hearing all their arguments, he decided that Judaism was the best religion, and now Khazaria is Jewish, and they would love to get some more, Hamantashen for the upcoming holiday and things like that. It's a kind of a bizarre story. We kind of lose the trail, but it becomes a really popular device in the hands of the great poet Yehuda Halevi, who a couple hundred years after the correspondence with Khasta ibn Shaprut writes a philosophical sort of novel called the Kuzari, which means the Khazarite, the person from Khazaria, in which he uses that foil, he uses the story as a foil to demonstrate how Judaism is better than Christianity and Islam. By taking the story of the debate and then patching it into his philosophical conceit, he is able to create this story, and it was a dramatic, very popular work. It's still studied avidly today. Now, what's the historical reality of this? There are many scholars who argue lo hayu hadvorim ba'olam. These things never actually happened. My colleague Shaul Stamfer at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, every few months we have a debate online because someone brings up the Khazarian issue, and he is adamant that it never happened at all. It's essentially a fiction that was invented in Spain and so on. While at the same time I respect Dr. Stamfer, he's a senior scholar with tremendous achievements, there is some evidence that there was some Jewish things going on in Khazaria. We can point to a handful of travelers who were there who report that the Jews there were Jewish, but were kind of weird. Like, for example, they are not well educated. They didn't practice circumcision, which is a pretty basic Jewish ritual. And there are a few scattered bits of evidence suggest that, in fact, there was a conversion. How deep that conversion was in society, probably not very deep. Probably just the ruling classes, and it probably had a lot more to do with the political realities conflicting with Christianity that was expanding in Europe and Islam that is expanding at the same time to the south, and they may have chosen Judaism as kind of like a halfway position, so they would not be absorbed politically into either state. And also there's some fascinating archaeological evidence, like these things which were discovered all over Khazaria, and people are wondering, did I use that one before? I really like that one. But there is, however, some really fascinating, cool evidence from the Geniza, like this letter here, which is known as the Kievan letter. Basically, it's a document which we recognize even today. The document is a letter of introduction of a Jew from Kiev who is a fine, upstanding member of the community. And Kiev, by the way, is in Khazarian territory. Kiev was a Khazarian outpost. The great Ukrainian Melian Pritsak says it's so ironic that it could be that the capital of Ukraine was actually founded by Jews. That's an amazing thing to contemplate. But at any rate, this letter was brought to Cairo by a Jew from Khazaria, probably in the 11th century. And he said, the letter says that the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding Jew. He has fallen on hard times. would you please help him out with some donation to support his family back in Kiev? I mean, this is a document we see basically every single day when you go to shul, right? There's someone carrying around a Kievan letter today. So that's a really authentic kind of document. So not only does it specifically reference Kiev, but you can see that at the bottom of the document, it has, you usually have the signatures of important rabbis who sign on to it, right? And say that, yes, I agree it. This is what's happened to this guy. I endorse his request. And here we have someone signed in Turkic runes, not Hebrew script at all. Probably someone who has no idea how to write in Hebrew. And he is one of the leaders of the Jewish community, which indicates, according to Amelian Pritzak, and Norman Gold, who studied this letter, that this is indicative of what's going on in Khazaria in the 11th century. They do have a Jewish community there, which are descended from Khazars, and they are not a very educated community. They need professional scribes to put these things together, but the important people may still even not know how to write their names in Hebrew, indicative of their lack of education. It's fascinating. One last thing, why is Khazaria so important today on the dark corners of the web? And this is something that Shaul Stamfer has demonstrated in a devastatingly final conclusion. There are anti-Semites on the web who are very enamored of the so-called Khazarian hypothesis that the Ashkenazic Jews are actually descendants from this Turkic people in Khazaria. And they are really insistent on proving this kind of strange, like, what difference does it make? The reason it makes a difference is because if today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from these Turkic peoples and not from their ancestral origins in ancient Israel with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, then they are truly not legitimate Jews. The real Jews, the Israelites, they were gone a long time ago. The people who are claiming to be Jews today are actually Khazarian. They're actually like mud people. They sometimes use really derogatory language for this. So, and they use this as a lever to try to delegitimize the Jewish identity of people who call themselves Jews. There's a lot of funny things going on here. Like, for example, the DNA testing has absolutely, without a doubt, proven that nobody pretty much has Khazarian DNA. Maybe that's where the Khazars come from. If you call a guy a Khazar, maybe he has that. But there's no linguistic evidence of Khazarian behavior. There's no literature. There's really nothing to say that the Khazarians actually made much of a dent in the regular Ashkenazic population. Okay, let's move to the Christian era now. So we've got a sense of what's going on in the Muslim areas and also in Khazaria a little bit. The doctrine of witness. In Christian lands, Christianity has a more serious problem to deal with than the Jews. The Muslims dealt with the problem with the Pact of Umar. We figured out a way to deal with them. But unlike Islam, which views itself as kind of being a successor to Judaism, but never really feels the need to prove itself right over Judaism, Christianity constantly feels this need theologically to defend itself as a legitimate faith vis-a-vis the mother religion. I think we've spoken about this a couple of classes ago, right? The idea of like the girl who goes to college, she comes back with a new cholent recipe and the mother doesn't like it. So I don't want to go into great detail. It's a good argument, but it's too much for us today. But the church struggles with the idea of how are we supposed to relate to the Jews today? And there are voices arguing for more extreme measures. You know, the idea of genocide is hard to translate into 7th century terms, but the idea of, well, why don't the Jews just go away? Because they present a huge problem to us theologically and so on. Maybe through expulsion, maybe through war, something like that. So some of the church fathers thought about this very heavily and came up with the doctrine of witness, which is really crucial for Jewish survival through the next 1,000 years. The most famous of them was St. Augustine of Hippo, shown here in effigy. He lived in the 4th and early 5th century in North Africa. And St. Augustine of Hippo, when thinking about the Jews, he coined this phrase, slay them not, which basically means don't kill the Jews, please. Why not? Because we need them to witness the truth of Christianity, to testify that Christianity is true. What does this mean in a nutshell? That since the Jews were the original chosen people, that is not a debate in Christianity. They're originally the chosen people, and then somehow they lost that chosen status. But because they were once chosen, they knew what it was like to be close to God at some point. When the Messiah returns, in Christian theology, when the Messiah returns, then the Jews will be able to say, oh my gosh, that's him. You were right all along. We were wrong and you were right. If all the Jews are dead and gone, there will be no one around to be able to say that with authority. So the Jews must be kept around always in order to act as a witness in the end of days. That is the theological function of the survival of the Jewish people. And this was, I know it sounds kind of like nasty because, it's totally dependent on validating Christianity, but it was to use the Latin term, a machaya. It was great because it meant that since St. Augustine's views were accepted, it meant that Jews could not be massacred. It's true, like we saw in Muslim lands, there were moments of punctuated of violence, and we have this, of course, in Christianity to a greater degree, but it was not a theological standpoint. The high church, the highest levels of the church, never stepped over this line and said, yes, we have to massacre all the Jews. We have to try to control them. We have to expel them. We have to persecute them. But massacring them was not one of the options because St. Augustine had clearly set it down for Christian theology. And there are a few other major heroes in this era, like Pope Gregory the Great of the 7th century and onward. Now, there were ambiguities to this because the model only works as long as Jews are in a degraded state. So let's say the idea is that we have to keep the Jews around because we will need them later. But what if the Jews were to become extremely successful right now, let's say in the 11th century, and they're very wealthy and they are ostentatious and they're driving around in their 11th century Rolls Royces, and the Christians look at each other and saying, wait a second, I thought they lost the favor of God. How is it possible that they're doing so well? Maybe there's something wrong with what the church is telling us. So the doctrine of witness had kind of a dark side in that it also went along with disabilities applied to the Jews. Humiliations like the Jewish badge. Rituals like, for example, once a year, and usually Easter time, the chief rabbi of a given town would have to endure a ritual slap in the face from the mayor of a town. That Jews' oaths are not believed unless they stand on a pigskin. Things like that are like ritual disabilities. And the idea is that we want the Jews to stay alive according to the doctrine of witness, but they have to always be in a degraded state or the model doesn't work. So that's basically the condition of the Jews up until the 17th and 18th century. They were in this kind of limbo theologically, where we were allowed to exist. We had a tolerated space, but we could not overstep those bounds. We had to always maintain kind of like, we're sad to be Jewish, and we regret our stubbornness. By the way, this is a really interesting grave. You can see it says in the French here, St. Augustine, please pray for us. And there's actually a relic, the forearm of St. Augustine himself is preserved here under glass. And that's not weird at all. To look at a couple of historical moments where there are exceptions, and they are extremely important. The first one that I'd like to look at in particular is the Crusades. So the Crusades is actually a defining moment, bringing together Christians in Europe like no time before. And it was occasioned in the late 11th century, 1095, when Catholic popes, the Catholic Pope Urban II, was complaining that Christians were being denied access to the Holy Land and to pilgrimage sites in Jerusalem because it was controlled by the Muslims. And it's a field of our it's far beyond the scope of our normal discussions, but the church had a major schism between what was the Catholic Church and what is the Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church being centered in places like Greece and Russia, Armenia, and the Catholic Church, of course, is Western Europe from Italy and beyond. And they were not getting along very well with each other. And Pope Urban II, said essentially to the Orthodox Church and to Christians everywhere, we must go on a crusade, meaning follow the cross, and reclaim the Holy Land so that Christian pilgrims can get open access to their holy sites. And his call in 1095 electrified Christian Europe for a whole host of reasons that we'll explore in a minute. But they successfully mounted this years-long effort to march soldiers down to Jerusalem, to rape and pillage as they went. And when they finally got to Jerusalem, it was horrible massacres, but they at least temporarily freed up the sites for the Christian pilgrims. This idea of a crusade has entered the English language, of course. When you have something really important that you want to achieve, you say, let's go on a crusade to, get rid of plastic bags in our society or something like that. But it really comes from this particular moment. Here's a map that shows you the multiple crusades. Because they were not successful in retaining the Holy Land, the Muslims would constantly drive them out, and the massacres just got worse and worse. And so it led to huge enmity between Christians and Muslims. So there were several of these crusades that went by land or by sea. Now, the one that's especially important for us in Jewish history is the very first crusade, which began in the late 1095. And in 1096, there was a terrible occasion, right around this time of year, actually a little bit later, close to summertime, because there were a group of... Why should we schlep all the way from Germany, all the way out to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, the non-faithful? We have infidels living right here in our backyard. In fact, there's 3 Jewish towns, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, that are known by the acronym SHUM. They're right here. There are several thousand Jews living here. Why don't we just attack the infidels here? And so you had a series of horrible massacres of Jews living in these towns that had phenomenal ramifications and reverberated throughout Jewish history. I'm going to look at those ramifications in a minute, but I want to point out that we actually remember these particular crusades every Saturday morning when we read the Tefillah of Harachamim, which is specifically in memory of the martyrs who died in these horrific crusades. We should understand that the crusades, we're not talking about professional armies for the most part. We're talking about a certain number of noblemen who had free time on their hands and could bring along pages and so on, and squires. But then there's a whole rabble of incredible, gullible people who would just get swept up in this frenzy and would, march off on this trek without any means of sustenance along the path. And so, in fact, we shall see that some of the crusades were actually turned back from Christian lands because they were like destroying Christian farms as they were making their way to Jerusalem. Quite a few of them were like really crazy, rabble-rousing individuals. When you read the accounts from the time, you see like people would be swept up with enthusiasm if they saw a goose walking towards Jerusalem. They would say, it's a sign, let us follow the goose to Jerusalem. Eventually they would eat the goose, but they would keep going to Jerusalem, that kind of thing. So there was this social upheaval of these masses that could not be easily contained, and they vented their elemental desire for violence on the Jews rather than making their way all the way down to Jerusalem. How did the Jews react? So there were several different responses that are recorded in the very powerful chronicles that we have from this period. We actually have several different chronicles from many Jews who experienced this. It was like a major turning point in Ashkenazic history, and we have first-person records of it. The first thing that's kind of interesting is that the Jews first sought refuge from church authorities, meaning you have these crazy hooligans who are coming outside the city gates, and the Jews would rush to the bishop and say, protect us. And the bishop would protect them. In fact, the first of those 3 towns, the Jews went into the bishop's home, and he sent his troops out, he sent his guards out to meet the the Crusaders. He asked who's in charge here. He got the one in charge, cut off his hands, and immediately the violence ceased. That was all it took. So in general, pogromists tend to be cowards, and when they face a little bit of resistance, then they all dissipate. So they moved on to the second town. But it is interesting to note that the Jews felt that the church was possibly their best source of refuge. This was not viewed as an anti-Semitic thing that was directed from the higher church. It was really more of a social class element that had some sort of Christian overtones. Secondly, the Jews attempted to pay off the Crusaders. It turned out unsuccessfully. The Crusaders took the money, but decided to invade anyways. This is kind of like the traditional Jewish approach to threats of this nature. Either bribe your attacker or run away. As I think I may have mentioned to you, there's a joke, and it's no longer true, but people used to say, why is it that there are no great Jewish piano players, no great Jewish pianists? And the reason is because it's very hard to run with a piano on your back. We're better with like snare drums and clarinets, things like that. So Jews adopted what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of survival. Either pay off the attacker or run away. And that generally worked for much of our history. God willing, when we move further on in this course, we'll see that one of the big criticisms, an internal Jewish criticism of the Holocaust era, is that the leadership of the Jewish community was not able to envision another kind of enemy, an enemy like Hitler, Yamach Shemo, who was not prepared to accept contributions, and in fact was no longer interested in having the Jews flee. But that will be further apart. We still have 1,000 years of this kind of solution. Another option, baptism. You know, the Crusaders did have kind of a Christian veneer to their attacks on the tri-town of Shum. And so there were some Jews who elected to convert to Christianity in order to avoid being killed. Some fascinating and very tragic responses written by none other than the great Rashi, who lived through this time, who advocated allowing those Jews to return to the fold after they had, gone through the rites of baptism to save themselves, which was not at all a simple matter to decide. There were some opinions that said, no, once they've baptized, they have lost their rights to be part of the Jewish community. But Rashi laid down the line and says, no, they did so clearly under duress, and they should be returned to the Jewish community. And finally, most tragically, martyrdom. This is one of the most heart-wrenching aspects of the Crusades, and we have many chronicles that describe what has been called by one author the Akedah, the last binding of Isaac. Many Jews, for example, finding themselves locked in the synagogue surrounded by Crusaders, elected to engage in suicide pacts, where they murdered their own children and their own spouses before they took their own lives. Just horrific. Rather than submit to baptism, they chose to commit suicide. And it's an absolutely horrific kind of a scenario that is described with very evocative language from the period. But in my humble opinion, I think there's tremendous ramifications for Ashkenazic history, because even though we're talking about a relatively small group of people, the number of Jews living in the tri-town was probably not more than 10,000 people. And so the number of Jews who actually committed martyrdom, maybe we're talking about 500 people, 600 people at most. More likely, it might be something like 50 people. 50 people is still a lot of people, there's no question. But the reverberations of the horror of that act had a huge impact on the Ashkenazi self-image. There, as a result of the experience of the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, I will tender for argument, began to view the outside world as very toxic, as very hostile. They began to turn inward and become much more insular as a result, viewing the outside world as being so threatening that the only solution for Jews was to circle the wagons and look into the community and seek refuge there. And this really had ramifications for how they studied the Torah, how they developed their business models, and so on, which is not necessarily the case, as we shall see, God willing, next week, when we look at Sephardic Jewry, which was not faced with the same kind of sharp, immediate test of, martyrdom or conversion. Right now, it was much more of a lengthy, long trial, and they elected to try and adopt more of an accommodationist approach. This will blow over, let us just go along for the time being, and then we will be able to reemerge in our full Jewish identity. It was a different approach that had different ramifications for Sephardic history. So gross generalizations, but I think there's something useful in thinking in these types for now. One very last important element of our period, of course, is the economy. One of the things that's prominent in European society, not in the Muslim society, is the Jewish involvement in money lending. And there are some really good reasons for this. The first is church law. Under something called the law of Gratian, Christians were not allowed to charge interest to each other, for the exact same biblical reason that Jews are not allowed to charge interest to one another. I recommend you try the 1-800 number at the back of the credit cards. See if the CEO is Jewish. I've never been able to get any success at getting my interest rate reduced on that basis, but nevertheless, I thought that was funny. I said it anyways. So the law of Gratian meant that since Christians can't charge interest to each other, there was basically nobody offering credit until about the 14th century. The Italians then discovered, wait a minute, there's a lot of money to be made here, and they sort of broke the rules, and that was it. But up until the 14th century, the only non-Christians in Europe are Jews, and they're the only ones who can charge interest, and so therefore they're the only source of credit. Really important in an agricultural economy where you're dependent on the seasons, where all your money is in the ground until harvest time. So the Jews are really incredibly important to the functioning of that society economically. Huge advantages for Jews. Contrary to popular belief, Jews were generally allowed to own land in almost all of the history, but why would you want to own real estate if it's so precarious that you could be evicted from this region at any time, that the king could simply expel all Jews as they would for several times at several points in the medieval period. So why would you want to own real estate? Because that's essentially kissing your money goodbye. Put your money in something liquid, something that maybe you can carry with you. These kinds of things requires the use of the mind rather than being a farmer and working with house for banker's hours. So you have plenty of time to study the Talmud and so on. It's an urban profession. You can live in a city. You can live with other Jews. All these things are very great advantages. There's always a resentment. Everyone loves moneylenders when they want money, but when they have to pay the bill, everyone hates the moneylenders. And let us not forget that interest rates in the medieval period were typically as high as 50%, really high interest rates and usurious interest rates. And so the resentment against Jews was very high. This will result, as we'll discuss, God willing, in 2 weeks, sometimes in popular uprisings against the Jews, like the Khmelnytsky Rebellion in the 17th century. And if the debt load was held by the nobleman was the debtor, then quite often the Jews would simply be expelled, like they were in England in 1290, because they were owed too much money. It was easier to simply get rid of them than to actually repay them. At this point, however, it was very good for the Jews, and they occupied a unique place in feudal Europe called servi kamarai, which means servants of the royal chamber. Rather than having a spot on the hierarchy of, you all studied from our high school, the serfs, and then the petty noblemen and the higher noblemen and so on, the Jews reported directly to the king, and that meant that the king could protect them and especially could exploit their profitability. So the king could say simply, yes, the Jews have the rights to live in this particular town. They have the right, so often the exclusive right, for example, to distill and sell alcohol, the right to charge money on interest, and I am the only person who can tax them. Nobody else gets a share, no noblemen get a share, nothing like that. And so it was in the interest of the king to protect the Jews because they were a source of capital. And that's basically what pertains for much of the High Middle Ages up until the 14th century. This picture here, by the way, is kind of interesting. It shows This is a Christian rendition of a Jewish moneylender. You see he's got a big bag of money here and some change. You can see that it's a Christian rendition because he's put some sort of faux Hebrew letters at the bottom of his cloak here. And the Christian is coming. This is like evocative of empty money bags. And he's coming and he's asking for money from the Jewish moneylender. Jewish moneylender has, anybody recognize what this thing is? Yeah, an abacus. When I show this to my 19-year-olds, you're like, what? Is that like some kind of Ouija board or something? But then I say like, well, it's like a calculator. I say, what's a calculator, right? It's like an iPhone sort of, except on a. So the Jews were absolutely essential to the economy as moneylenders, but also resented at this time as well. Now, one last thing. We've described a lot of the political and the religious and the social history, but one of the most amazing things is the creative activity of the Jews during this time, because this is the era of the so-called Rishonim. In Jewish thought, there are sort of like sets of generations that correspond to certain levels of holiness in Jewish theology. You have the ancient period with the Tanaim of the Mishnah, the Amoraim of the Gemara. This is the period of what are called the Rishonim, the first ones, and it basically refers to the era from about the 9th century up until about the 14th century. And all the scholars who were active in this time were incredibly creative and doing some phenomenal things. I've already mentioned Rashi, who was one of the great commentators on the Bible, who composed an absolutely amazing, pithy commentary on the Bible with a few terse words, able to illuminate huge passages that are otherwise quite impenetrable in the biblical text. Also very important in the way he united texts taken from the oral Torah and infused his commentary with the aroma of those ideas along with the written text. Really a masterful commentary. He also wrote a commentary on the entire Talmud as well. You also have analyzers like his descendants, the Tosafot, and that whole school of thinkers who essentially said, they asked really hard penetrating questions like, how can it say this over here in the Talmud when we just read 2 weeks ago over here the opposite, also in the Talmud? And they really forced the text to address these basic questions in a very amazing dialectical fashion that makes the Talmud such an intellectually exciting book to read. Codifiers, especially important, like Maimonides, who is shown here in this illuminated manuscript. Maimonides wearing tefillin is instructing other people in how to use an astrolabe, right, which is like a device used for navigation and by the stars. The codifiers essentially said, okay, wait a second. We've got this bizarre, rambling, amazing book called the Talmud, but it's so hard to figure out how you're supposed to behave. So let's start all over and let's reorganize it in a law code that you can actually look up the law you're looking for. Whereas I've described, you'll recall last week, the Talmud is sort of like this long, chain of association. It's a long stream of consciousness kind of document, and you have no idea what's going to happen on the next page because it's like a long, rambling conversation. So Maimonides essentially said, okay, let's start from the beginning. Here's a law about keeping kosher. I'm going to put it over in this book about keeping kosher. Oh, here's a law about Shabbat. I'm going to put it in this book about Shabbat. And then he created what he called a Mishnah Torah, a repetition of the Torah, which is essentially the whole thing, but laid out in a kind of logical Greek fashion, and it suddenly made the entire Talmud so much more accessible, and it threatened to put the rabbis out of business because it was so easy to read. But rabbinical work managed to survive because then they started writing commentaries on it. You need rabbis to write commentaries and so on. And you have, of course, philosophers. During this time, you begin to have people sort of taking the text and distilling it for their key ideas. People like Maimonides, also people like Saadia Gaon, phenomenal thinkers at this time. I wish we had more space to really devote to them. But I see that I'm right at the end of my time, so let's go to some reflections on Jewish survival. And I think when we look at the Muslim and Christian period that we've encountered today, I think one of the most important elements of Jewish survival is the degree to which the Jews can be truly fanatical about some things. It's true that martyrdom is one of the last things that Jews would ever want to have to encounter, but the pointed statement of Ashkenazi Jews during the Crusades in particular was kind of like a beacon, a signpost that laid down a chok lo yavor, a law that should not be countermanded, that infused the next millennium of Jews with inspiration. Jews can be, a stiff-necked people, and to an incredible degree. And I think this is one of the sources of the Jewish survival strength. Next week, God willing, we will look at Spain in particular. We'll continue some of the themes we discussed today because, of course, Spain is unusual. It is a triangular culture where it's not the binary dyad of Jews and Muslims or Jews and Christians. It is Jews, Muslims, and Christians all trying to exist on the Iberian Peninsula with mixed results. I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm surprised so many of you came out tonight. I thought that the coronavirus would scare so many of you away, but nobody sneezed. Thank God we should all be healthy. I hope you have a fantastic Purim.
Symbolically, he found a witness there. And I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. Yes. It is symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick.
Right. So, because of the dreaded coronavirus, we are going to be doing this online this week. I want to tell you that I feel a little bit vindicated that much of my misspent youth actually has come in handy in this difficult time, because I spent so much of my youth watching these zombie apocalypse movies. And, everyone thought, it's just a waste of time, zombie apocalypse. But now I see how useful it really is. Since I'm in an administrative capacity running a campus with, 1,000 students and a whole bunch of faculty, all those years watching zombie movies really paid off. But let's start by going into Spanish Jewish history. So Spanish Jewish history is quite distinct from most medieval Jewish history, primarily because in Spain, the Jews lived in a triangular culture. In North Africa and in Europe at large, continental Europe, Jews lived usually in a binary relationship. There were Jews and there were Christians, or there were Jews and there were Muslims. And Jews were, for the most part, the only significant minority in either of those regions. However, in Spain, Jews occupied a triangular position relating to both Muslims and Christians. And this triangular situation created a kind of a different dynamic among the three major populations. And Jews were able to exist in Spain in an amazingly different way that was, in many ways, allowed for a tremendous effervescence of Jewish creativity, as we shall explore shortly. So during this time, you had, at least for a couple of hundred years, a brief period which is called by many historians la convivencia, which means the coexistence or the living togetherness. And it refers to a relatively brief period of time when you look at the grand scope of Jewish history, when Jews and Muslims in particular, and also Christians, managed to find a way to get along fairly well. And many historians have said that, well, this is an overly rosy look at Jewish history, and that, in fact, the violence overshadowed by far this brief period of coexistence. But in reality, there's a lot of value to use this as a model. It's true, it's not without its flaws, but nevertheless, there are some really fascinating aspects of this period that we shall explore right now. So, let's just move forward in the Prezi here. Okay, so moving back to the beginning of the establishment of the Jewish community in Spain. Jews were in the Iberian Peninsula from at least the 1st century. There's some epigraphic evidence that is like gravestones and things like that are reported at least from the 16th century, some of which attest to a Jewish presence even before the 1st century. That is, there's even an unusual reference. We've lost the original stone, but there are some references to the notion that Jews may have even gone to Spain as tax collectors for King Solomon. which would be like incredibly early. But for sure, we can rely on some testimonies that place Jews in the first century. This rather dramatic, brief reference to a young Jewish girl who died, and her gravestone was preserved for several hundred years. As I mentioned, it is lost now, but nevertheless, it's a fairly reasonable supposition. We also have references to Spain and Spanish Jewish communities in the Christian scriptures and also in the Talmud and places like that. So in the early medieval period, the ancient or the late ancient period, we do have Jews living in the region. It is unusual because it is a Christian land, but it is dominated by the so-called Visigoths, or the Western Goths. As you can see, they controlled most of the Iberian Peninsula and really much of what we would call today France as well. And the Visigoths actually were quite tolerant of Jews for much of the time they lived there, partially because the Visigoths were not Catholic. They were Arians. That's Arian with an I. And the Arians had a very different view of the divinity of the founder of Christianity. They had more of an idea that he was somewhat like a prophet, something like that, rather than actually the Son of God, which was much more problematic in Jewish theology. And this allowed the Visigoths to have a much more tolerant approach to the Jews. However, that changed rather dramatically in the year 589 when Recared, here I am trying to move along in my slides here, when Recared, this rather amazing photo, amazing painting here by Degas, Recared decided to convert to Catholicism. That is, he left Arian Christianity and he joined Catholic Christianity. Here he's shown as at his moment of conversion, very ethereal kind of look on his face and so on. And unfortunately, one of the best ways historically that one proves one's bona fides is one persecutes the Jews, to prove just how religious one is. And so right away, period of really incredible anti-Semitism begins from the year 589 and extends right up into the year 711. About 120 years of really incredible persecution of Jews. I use that term anti-Semitism, by the way, quite anachronistically. They would not have used that term back then. But there was this whole period of it's bizarre. It doesn't fit with the rest of Spanish history. A period of intense supervision of Jews, where Jews had to literally report to the local priest when they were traveling from one village to another. Any kind of activity outside of their home had to be reported, and there was a ridiculous amount of punishments, really severe punishments, for a whole host of behaviors, specifically social transgressions, where Jews were relating with non-Jews. Amputations were performed quite regularly. For example, if a man and a woman had a relationship, Jewish men would have their sexual organ amputated. Women would have their noses amputated. Really horrible kinds of things. And one of the most common persecutions is what was called decalvatio, which literally translates as scalping. It's hard to understand whether they're referring to the actual removal of the skin, the scalp from the head, because that's really quite a dangerous operation, but people seem to have survived it. So it might have been like a rather humiliating kind of extreme haircut, but we're not really sure. But punishments were meted out left and right during this brief but intense period of persecution under the Visigoths from 589 to 711. And that's why when the Muslims finally approached Spain, Jews were really happy to see them arrive. Let me explain what happened there. So let's jump ahead to the Spanish period, the Muslim period. You can see this map here. We looked at a very similar map the other day that shows the tremendously rapid expansion of Islam from the Mecca and Medina, right by the Red Sea there, just southeast of Israel, and throughout the entire the southern Mediterranean basin, and all the way out east into Afghanistan and so on. And they crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and they moved into the Iberian Peninsula, naming it Al-Andalus. That becomes the Muslim period. And this happened in the year 711. Now, there's a lot of interesting historiography that's largely considered way out of date that argues that the Jews actively assisted the Muslims and betrayed the Christians to allow the Muslims to come in. Most of that has been debunked. The Jews did not seem to be involved with the actual invasion of the Muslims. However, once the Muslims were there and they removed this tremendous persecution from the Jews, it is known that the Jews were willing to help the Muslims, for example, hold on to their conquered territories in Spain and allow them to advance further while there were Jews who were involved in garrisoning the towns and things like that. And there's no question that the experience of the Jews under the Muslims was vastly superior to their experience under the Visigoths. Here's a look at the Caliphate of Córdoba, which is the Muslim region of Spain. Is primarily in the central to the southern part of Spain. The northern part of Spain was all north. So much of what I'm saying now happened in the green part of Spain, as shown here. Among the kind of things that happen is you have the development of the sort of, I don't know what the right word is, it's not really a legend because we have so many examples of them, concrete, real examples, but we have the pattern of the wise and loyal Jewish servant, where the Muslims are in charge, no question about that, but they encounter a wise and loyal Jewish person, typically a poet, because the Muslims really respected poetry, more on that later, maybe something of a scientist, and they recognize the value of this Jewish person. They raise him to a very high position in society. Perhaps the most important of them was early on a man named Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who was noted for his medical skills. This is also a very common thing. Jews were really excelling in the field of medicine. It's a very long-standing tradition of the Jewish doctor and the Jewish lawyer too, but the Jewish doctor goes back even further. And he invented, or he discovered, the ingredients for this potion called teriyaka, which was something that the medievals believed was a panacea for every illness, and that they believed that there was this ancient potion called teriyaka that could cure every ill. And the only problem is that no one knew exactly what was inside it. So Hasdai ibn Shaprut found a recipe for teriyaka, and he was able to identify its ingredients, and this, had apparently some efficacy in the period, and so he was given tremendous honors as a result. Little did he know that it would inspire, of course, the modern dish, Yampri's already, teriyaki, right? Teriyaki, and teriyaki chicken. So the Asian influences are clear, even here for Hasdai ibn Shaprut. I hope you realize I'm joking. I can't tell because I can't see any of you, but I hope you find this at least a little bit fun. But anyways, Hasdai ibn Shaprut was a fascinating individual. He rose to prominence, and he became essentially the foreign minister of the caliphate, extending all kinds of diplomatic ventures all around. Another area where historically Jews have excelled, and he did as well, was in the field of languages. And so his polyglottic ability, his ability to speak a lot of languages, really stood him in good stead. And he found that he went from being kind of like the chief physician to essentially the foreign minister, communicating with countries all around to bring them information about what was going on and to conduct treaties and so on. Perhaps the most fascinating treaty was conducted with the northern Christian region, when there was an overweight young man whose name was, I believe, Pedro, and he had successfully put him on a diet. And his mother, the queen, I think it was of Toledo, was so grateful that she conducted a very positive trade arrangement with the Muslims, and this is the kind of thing that Hasdai ibn Shaprut did. Now, fascinatingly, for the purposes of Jewish history, other than his brilliance as a leader, he also was a great sponsor of Jewish culture and scholarship. In particular, he identified a young man who was enslaved. His name was Moshe ben Chanoch, and his story was that he was on a ship with several other scholars that was shipwrecked, and he was taken as a slave, and Chasdai Shapur ransomed him from slavery. A very common thing, by the way, in the medieval period. And it turned out that Moshe ben Chanokh was actually a brilliant scholar, and he ended up establishing a yeshiva with the sponsorship of Moshe ben Chanokh. And this created the beginning of a trend of scholarship that Spain became eventually very, very famous for. One of the things that was going on was that the Spaniards were especially concerned because, if you look at the map, the center of Jewish activity is where we left Jews last week and the week before, especially. They're in Mesopotamia, in the Babylonian region, where the Talmud has been written. Spain is the periphery. It's way on the outside of the Mediterranean, far, far away. So if the Spanish Jews want to learn the Talmud, they really, really want to make sure that the texts that they are learning from are very accurate. And so there's a tremendous amount of push for precision and accuracy in the copying of Talmudic texts. So this is the kind of thing that Spaniards became very famous for, is being especially careful about the text. And it turned out that as Spanish Jewry began to grow in influence and in wealth, a lot of the relationship between the center and periphery shifted because Spain started sending a lot of money back to the big yeshivas of Sura and Pumbedita in the Mesopotamian region. And these regions then owed their gratitude to Spain, and you had a new dynamic developing of center-periphery relationships with Talmud and so on. There's some beautiful descriptions of how, originally when Spanish Jews were wealthy but not quite as learned, they would send questions all the way to Babylonia for direction on halakhic advice, how to behave as Jews, and they would receive these letters back, which would be attended with great pomp and circumstance, and they would all gather and ceremonially open up the letter, and they would read it in public, and it was like a huge hoopah to receive a letter from Babylonia. That just gives a sense of how they behave. Now, fascinating as well, it is a periphery. It is like, you think San Francisco in the 1900s or something like that, where anything that comes from New York, or especially anything that comes from Europe, that would be such an amazing event. Some of the things that were going on at this time, there was they love poetry. First of all, the Muslims love poetry. They tremendously attracted to fine poetry. So Jews also became in love with fine poetry. But the Hebrew language was not at this time really well adapted to the poetic trends of the day. In particular, there was a debate over something called meter, like how you actually measure out the beats in a sentence so it has kind of a rhythmic quality. And most Jews were using the traditional form of meter that was championed by a man named Menachem ibn Saruf, that essentially gave each syllable one full stop. But along came this Baghdadi Jew named Dunash ibn Nabrat, who said, wait a second, we have a few of these vowels, like, for example, the shva, the two dots that are pointed underneath a letter. And whether it is a shvana or a shvanach, I won't go into the technicalities here, but you can count that as a half beat or a full beat. You have some flexibility there. And if you count it as a half beat sometimes, then you can create whole new metrics which are actually modeled on the Arabic language. And so Jews loved this newfangled thing, but there was a culture war that went on between those traditionalist Jews who loved the old style poetry and did not like this new kind of hip-hop stuff that was coming from Baghdad. On the other hand, the younger Jews were saying, wow, Dunash ibn Nabrat, he's like Elvis Presley, he's bringing out some new poetry. And amazingly, they actually had street fights, riots between poetry-loving Jews in the city of Granada. Can you imagine a society in which Jews come to blows over poetry? That's like, wow, I love it. I think it's fantastic. Anyways, that gives you a sense of, in the 10th century, the kinds of things that we're cooking in Al-Andalus. Now, I have to tell you about some of these amazing figures. Hang on, we lost where we were. Let's go past the teriyaki chicken. And here we go, too. For example, check this out. It's so amazing. I can't believe it. Shmuel HaNagid, 11th century. As Abraham ibn Dawood writes, he's a historian, and the days of Chastai, meaning Chastai and Shakrut that we used to talk about, they began to chirp. But in the days of Shmuel HaNagid, they sang out loud. Like, this is like a real amazing achievement of Jewish culture. Now, here's the amazing thing about it. Shmuel HaNagid, you know what his daytime job was? He was the general of the Muslim army of Cordoba. I mean, just think about this for a second. Here you have a Jewish guy, from guy, religious guy, who is the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And he's going out to the front lines, and he's fighting these wars with Christians, for example, to the north. And he's a Jewish guy. And more than that, he actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud that's still printed in Tractate Brachot today. He was a phenomenal poet, and there's amazing stories about what he would do on the front line. He would write his poems out in Hebrew, and he would tie them to carrier pigeon flags, and he would send the pigeons off, and they would fly back to Cordoba, where his son would take the little pieces of paper off, and then he would compile them in a diwan that would eventually become Shmuel HaNagid's writing. I mean, just think about it for a second. Here's a guy, this is, by the way, this is really the Sephardic paradigm. This is one of the things that makes Sephardic Jewry so amazing, is that here's a man who is absolutely excellent in the religious sphere. He is like a huge author, a great Talmudic scholar, a Hebrew poet par excellence, and at the same time, he's the chief of staff for a Muslim country. Now, think about this for a second. If, even looking at the American government, can you imagine that the chief of staff would not only be a Jewish guy, but also be like a Talmudic sage? It's unheard of. They're very bifurcated. And if you go, like, let's say to, the greatest yeshivas in Lakewood or something, are any of the guys studying there, rising to high office in America? Not at all. They're really, totally separate. But in Sephardic society, we see many figures not quite approaching Shmuel HaNagid's greatness, but many who are, excellent in both worlds. And so for many scholars, especially in the 19th century and onward, there's a tendency to look at the Spanish Golden Period, the Spanish Age, as a golden era because Jews are excelling in both secular and in religious pursuits simultaneously. Quite a fascinating thing that's going on at the time. Just to give you a sense, how can I jump back there? Well, let's go back to it. To give you a sense of his poetry, I have a couple of examples here I'd like to share with you. If it will let me go back there, please help me out. There we go. Here's a couple of Shmuel HaNagid's, 3 of his poems. We won't do all of them. Let's do the middle one. He wrote 3 books of poetry, which were found in the early 20th century and are published, and they're just amazing. Listen to the middle one here. Anashim Ya'anu Ashir. Please forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent. Anashim Ya'anu Ashir b'kavod rav u'v'yesha. V'yimzu rash v'yasimu sha'im lo b'li pesha. Beautiful name, sha'im lo b'li pesha. It's a beautiful kind of, it feels like you're just tripping over a brook. And the translation is, people will give great attention to the wealthy with phenomenal honor and with renown. But they will degrade the poor person, and they will consider him blameworthy for things he has never done. Now, I just translated on the fly. It didn't rhyme or anything like that. In the Hebrew, it rhymes. It has perfect meter. It's just like solid as a rock, and it's so beautiful. Very pithy and beautiful poetry. This gives you a sense of what the general of a Muslim army would do at the time. We also have phenomenal figures like Yehuda Halevi, great philosopher poet as well. Originally, he was a poet for hire, meaning he would go to cemeteries and he would write on the spot great funeral elegies for people that you love for money. He would write wedding songs, and people would listen to his poetry and cry at weddings because it was so beautiful. Later, he wasn't making much money doing that, so he ended up becoming a doctor. Was not so cuneous as a doctor either, so he eventually became a philosopher, and really his philosophy is what stuck in particular. He wrote, among other things, this phenomenal book, The Kuzari, which we spoke about a few weeks ago, which is essentially the retelling of the story of the Khazars for the purpose of a religious dialogue, or trialogue, really, Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And obviously he argues that the Jewish religion is the best,
but it is a fascinating work that has tremendous implications today. Also interesting, he eventually made Aliyah. He eventually moved to Israel in his old age. He was really a big Zionist. One of his famous poems says, Libi b'mizrach v'ani b'ma'arav. My heart is in the east, but I am stuck here in the west, meaning in Spain, but I want to be in Israel. And it's interesting to think that in his old age, when he was still in Spain, he may have actually held on his knee none other than the great Maimonides, this went too far. Here we go. The Golden Eagle. Now, Maimonides only spent his very youngest age in Spain, because here's one of those moments when the convivencia kind of breaks down. There was an invasion of more extreme Muslims from North Africa, the Almohads, and another group after them, and they made life very difficult for Jews. They felt that they were, a bad influence on the previously existing Muslims in the region, that, certain things like alcohol was flowing in Muslim parties, and that's, Muslims, of course, do not drink alcohol, and they thought that this was the influence of Jews and other things. So there was a certain amount of persecution, Muslim persecution of Jews in the 12th century. So Maimonides' family fled. They stayed within the Muslim world, but they left Spain at this point, moved away across North Africa, and eventually settled in Egypt, where Maimonides really attained great fame, first as a medical doctor and then later as a halachist and a philosopher. There's so much to say about Maimonides. I think we'll have to talk about some of his thought in another class, but Maimonides has his feet in Spain and in the Spanish Golden Era. Now, the Golden Age comes to a steady and inevitable conclusion as the Reconquista begins. That is the reconquest of Spain. That's a Christian term because it refers to the driving out of the Muslims that begins in the north and slowly pushes down the Muslims and pushes them out of the Iberian Peninsula in 1482. You can see from this map that the yellow becomes the orange, and eventually the green areas, which are Muslim, they are the last to become Christianized. And in the context of the Reconquista, the Christians have to come to terms with these Jews who have previously held very important positions in society and are, really quite well situated. But the Christians are trying to assert their dominance not only over the Muslims who are the lords, but also the Jews who are quite significant in society. And a lot of things happen along with this that are really quite unfortunate. The disputations, for example, is perhaps the first expression of this. In an attempt to really demonstrate that for sure Christianity is the best religion and not Judaism, this trend develops in the 13th century, continues into the 15th century, of holding forced debates with Jews. Here you can see on the left some Christian thinkers, and they're holding up books, and on the right, wearing the Jewish hat, and with expressions that look like they have some consternation, Jews are defending Judaism against Christian attacks. And these were forced disputations where Jews were ordered to assemble in a church, and they were ordered to appoint a leader that would then defend Judaism against Christianity. And the conclusion was foregone, to be sure. Perhaps the most famous of the disputations is the Great Disputation of 1263 in Barcelona that involved none other than the incredible Nachmanides. Not to be confused with Maimonides, who we discussed earlier. Nachmanides is Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, the son of Nachman. And he was, unlike the disputant, who was Pablo de Cristiani, typically a converted Jew to Christianity, whereas Pablo de Cristiani had a very superficial knowledge of Judaism. Rabbi Nachman was actually a tremendous genius and a very well-regarded commentator whose thought is studied even to the present day. We actually have a tremendous record of their dialogue, of their debate, because both the Christian side and Nachmanides published their version of it, and we can compare them and see where they interact and where they diverge. The debate obviously was won officially by Pablo de Christiani, but Nachmanides' performance was so admired by the King of Aragon that he gave him a huge pile of money, and he said to him, listen, that was a great debate, but you better hightail it right out of Spain right now. And so in his old age, Nachmanides had to flee Spain, really because he had done such a fantastic job in this particular debate, and he made his way to Israel, where at the end of his life, really, he started a new career and reestablished the Jewish community in Jerusalem in the late 13th century. When he arrived, he said they did not even have a minyan, a quorum of 10 men over the age of 13 in Jerusalem, of all places. They had to bring Jews in from the surrounding villages, but Nachmanides was able to restart that Jewish community, a phenomenal achievement. But it gives you a sense of the beginnings of the end of the golden age of Spain. Let me just take you a couple centuries further ahead right now. Just 1 second here. Let's jump ahead, because we have to talk about the Inquisition. To understand the Inquisition, we really have to go back about 100 years before it was instituted in Spain, to the year 1391. In that year, there was a wave of pogroms that spread through northern Spain in particular, and many Jews were forcibly converted. The Inquisition was established almost 100 years later as an attempt to deal not with Jews per se, but to deal with those Jews who had been forcibly converted to Christianity, but were not behaving as Christians were expected to behave. Now, you might say to yourself, well, of course they're not going to be behaving like Christians because they have been forcibly converted. What do you expect from them? But we should realize that the Catholic Church at this time, and really for centuries afterwards, was kind of trapped in this theological conundrum that when a Jew was baptized, even against their will, there were many dominant trends in Christian thought at that time that meant that they were actually converted, and there was nothing you could do about it. They were now Christians. This sad example of this is really from the 1840s, when there was a young boy named Edgar Mortara, shown here in this Oppenheim painting, who lived in Bologna, Italy. And the story went, and by the way, it's going to be the subject of a major motion picture that's being produced by none other than Steven Spielberg. But Edgardo Mortara was a young boy, and he had a terrible fever. And so his Christian nursemaid, who felt so badly that this young child was possibly going to die, and then because he was Jewish, he was going to go to hell forever, she felt so badly for him that she decided to have him secretly baptized. And then he recovered. He got better. And several years later, when I think he was about 8 years old, it happened that this particular nursemaid or maid happened to tell someone that, yeah, you know, that little Edgardo, he's such a little bandit. I actually had him baptized once when I was worried that he had a fever, he would die. This got back to the Vatican police, and amazingly, as you see in this particular scene, which is not exactly historically accurate, but nevertheless, it gives you the sense of the emotion, the Vatican police actually kidnapped this young boy from his home and took him into the papal palace to be raised as a Christian. Why? Because he was baptized against his will when he was a baby. He had no clue that he was baptized. He had no clue that he was actually Christian according to Christianity. And this was a horrific event. Of course, the parents complained and the parents sought redress, but the Papal States had power at that time in Bologna, and the Pope refused to release him. It became a cause célèbre across the world. The great Moses Montefiore became very involved. Jewish organizations all over the world, including in New York, were protesting and demanding that, you know, this is, after all, the 19th century. You can't just kidnap a child for religion. But the Pope ultimately did not release him under this principle that once he was baptized, he was in fact Christian. And what ended up happening to Edgar was he ended up becoming a Christian priest. You can see him here on the right. He actually made a career of later proselytizing Jews. Here he is photographed with his mother and with his brother, and you can see kind of there's a strange family dynamic going on in this particular picture. But this is an example of the kind of
restriction placed on Jews who were even forcibly baptized that was pertaining even in the 19th century. So now if we go back to Spain, what happened is in the 1390s, you had all these Jews who were forcibly converted, and once they were converted, they just went right back to being Jewish. They lived in the Jewish community. They kept kosher. They kept Shabbat, and so on. They might do some token Christian activities, like maybe they would show up in church. Maybe they would wear a crucifix in public. But in reality, they were still very well integrated into the Jewish community, marrying into each other's families, retaining a Jewish lineage, and so on. And moreover, and this is what's especially fascinating, they now had freedom of movement in Christian society because they were technically Christians. They're no longer bound by the restrictions imposed upon them when they were Jews. They were free to pursue any profession. They were free to travel. They were exempt from punitive taxes and so on. And so this became resented because here were people who were obviously still considering themselves Jewish, who were still totally integrated into the Christian economy of Spain. By the way, at this point, there's a huge historiographic debate, which we won't get into today, but there are many scholars who feel that the Inquisition was primarily a religious affair, which is sort of the main narrative that I've given you at this point. And there are others who say, no, it's primarily an economic issue, because a lot of Christian burghers that are Christian, city dwellers and merchants were saying, this isn't fair. They've got an unfair advantage because they have all these connections with other Jewish communities around the world, and they can do all kinds of things, and they're Jews after all. They're just pretending to be Christian. They should not be getting the same economic rights as us. So the Inquisition was brought in specifically directed at Jews who were baptized and their descendants, because they were called new Christians. Even for multiple generations, they were called new Christians, and they were required to recant their awful ways. The Inquisition, which was established in 1478, was accompanied by torture, and there, as you can see in this horrible image here, that shows this hand-crushing device where the victim was expected to stare at the cross and think upon his sins while these handles are turned and breaking the bones in the hand and so on. And under torture, Jews were, these new Christian Jews were expected to confess and say, oh yes, all these other friends of mine were also actually Jews, practicing Jewish rites while they were Christians, and they would be arrested, and they would be subject to torture, and they would give up a whole host of names, and eventually it just took over the whole society, like a Stalinist purge would take over society. The elements of torture used by the Inquisition were absolutely horrific and have become proverbial, really. Like, for example, this terrible device of torture, it's called the Pope's tear, and it would be inserted into an orifice in the human body, many possibilities, and then a person would be asked questions, and if they failed to answer appropriately, the ring at the back would be turned, and it would be slowly expanded, ripping internal membranes and so on. Absolutely horrific kind of torture. So the Spanish Inquisition, even though you have Monty Python, it was no joke at all. It was a horrific thing that really affected Spanish society on a very deep and elemental level. Jews who confessed were often forced to wear these things called sanbenitos, these humiliating tunics. And by the way, for life, you would wear this for life if you were found guilty of Judaizing. And then after death, they were often actually placed on the walls in churches as a reminder of the family shame that people had to live with after the Inquisition. Absolutely horrific kind of persecutions at this time. And to get back to the idea of an economic motive for this, betraying a Judaizing family, if the family was found, in fact, to be Judaizing, then the betrayers would get a share of their possessions. And this could happen even after death, where Jews could, die and be buried, and then could be put on trial by the Inquisition. And if they were found guilty of Judaizing,
post-mortem, then their property would be divided amongst the Inquisition and those who named them as Judaizers. So there's a profit incentive to this entire process that would go on forever. The ultimate end of the Inquisition process was, of course, the horrible auto da fe, the public burnings that would take place in many cities, and including in the New World, which were like huge, like rock concert events where you would have public burnings of these Jews who were accused of Christian activity. This is a 17th century auto da fe, for example. Absolutely horrific. One small but a very important footnote: Portugal, which of course borders on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula, was one of the first places that Jews fled to try to avoid the persecution of the Inquisition. Portugal did not exactly have the same situation, and in fact they held off introducing the Inquisition. Oh, I went all the way to the back again. They held off introducing the Inquisition for a little while, but they had their own elements of persecution. Excuse me while I jump around to try to find the beginning of this again. This is a little awkward on screen share. King João, or João, I don't pronounce it very well, but I always enjoy the name. João, like I imagine when a child is born, you say, oh wow, it's a boy, but you can't really say that. But at any rate, King João extended temporary refuge to some of the Jews, but ultimately they also did not want a large Jewish presence there. There are also some geopolitical reasons they wanted to flee. But what Portugal felt would be best is, rather than expelling the Jews, rather than exposing them to an inquisition right away, they wanted them to convert. And they put incredible pressure on the Jews to have them convert to Christianity, including a really horrific moment when 2,500 children were taken from their refugee parents and shipped off to an island off the coast of Africa called the island of Sao Tome, where, according to at least one account that we have from a survivor, the children were actually eaten by large lizards that are apparently indigenous to the island. These horrific stories. Ultimately, as a result of Portugal's desire to unite with Spain, as you can see here from King Manuel, marrying Isabella. It was actually not the Isabella that would expel the Jews, but another Isabella. The Jews there were forcibly converted, and that happened in 1497. And many Jews managed to flee at that time, but otherwise Portugal became the same as Spain in this regard. The Inquisition was also brought into Portugal in 1530 to attack those Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 who were not behaving according to Christian standards. So that just gives you a sense of the horrific nature of the Inquisition. It ends, of course, in 1492, which was where we're going to pick up our story next week, God willing, with a huge dispersion of Sephardic Jews. It begins in the year 1492 when those Jews who refuse to accept the offer of conversion to Christianity decide to leave, and they go throughout the Mediterranean basin. They make their way up to welcoming cities like Amsterdam, and many of them make it across the ocean to the Americas, South America in particular, and we'll pick up that story next week. This is the beginning of the Sephardic diaspora. One interesting point that we should just touch on before we leave and we meditate for a moment on Jewish survival. You know, there's a thesis that we will come back to when we get to the Holocaust period, but there's a great work on the Holocaust written by the eminent historian, the late historian Raoul Hilberg. He's one of the pioneering historians of the Holocaust. And he wrote in the introduction to his 3-volume, massive history of the destruction of European Jews, that the roots of the Holocaust lay in Spain. And I remember when I first read it, I thought, oh, come on, please, how can you draw a line that goes all the way from the 14th century to the 20th century? You know, 600 years, so many differences about Spain and Germany over that period of time. It's not a fair comparison.
But as I got older and a little more mature as a historian, I see that, you know what, there's actually a brilliant kernel of truth to Hilbert's thesis, in my humble opinion. We look at the pattern, for example, in Spain. We have in 1391 these forced conversions that lead to tremendous social mobility of Jews. Then, about 75 years later, there's a lot of persecution of these so-called new Christians, these Christians who come from Jewish roots, who are able to move within both worlds with some fluidity, and that results in isolation and then ultimately expulsion of the Jewish community of Spain. If we take that and we look at Germany, we see in the 1800s, for different reasons, there are mass conversions. These are not forced conversions, but a lot of social pressure allows a lot of Jews who are assimilating anyways to simply decide to adopt baptism largely as a social ladder. Like the great poet Heine said that baptism was his ticket to European culture. And then, about 75 years later, there's this persecution of non-Aryans, meaning these are, Christians and Germans in German society, but they don't quite fit with the rest of us. They're the purity of blood that the Spaniards admired, the Germans also admired, and there's a similarity there. This leads to isolation, to expulsion, and ultimately to mass murder, which is something that only had the briefest of echoes from medieval Spain. But nevertheless, there are some interesting historical parallels between these two periods. And as Santayana famously said, history, if we do not pay attention to history, we're doomed to repeat it. Others have said you may not have repetition in history, but you certainly do have rhyming in history. There are certain oscillations that seem to repeat themselves. But to conclude this lecture, and I hope you're still there, I'm talking to the screen. I have no idea if you are out there. We'll find out later, I guess, when I go to shul. People say, oh, yeah, I heard the lecture. It was good. What is it about Spanish Jewry that allowed them to survive? As we saw, it's a great contrast to the experience of Ashkenazic Jewry in the Crusades. There's that one big flash moment where you either, convert or martyr yourself, and the Ashkenazim decided to martyr themselves in the three towns of Speyer, Worm, and Mainz. And that became kind of like a cultural motif. The Spanish Jews, did not have that same luxury, because all of a sudden they got forcibly converted by, in really kind of a silly way, holy water sprinkled on you, or some holy man walks by and says, now you're Christians. I'm like, what are you talking about? But nevertheless, they're caught up in this, not in a dramatic moment of fire like you would have, with the synagogue surrounded by angry pogromists, but now it's kind of like just sort of a religious fiat. And what do you do with that? So the Sephardim developed ways to adapt to their new reality, their new identity, without sacrificing their Jewish identity. And let us remember the fierce attachment that Sephardim had to their culture, particularly as crypto Jews. We'll talk more about this perhaps next week. But, for example, circumcision was a certain giveaway that your children were Jewish, or you were a Judaizing family. So many crypto-Jewish women, wanting to retain their knowledge and identity as being Jews, but being unable to circumcise their children, often actually performed small surgical excisions on their shoulders, to a little circle, just to remind themselves that we are Jewish, we were not able to circumcise our sons, but we will make this scar on our own bodies to remind us of this fact. Incredible dedication to Jewish continuity, although submerged in an entirely different environment. And here we are, 500 years after the expulsion from Spain, and these Sephardim still consider themselves Dafka, specifically Sephardim. They have retained their sub-identity within the large Jewish community 500 years after being expelled. I mean, that's amazing. I consider myself a Lithuanian Jew, barely, even though it's now been like 3 countries removed from Lithuania. And it was my own grandparents who fled Lithuania to come to Canada. And my children will consider themselves maybe distantly Lithuanian, but primarily American. And that sub-identity disappears so quickly. How is it that Sephardim can feel so strongly attached to their identity 500 years later? It's an amazing thing. And I think it is a testament to Jewish survival. Okay, I've basically come to the end of my lecture. I hope this worked for you online. I think we had a much smaller crowd than we would have had without the virus. But at any rate, we're going to maintain continuity for the internet audience. And hopefully all of this will be over soon and we'll be able to get together as we usually do. I hope you have a fantastic week. And thank you for listening. Have a great night.
And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is the in the language. There are several different types of friendship. But Anda.
Can you hear me?
That's okay. Okay, don't worry.
Oh, I got it now. Great. I'm on mute. I'm asking everybody else to mute, and I'm on mute. Okay. So listen, everyone, please make sure you are on mute because it will really disturb the experience for everyone else if you are not. I have the
How do we put it on mute? How do we put it on mute?
So you just sort of move your mouse along, and you'll see at the bottom left there's a little microphone there. And
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone.
On your phone, then *6.
Okay. And then now you're gonna give the clip. Okay, great. We're looking forward.
Okay, thank you. Try *6. We'll let everybody know that if I can't get people to mute, I may have to remove you from the class because it's like, imagine a regular bricks and mortars classroom if all of a sudden people are talking in the middle of class and everyone in the room can hear it at the same volume. It can be really embarrassing.
Are you hearing us now, or did you unmute?
Yes, I am hearing you, and I'd rather not. I'd rather just be able to speak.
So I know. I'm going to try again.
Okay, *6. That should do it. Okay, great. I'm seeing some mutes happening. Great. All right, let's get straight to the material, okay? So the goal for today is to go over the 16th and 17th century. We're going to be looking at a pretty tumultuous period in Jewish history that begins with the Iberian diaspora. That is the period when the Jews are exiled from Spain and Portugal and make their way around the Mediterranean basin and all the way out to the New World. And then also we'll be looking at the tremendous transformations that resulted as Jews began to encounter, sometimes as Portuguese Jews who had Christian status, the new technologies and ideas that were circulating in Europe. And actually, in many cases, they were really the agents of change that pushed along a lot of the rush towards modernity after the discovery of the New World. We're going to look at a tremendous period of instability with the Khmelnytsky Rebellion in the middle of the 17th century that was followed almost immediately by an episode of tremendous impact on the Jewish people, that is the false messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi. And then we'll wrap it up with some reflections on survival. That's the plan for tonight. The image that you're looking at is actually a classic piece of art by Ilya Repin. It is a representation of the Zaporizhian Cossacks writing a letter to the Ottoman Tsar. And this is a representation of the Ukrainian freebooters who are really kind of like alienated from traditional society. They're living in encampments along the Dnipro River, and these are the people who are primarily associated with the rebellion of 1648-49 that we'll return to in a little while. But it's a really amazing piece of work, so I wanted to call it out. Let's go straight to the material. First of all, let's have a look at this map. I've got to find a good place to put my own face in this recording. Last time it was just a little too small, I think, and people complained they could not see my Shana Punim. You know, when I was a little boy, for a long time I thought that my Hebrew name was Shana Punim, because every time we went to visit my grandmother, she would call me Shana Punim. At any rate, here's a map that shows you the diaspora after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497 that also resulted in another wave of emigration, although Portuguese Jews frequently had a lot of difficulty actually leaving the Iberian Peninsula. But as you can see, there's a huge wave to the most obvious locations, that is over the Pyrenees Mountains into the south of France, then southward towards the coast of North Africa, and many Jews made their way to Italy in particular. The reception that Jews received as they landed on those shores was often quite cruel. In some cases, including on the Italian peninsula, Jewish communities themselves actually turned away boatloads of refugees, arguing, incidentally, it occurs to me now, that they were likely carriers of plague and they could not make a home in their communities. Jews were often the prey of unscrupulous pirates who would take their money and then literally leave them stranded on the coastline of some deserted place in North Africa, or even worse, simply murder them and throw them overboard. You also have Jews moving all the way out to Muslim territories, especially to Constantinople, which is here labeled in Spanish as Istanbul or Istanbul in modern English, where actually the Ottoman Sultan actually welcomed the Jews, saying that the Spaniards are giving up their greatest economic and intellectual and creative resource, and he openly mocked the Spanish king and queen for expelling them and eagerly opened them up. And then finally, you can see all the way to the right here, the arrival of Jews in Israel after the expulsion of 1492 had a remarkably explosive impact on the development of Jewish culture, particularly in the newly developed location of Tzfat, Safed, which had recently been opened up with some tax benefits, in particular for textile merchants, that attracted a lot of Jewish settlement. And many of the early refugees from the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat, where there was a brief period of incredible spiritual creativity from really the 1520s to about the 1580s that resulted in some phenomenal works of Jewish literature and scholarship, such as much of the Kabbalah, the Arizal was composed in Tzfat, the Shulchan Aruch by Rabbi Yosef Karo, and many other things. And if you look towards the left of the map, you'll see, of course, there are Jews who made their way to the Americas, which is quite fascinating. They actually decided to take the plunge and essentially follow Columbus and make their way over to the New World. And there are Jewish settlements in places like Recife from the 15th century. But let's move on, because there's really so much to talk about in this class. I don't want to miss out on it. I could have made them figure out how to do that next time. Okay, in terms of sources, I like to start these lectures with a discussion of sources, and I'm sorry that it does not lend itself as well here, because we are going to be traversing quite a large period of history, but I wanted to point out two sources. One of them I'll talk about here. This is one of the earliest works of history, especially in the post-Iberian diaspora period. This is Samuel Usque's Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, printed in Ferrara with the tremendous help of some of the most unusually powerful women of the age, Benvenida Abravanel and Doña Gracia Mendez, who were very important women who were actually the leaders of the Jewish world at a time when traditional rabbinic leadership had failed to stop the horrible occasion that happened in Spain. But what makes this a fascinating work is that, first of all, it's written in Portuguese, which is not that common. It is actually, if I remember correctly, the first major literary work in Portuguese that is studied even to this day in Portuguese schools. And it's essentially a poetic treatment of Jewish history as a dialogue between several biblical characters. And it's like a massive kind of epic poem in which they go through all the periods of Jewish history and all the terrible things that happened, and they point out how there was really, so to speak, a silver lining to the cloud, that everything that happened really was for a reason, and it all worked out. And it makes sense, of course, that he's writing this. He himself was a refugee from Portugal and had suffered tremendously under the Inquisition, and he was attempting to literally console the Jewish people through a study of history, which I think is a very noble pursuit. You can see that the imagery on the book cover is fascinating. It has a globe, which alludes to the spreading of the Jewish people, the diaspora, willing or otherwise, and also the Latin banner underneath says, "In the Lord is my hope." right? I hope in the Lord. Beautiful kind of thing. Okay, we'll come back to the other source that I want to look at when we get a little further into this lecture. Now, let's move on. One of the other major things that's happening at this time is the Iberian diaspora, particularly in Amsterdam. Netherlands was actually a fairly welcoming community for Jews, but you had this unusual phenomenon of these Portuguese Jews in particular. You'll recall that the Portuguese Jews were all forcibly converted under tremendously horrific circumstances. Their children were kidnapped, in many cases simply shipped off, and never saw them again. They came to horrible ends on these deserted islands off the coast of West Africa. That they were persecuted horribly after the Inquisition came to Portugal in the 1530s. And many of them, for generations, were raised without any knowledge that, in fact, they were Jewish. It was dangerous, of course, to tell your child that you were actually Jewish, because that could trigger a whole series of persecutions for the family if they were to go around, speaking about their secret Jewish practices when they were supposed to be outwardly completely Christian. So it happened that Uriel da Costa was an unusual individual. He was told as a young adult, he was very theologically inclined, he actually studied to be a priest, and when his mother told him that actually he's Jewish, he was so enthusiastic about the possibility of adopting his Jewish lifestyle and the Jewish religion when he came to Amsterdam, and there he could have freedom of religion. Unfortunately, in a kind of like a tragic Baal Tshuva moment, he was surprised that although Judaism sounded so beautiful and so wonderful, Jews were somewhat less so. And he was especially taken with cognitive dissonance when he realized that there were a lot of Jews who simply didn't live up to the ideals of Judaism, talking in shul and cheating on taxes and who knows whatever other things. And he ended up becoming a gadfly of the Amsterdam Jewish community. He was repeatedly excoriated by the leadership, and he was actually put into cherem, into excommunication 3 times because of his his attachment to his ideal vision of Judaism that did not jive with his appreciation of the real-life Jews who were not necessarily always up to the challenges that their religion faced before them. In a very tragic end, he definitely suffered from some mental illness issues. He had a lot of other coping mechanism difficulties, but ultimately what ended up happening is after being excommunicated the 3rd time, and he begged to come back to the community, the Amsterdam Jewish community imposed a very harsh sanction on him and said that before he could be readmitted to the community, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation to really teach him the message that he can't go around. In fact, he even published a book criticizing the Jewish community. He can't go around doing these things. And in synagogue, they actually flogged him symbolically with a very, not in a painful way, but in a way that symbolized the ritual disapproval. And then, amazingly, they had him lie down on the steps, the threshold into the synagogue, and they had all the members of the community walk over his prone body into the synagogue. After this horrible humiliation, which he accepted because he really wanted to be back in the community, he went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note, which was, it's a very chilling document. It has been published. It's called, he wrote in Latin, An Example of a Human Life. And then he took a revolver and shot himself. Terrible, terrible story, but it is indicative of the difficulty that many of these Portuguese Jews in particular had to reacquaint themselves with the Jewish community at large. His approach to Judaism, his sort of sense of what is ideal and kind of like coming at it from outside the community, was actually instrumental in influencing a lot of other thinkers, including another Amsterdam native, Baruch Spinoza, who is shown here on the lap of Acosta. Now, this is just a piece of fantasy. They did not overlap in years, and Spinoza was not, sitting on the knee of Acosta. But the artist Hirschenberg is trying to tell us something about how the experience of Acosta, first with his his Portuguese Inquisition, and then later with his encounter with the Jewish community would ultimately inspire Spinoza, who also went through a similar kind of excommunication experience. So this is just putting in our heads some kind of sense of what it must have been like to survive the Spanish Inquisition and then to try and reintegrate into the Jewish world. And this is all happening in the 16th century. Another fascinating thing that's happening at the same time is that Jews are becoming much more enmeshed in the leading scientific theories of the day. Jews have always been information workers, so to speak. Jews have always been, really quite literate and numerate, and so as a result, whenever there were learned people gathering to discuss anything except, let's say, theology, like Jews were not particularly well known, to the best of my knowledge, in Muslim or Christian theology, but they definitely were when it came to any of the medical sciences, for example. And let us not forget that it really wasn't until the late medieval period that there were clear distinctions between what we would call today sciences and what we would call today humanities. A learned person, a doctor of philosophy, was expected to know all the knowledge that was available at the time. And there was no real seam between, knowing literature and knowing pharmacology. Those were all part of general knowledge. So this is the period of time when it just begins to start getting more and more specific. And there's no real strong, it's still the cutting edge of technology, so there's no real strong barriers to allowing intellectually motivated Jews into some of these emerging areas of science. We see it especially in astronomy, which is expanding dramatically in the era of Galileo and Kepler and so on, new technologies. Look at the night sky. By the way, if you're on a phone, make sure you punch *6 to mute yourself, because the heavy breathing is a little bit distracting. One of my favorites of this particular period was an unusually enthusiastic and very productive scholar named David Gans, who was a Prague Jewish scholar, very much involved with Tycho Brahe, who was one of the most important astronomers of the day. This happens to be a fascinating photograph. It's his gravestone, and you'll see here, if we zoom in, his is the first documented use of the Star of David as a Jewish symbol specifically in history. We tend to think of the Star of David as a very, very old Jewish symbol. It's really not. It's more of a modern, even 19th century symbol, although things like the menorah, the Cohen hands, things like that are much older symbols. The six-pointed star, which has all kinds of interesting ramifications why it is so, was especially associated with some of Gans's thought. And you can just barely see at the top of the star, sitting on it, is the outline of a goose, and that's kind of like a pun because the name David Gans in German and in Yiddish is in fact goose. So it's kind of like a pun on his own name. He also was a historian, wrote a very important work called Tzemach David, which is a more rabbinically oriented history of the world, which betrays the kind of emerging scientific consensus and emerging scientific enthusiasm that you see among the rabbis at this time. Where this reached its apogee, in my humble opinion, is this amazing book, which would only be written another 100 years later, but it's called Sefer HaBrit HaShalem, which is still studied today. If you go to a regular Jewish bookstore, especially in Hasidic neighborhoods, this is like a science compendium. The translation of the title is the Complete Book of the Covenant, and the author, Rav Horowitz, basically wanted to introduce the amazing world of science to Jewish readers. It's a fascinating, wonderful book to read, and it gets into all kinds of amazing historical sciences, of course, of the 18th and 17th century. So it's kind of funny to see that here in the 21st century, it's still avidly read, but nevertheless, it is kind of like one of those kosher introductions to sciences that we have at this time. So these kinds of things are developing in the immediate post-Iberian experience. This is accelerated, of course, by the development of printing technology. Jews are early adopters of new technologies in general. There are a lot of reasons for this. Part of it is because economically we tend to live at the margins of traditional societies, right? For most of the medieval period, it was not wise for Jews to invest in real estate because Jews could and were expelled from countries with very little notice, and then there goes your investment completely. And Jews were always involved in, well, we spoke a little bit last week about money lending and about financial pursuits and things like that. But, not every Jew is so well inclined towards those kinds of tasks. But various kinds of artisanry, like silversmithing, goldsmithing, was definitely very popular for Jews. Those are portable trades. Also the arts, because these are things that reside in the mind, things that they're very portable trades. So Jews were always very involved in music, in poetry, Ashkenazim a little bit differently, but certainly Sephardim in literature. So you begin to see Jews looking for new opportunities economically with regularity, and new technologies are always the way to find new economic models. So printing became something that Jews found really wonderful quite early on, and so you have a lot of great early Jewish books. Here's one that's specifically connected to the material that we've been discussing in the post-Iberian period. This is the famous Ferrara Bible. I think I may have shown it to you in a different lecture, but just a closer look at it. This is a translation of the Bible into Spanish to make it possible for Jews who were unable to read in the Hebrew anymore because of the difficulties of the Inquisition. They had lost their Hebrew over several generations. Of course, anything in Hebrew was completely contraband. If a Hebrew book was found in your possession, then you could be exposed to the worst abuses of the Inquisition. The only exception, ironically, would be for medical doctors who are allowed to keep books in Hebrew for medical purposes, and of course that's well, anyways. So here, have a look at this artwork. This is rather amazing, right? This is on the front cover, and it shows this boat with the mast is broken, and it's clearly being driven by these heavy winds, blown by these angelic creatures, and there are these frightening sea monsters, and it's a very kind of like intimidating picture to put on the front of the Bible, but the idea is to say that the content of this book will guide us through the difficult seas ahead. Very powerful metaphor that definitely spoke to the Jews of the post-Inquisition period. I shouldn't really say post, because of course the Inquisition went right into the 19th century, but the post-Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition anyway. The Talmud, which we've spoken about at great length before, I won't speak about it more now, but basically the setting of the Talmudic text to print made a huge difference, and although it would take a couple of hundred years before it really garnered massive strength, the idea that the text could be available in a much cheaper format like this was something that Jews were very, very excited about, and of course made the Talmud and Daf Yomi ultimately possible. Not so much the Talmud possible, because the Talmud is done. All right, let me slow down a little bit, because now we've got to talk about one of the most tumultuous moments in Jewish history, and that is the terrible Gzerat Tachvetat, with translation, the evil decree of 1648-49. This is a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval when there is a huge peasant revolt in Ukraine, and the Jews bear the brunt of the violent reaction of the Ukrainian peasantry. So let me give you a little bit of background here. So here's a map of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was actually the largest country in Europe at the time. In this particular map, you've got the modern countries laid out. It borders there, but it really was one big dynastic union. The two principal factors are the Polish region and the Lithuanian region. And this was made up of a number of ethnicities. The dominant ethnicity were the Poles, who are largely big landowners living in central Poland. holding massive tracts of land called latifundia, principally in Ukraine in the south. Ukraine has a uniquely productive soil called chernozem, which means like a black soil, black earth, and it is it's known as the breadbasket of Europe because it is such highly arable land. The Poles managed those Ukrainian land holdings through the use of Jewish middlemen who are called arrendators. The arenda system was basically a kind of a tax farming system where the Polish noblemen, known as the Szlachta, would give the Jewish leaseholders as a community an entire village and its holdings to manage. And that would mean that not only would they tax the peasants' agricultural output, but they would also be free to impose any other taxes they wished on the community, such as tolls to cross bridges, or toll or fees to use the village grinding mill or for flour, or fees for hunting in the nobleman's forest, and whatever they really wanted to add on there. There are even some one of the most hated of the means used by Jews, according to some allegedly, according to other historians definitely, was even the right to open the church doors only upon payment of a fee. It's an amazing thing. Now, there's been a lot of dispute of this particular charge against Jews, that they invoked this. There's a lot of Ukrainian folk songs called dumet that speak about this, however, and there are historians, I can't remember her name now, but there's one woman working at Hebrew University who in particular wrote a dissertation on this, looking at those folk songs. Even if it wasn't true, just the stories about it being true could certainly spark resentment. And let us not forget that the Ukrainian, their real object of resentment are the Poles, who are giving the Jews these privileges because they want the money. Remember how this tax farming situation works, right? The Polish landlord says to the Jews, okay, I think from my latifundia I should be able to get 100 zlotys, so that's what I'd like from you next year. The Jews go back and they tax the population to the tune of, let's say, 120 zlotys, and they give the nobleman the 100 and they keep 20 for themselves. That's their fee for doing the taxation services. And the nobleman is basically happy to let them do whatever they want in order to collect those taxes, because the nobleman wants the money. As we'll see, however, this has an accelerant effect that is only bound to increase resentment and ultimately to result in a massive rebellion of the community as a whole. Now, before I forget, yes, I should also mention one other kind of important thing here. We should recall that Jews didn't live as individuals in much of the medieval period, just like virtually no one lived as an individual during this period. What do I mean by that? The society was organized in a corporate fashion, such that a person was born into a particular class or an estate in the feudal system, and that was basically it, with the exception of people who choose, like the Zaporizhian Cossacks that we'll talk about in a moment. Unless you choose to drop off the grid, you are fixed in your situation. You are a peasant, or I suppose you could join the church if you're male, or if you're female, I guess you could become a nun as well. But basically, that's the only way out. You're a peasant, that's your job, you got to stick with it, you can't move up or down. And you are judged and held accountable within your entire community unit. Now, how this worked for Jews is that the Jews would typically come to a particular region and they would negotiate the right to live there with the nobleman who actually owned the village. This is the way things work then. You could own an entire village and its surrounding land holdings. And they would call this Magdeburg Recht, by the way, the Magdeburg law, because after a particular town in Germany where a lot of this was formulated. They would get a charter of rights, a list of privilege that they had, which could include, the right to build a wall around their community. Unlike much of our thinking with Western Europe in particular, the ghetto walls were actually, when they existed in Eastern Europe, they were built by the Jews themselves for their own protection rather than being built to close them in. That would only happen later with the Holocaust. And they could say, the right to control various trades within their particular community, and the right to manage their own affairs by Talmudic law, and they really could have quite a few benefits that were really very amazing. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but one of the most phenomenal developments of the period is that by the I guess it would be the 18th century, the early 18th century, a little bit of the 17th century, the Jews in Poland and Lithuania actually joined all of their communities together in a massive state within a state called the Council of Four Lands. And this represented really a phenomenal achievement in Jewish self-government, where they could not only govern their own existence within a given municipality, but they could actually extend the consistency of Talmudic law from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. It was amazing. They would meet a couple of times a year, principally in the city of Lublin, and they would make laws for the entire Jewish population. Phenomenal achievement, really. So that's really what would happen is Jews would typically come. We have this happening already in the 12th century and onward, but particularly in the 16th century, Jews moving into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would get Magdeburg Recht to work in a particular area, and one of the main things that they would do is they would act as arrendators over the Ukrainian population. Now, the accelerant effect is that if the Polish nobleman demands 100 zloty 1 year, and he sees that he gets the money without too much difficulty, he says to himself, you know what, I don't have to limit myself to 100. Next year I'll ask for 110, and the year after 120. And so the Ukrainian peasantry ends up bearing more and more of the burden, and the Jews are like the leading edge of the spear here, who are taking the money to give to the Polish landlords and feeling the pressure of the highly resentful Ukrainian population as well, not surprisingly. One last detail, and then I got to go to the next slide. We should recall that there are some significant religious themes going on here as well. The Jews, of course, are Jewish. The Ukrainians are overwhelmingly Orthodox. And that's not Orthodox like you have Orthodox Jews as well. It's a technical term in the church. It basically refers to the Eastern Church as a whole, distinct from the Roman Catholic Church. Among the distinctions are, for example, they can have a married clergy. There's some distinctions in the way that the church ceremony is run, the base language of the ceremonies and so on. But the Poles are, of course, Catholic. And so you had the Polish Catholic lords imposing their will through the Jews on the Ukrainian Orthodox population, and the Ukrainians resented all of it, not surprisingly. One last, though, important detail, and then we'll talk about the actual rebellion itself. One of the more noxious elements of the Arenda system is something called propinatia, which refers to the monopoly on the distillation and distribution and sale of alcohol, which the noblemen frequently gave to the Jewish communities. So when you read in these stories about the Jewish innkeeper and Kretschmer and things like that, it's usually referring to the reality that Jews were given this right of propinatia. Up until, of course, let's just leave it at that. It changes when we get to the 19th century, but in the 17th century, this was the situation. So if you were a Ukrainian peasant and hard work a day in the field, and you wanted to go and have a drink of alcohol at the end of your hard day harvesting or whatever it is, you typically would not be able to make a bottle of moonshine yourself. That would be prohibited. And you couldn't go to the liquor store. You had to go to the Jewish inn to get your alcohol. Only the Jews, under the right of propinatia, were given the authority to distribute and sell alcohol. So many of these inns were primarily for the purpose of serving alcohol. Moreover, Jews could sell this alcohol on credit.
So if you can imagine a Ukrainian peasant, hard work in the field, comes back, works, goes to have a few drinks. Doesn't have any money on him right now because he's been, it's not harvest season or whatever. So he runs up a tab. The tab bears interest, and when the harvest season comes and he goes to settle up his bill, he sees he's got this massive, insurmountable bill in front of him, and there's a tremendous amount of resentment. As we discussed last week, everybody loves credit when they need it, but everybody hates it when they have to pay it back with interest. So the Jews were kind of like in a very precarious situation, partially the result of circumstances as a whole, because it's not like the Jews had a tremendous diversity of options. This happened to be a fairly attractive option as long as things remain stable, but it was set to a ratchet effect where things would become increasingly unmanageable, and ultimately would result in this peasant explosion that happened in the 17th century. The explosion was led by this man here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name spelled Chmeil, something like that, Khmelnytsky, something like that. That's just the Polish spelling. The pronunciation is definitely Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and this is the transliterated version from the Ukrainian. As I mentioned earlier, he led a group of these Cossacks. The term Cossack or Kozake in Ukrainian refers to multiple different groups, but in this particular context, in the 17th century, it refers to Ukrainian peasants who were typically impoverished and had just dropped out of society. They ran away from their lease holdings for various reasons, and they ended up creating these freebooter kind of cowboy-like settlements on the inaccessible rapids of the Dnipro River south of Kiev. And from there, they engage in a lot of sort of brigandry. In Ukrainian culture, they have the kind of image of like Robin Hoods. They go out, they rescue Ukrainian children who were taken as slaves by the Ottomans. They go and they raid Polish villages, and they beat the Jews and things like that. The idea is that they were like sort of like the free will spirit, the freedom-loving Ukrainians. For Jews, of course, they are terrifying, primarily because in 1648, this is the beginning of the Zerat Tach V'Tat, Bogdan Khmelnytsky leads these otherwise poorly connected groups of individuals to be the spearhead of a much larger national movement in which it becomes a major military attack on Polish dominance, and they attack the local Polish-dominated villages. And of course, there are not a lot of Poles living there. They're primarily living to the north in Poland itself. So they attack the Jews. A horrible series of pogroms that washed over the area from 1648 to 49 as they made their way north. Jews frequently ran to the Poles for assistance, and the Poles, surprisingly, did not regard the Jews as their allies in this fight, and frequently simply left them to the Ukrainians. It left an incredibly difficult stain on Ukrainian-Jewish relations that still reverberates to the present day. But I think some way to understand this essentially socioeconomic conflict was, if you think about like the riots in South Central Los Angeles, when there was a lot of African American anger over white dominance and the difficulty for them to make economic progress. And when they went and rioted in South Central LA, they didn't go and attack Bel Air or Hollywood. They attacked the Korean grocers who were living in their neighborhoods. The grocery stores, you have these things called food deserts where, large chains simply don't want to put their supermarkets there because they're not sufficiently profitable and things like that. So it's a space where these entrepreneurial smaller grocery stores can charge higher prices, sometimes even price gouging. And so it was the Koreans who were the ones who felt the brunt of the Ukrainian anger. And similar in this case, it was the Jews who felt the brunt of the Cossacks' anger. Now, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate.
some of the early accounts, and by the way, much of the treatment of this period is handled so powerfully by Rabbi Nathan of Hanover, who left a tremendous analysis of it, which actually is quite. When you actually read the text itself, you see he's unsparing in his criticism of the Jewish community's behavior as well. He talks about the kind of like irresponsible attitude to the situation, thinking that, do you think we can keep on doing this forever? No, it is eventually going to blow up in our faces, and ultimately that's what happened. His book is called Yeven Mitzulah, the abyss of despair, a quote from Tehillim. I lost my train of thought. So, how many Jews were killed? So you do see some hugely inflated numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed. That is most likely nowhere near the real number, because if you look at the demographics, the Jewish population immediately after the war actually begins to significantly increase. And in fact, there were not anywhere near that number of Jews living there before the Polish-Ukrainian war as well. Reasonable numbers, however, might put it as high as 60,000, which is an incredibly large number for the 17th century. 60,000 pogrom-related deaths. We are deadened in our sensitivities because we lived after the most bloody century of all time, the century that had the Holocaust and numerous other genocides as well. 60,000 doesn't sound like such an amazing number, but was really a phenomenally difficult number, especially for the 17th century. One last detail here, and I want to just pay attention to another source. One of the references we have, it's not a large one, but it's a significant one. A woman named Gluckel of Hameln, living nearby in Germany, she refers to this period in her memoirs, in which she describes how refugees from Jewish Ukraine would make their way westward to Germany, and her family actually took in some of those refugees, like my grandparents themselves, Alayhim Shalom, took in orphans from the Holocaust to be raised with their own children. So Bertha Pappenheim, who is shown here, she is actually a very famous woman. She was a German woman who led the anti-slavery movement at the turn of the 20th century into the 1920s. So amazing things about her. She was actually a direct descendant of this woman, Gluckel of Hameln, and in this particular photograph, she's actually wearing the clothing that Gluckel would have worn in the 16th and 17th century. So Gluckel is a fascinating source, because essentially what she did was, at the age of about 75 or so, if I remember correctly, she was kind of depressed. Her second husband had passed away, and she'd gone through so much challenges in her life with, bankruptcies and marital heartbreak and so on. Her children convinced her to start keeping a journal. She ended up writing, 70 little tiny notebooks that eventually made up an amazing journal, a very thick description of what it was like to be a Jewish woman at the end of the 17th century. And it recently just came out in a new edition. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. It is an amazing book because we have very little comparable to that, not only among Jewish women, but among any women of the 17th century. And I will just tell you one quick thing about it. It's amazing because what she thinks of as being totally normal for her to do would, make any feminist proud, in the sense that she's like so involved in international business and in local affairs and in politics, and it's just like, well, please, that's what you got to do. There's no kind of sense that women are shunted aside and not allowed to be involved in these things. She was deep up to her elbows in all kinds of amazing things. Really a great book worth reading. Let us continue, though. So the sort of last major story of the 17th century, and you can see that it's a tumultuous century, right? There's all kinds of exciting new things happening with new science, new technologies, and new ideas circulating, but at the same time, there's a lot of these medieval upheavals, peasant rebellions, and so on. And the kind of the darkest moment is one associated with this man, Shabbatai Tzvi. He was an unusual young man who, some of the early historians looking at Shabbatai Tzvi regarded him as a rasha, as a very wicked person who intentionally deceived the Jewish people, claiming he was Messiah, only to later betray them.
More modern scholarship, beginning with the great Gershom Scholem, who wrote a very important biography of Shabtai Tzvi, recognized that he probably suffered from something like, I'm not a psychologist, but something like bipolar disorder or depressive disorder, something like that. Please be sure to push *6 so that your line is muted. And he was originally a very well-regarded young man in his community in Smyrna. He was actually a hot, sought-after prospect for shidduchim. He had a very fine singing voice. He was a great Talmud Chacham. Studied quite a bit, for example, of Kabbalah. I think we can hear you eating potato chips, so it's probably better if you push *6.
This kind of just like a deep connection to nature.
There you go. This is one of the challenges of. I'll have to figure out how to do this right on Zoom next time. Anyway, let's go back to the material. And he lost my but around the age of 18, he refused to marry. Ultimately, he would later marry. That's another story in itself. I have a separate lecture on it, but I don't want to go into it now. He married also, by the way, the Torah. He actually had a ceremony where he got married to the Torah itself. It's weird. He began to experience what he called illuminations, where he began to be convinced that he could do amazing things, like he could levitate, or that he could traverse massive distances in the in a fraction of a second, Pitzo Sadera. And this would have just been probably chalked up to being eccentric and on the larger point of eccentric, until he ran into this individual, Nathan of Gaza. I think I'll just push through. Nathan of Gaza, I'm not really that expert in this period, but if I were to hazard a guess, I would think that Nathan of Gaza is a little bit more on the villain side than Shabtai Tzvi. Nathan of Gaza recognized the tremendous propaganda value of Shabtai Tzvi's message, and he circulated it widely, and he promoted the idea that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Messiah, and amazingly, he actually garnered quite a large following. This attracted the attention of even Christian artists. We have a lot of woodcuts like this that show Shabtai Tzvi coming into towns and being met by hundreds of adoring Jews, where he would bless this one and say, I'm going to make you king of Ethiopia, and you are going to be the king of, Turkey, whatever it is. And he began to lead a messianic movement. And Christians were actually quite fascinated to see that, wait a second, the Jews are actually thinking this guy is the Messiah. Is it possible he is? And in fact, we know from sources like Lukel of Ammon that so many Jews in Western Europe simply sold all their belongings in order to join Shabtai Tzvi on his trek to go back to Jerusalem and claim his title as the King of the Jews to initiate this new messianic period. It was truly a fascinating time, but the story, of course, ended in a huge, it was a debacle. Let me just go back to where we are. Okay. What ended up happening is he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan. He was completely delusional at this point. And he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan, and he said, okay, here I am the King of the Jews, the Messiah. It's time for you to give me Jerusalem now so that I can initiate the Messianic age. And the Ottoman Sultan said, I have a better idea. How about you convert to Islam and I let you stay alive? So amazingly, Shabtai Tzvi converted to Islam. Here you can see him in the stocks as he's waiting for the decision what to do about the Ottomans' offer. He converts to Islam along with his wife. Most of his followers are completely crushed, and they return home dejected, realizing that the entire messianic experience was completely flawed and did not come to pass. However, a small group of them called the GUINNESS, that's what they're called now, I said, wait a second, maybe this is part of the great messianic story. Maybe the Messiah go through the other great religions. Maybe we have to become Muslims too in order
to initiate the Messianic period. And that's, in fact, the Dunme exist right up to this day, and they had a very large role to play in Turkish politics as well. Fascinating and sad story. We'll pick it up again when we speak about Hasidism, because many see a link between the failed messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi and the kind of social forces that drove forward a desire for something new in Hasidism. But that will leave next week. So I'd like to conclude this lecture here. So we've got to go forward here. I'd like to conclude this lecture with a couple of thoughts. As is our wont, we should reflect a little bit on Jewish survival. And I think it's especially appropriate in the situation that we're in right now. Now, God willing, this video will be online for some time, and people will watch it and say, what is he talking about? Well, obviously I'm speaking to all of you in March of 2020, when we are just at the very beginning of this unprecedented moment in world history, as we're faced with the coronavirus epidemic and COVID-19, and everybody should be well and healthy. And there are unusual parallels, which I'd like to think more about, but what's relevant for us today is that one of the skills that Jewish people have that allows them to survive many of these challenges is that they are adaptable. They recognize the potential in many new emerging economies and many new emerging technologies. And although sometimes that can lead them into, terrifying new and disastrous occurrences. And one interesting example, by the way, Shabbatai Tzvi was a huge proponent of printing. He loved printing, and he said that we should do away with Torah scroll and use this new modern Chumash instead. It's so much easier. We can all have one, things like that. So it can be a weakness, but on the whole, I think it is a strength. With that, I want to conclude with one last note. If you're interested in hearing more about that specific line of argument, in a few minutes I'm going to be participating in a new venture that is spearheaded by Rabbis David Bashevkin and Ricardo, and it's on this website, ou.org/OU Live. They're putting together an online forum that will discuss such issues while we're all kind of sheltering in place like this. Okay, I want to thank you very much for joining me tonight. I'm sorry that it has to be virtual in this way, but I hope you found the lecture useful, and I hope you all stay safe and healthy, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you very much. I'm going to end the meeting now. Okay, thanks very much. Take care.
It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, and the variation in the texture, and all of the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow.
Nice to see you all. I'm glad that you're able to join me for a quick discussion of an important period in Jewish history. I really hope that everyone on the line is doing well, and your loved ones as well. This is a tense and difficult time for all of us, and I just hope that you should all have a refuah shalema and should stay away from any of the untoward and negative effects of this current public health situation. In today's lecture, what I'd like to do is to kind of orient us geographically and chronologically within Eastern Europe for the first part of the class, speaking specifically about the Russian Empire, which was a major center of Jewish population. From about the 16th century onward, that really becomes the central primary place where Jews are living in Europe. And then once we talk a little bit about the political and social realities of that time, I want to look in greater detail at this remarkable reform movement known as Hasidism. What exactly was Hasidism? How did it start? What were the major features of Hasidism, and so on? Placing that within the historiographic context as how scholars have tried to understand Hasidism over the years. And then I'd like to speak about the reaction of the Misnagdim, the so-called opponents of Hasidism, that is, the traditionalists who viewed this kind of new revival of Judaism with considerable skepticism, to say the least, and talk about the rather intense dispute that erupted in the late 18th and early 19th century between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. And then finally, let's look at the Haskalah, which is yet another movement that emerges primarily from Germany and has an extremely influential impact, not only on the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, but really on the unfolding of Jewish history as a whole throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. And that's going to basically take us over the course of the lecture. I hope you'll find it useful. Let's get started right away. So let me just make sure I'm working this off first. Okay, so as I briefly mentioned a minute ago, Hasidism is really the first modern religious reform movement in Judaism. I know it might seem ironic to refer to Hasidim as reformers because we tend to associate the reform movement with a much more liberal wing of Jewish religious thought, which is much more in tune with accommodating the societal norms and adaptation to non-Jewish culture and things like that. These are generally antithetical to much of Hasidic thought, although, as we shall see, Hasidism is really quite a diverse phenomenon, and there are Hasidic movements which are much more open to outside society than others, but in general, Hasidism tends to be a much more insular movement, a much more inward-looking movement, viewing the outside world as something toxic and so on in general. Actually, right about now, the outside world is kind of toxic, so we should keep it that way, or at least until we get past this threatening curve. At any rate, it is a movement that began in the 18th century and injected a phenomenal amount of religious fervor and energy into a rather desiccated Judaism that had become really, bogged down in a lot of intellectual casuistry and a lot of, Talmudic mental gymnastics, and many felt that Judaism had really lost the kind of joie de vivre that had so distinguished it in other periods of history. They felt that it had become really an intellectual movement that was so focused on the meritocracy of those intellectual superstars that the common person really had no way of accessing the deep reservoirs of spirituality that were locked within Judaism. And Hasidism really strove to unlock those things, to make them available to the common person, and to a large degree they succeeded. So we're going to study that particular movement. But let us begin first with a discussion of the historiography on Hasidism. And I'm going to outline three basic trends that have occurred over the last 150 odd years in historiography that will give us a sense of how historians have looked to this movement and have tried to place it within its larger context. So one of the first and greatest of the encyclopedic historians is the incomparable Heinrich Gretz, who wrote the first multi-volume massive encyclopedia history of the Jews that goes all the way from biblical period right up until the 19th century. He's actually a very important historical figure in his own right. We'll, God willing, speak about him a little bit more when we get to the modern period. But he had a decidedly negative approach to Hasidism. He viewed Hasidism as a renewal of kind of a Jewish superstition, that it was overwhelmingly negatively influenced by Kabbalah, which he felt was also part of the larger history of Jewish superstition. He felt that Hasidim were credulous peasants who simply didn't know much about the beauty of Talmudic traditional Judaism, and they went in for following charismatic snake oil salesmen and other types of local leaders. And he generally had a very negative view of Hasidism as a whole. Hasidism, as I will show you in just a moment, God willing, is primarily an Eastern European phenomenon. You see it happening in the 18th century, primarily in Poland, in Ukraine, to a certain degree in Lithuania, but primarily in the southern regions. And Gretz was much more oriented towards the West, much more oriented, although he had roots in Eastern Europe, he was oriented towards the modernizing movements that were associated with the West, specifically the Haskalah that we'll come back to in about 30 minutes or so. And so he looked down on the Hasidim in general, and he viewed it as kind of like, the embarrassing country bumpkin relatives that we sophisticated Jews have. So he definitely had a very negative approach to Hasidism overall. This is contrasted with another great encyclopedic historian, the phenomenal Shimon Dubno, who also, like Gretz, wrote a massive multi-volume history of the Jews. And Dubno was much more involved in the actual day-to-day life of Eastern European Jews. He's about half a century ahead of Gretz in terms of the progress of historiography. And Dubno viewed Hasidism as an authentic expression of Jewish folk culture. Rather than looking down on it from a rather intellectual, sort of rarefied position, he viewed it more like an anthropologist would, saying that Hasidism was, an extremely creative and innovative new way in which Jews were expressing their Jewish identity, and it should be celebrated. And he actually, spoke in much more positive terms about Hasidism. He did not necessarily downplay some of the credulous, superstitious elements that Gretz had used to deride the Hasidim, but he did view the Hasidim as something that was intrinsically authentic, kind of like it was something that actually came from the people. It was not some kind of crazy thing that was faddish or latched on to them. And so he valorized the Hasidim in a much more significant way than his predecessor. And we come sort of full circle when we start looking at the work of Martin Buber, who was not really a historian, more of a philosopher, a literary scholar. But with Buber, you begin to have a new appreciation of Hasidic thought. Again, like Dubno and Gretz, primarily looking from the outside in. You don't have, really famous, well-trained Hasidic historians in this early period. But Buber begins to, celebrate the spiritual genius of the Hasidim and begins to explore their culture and their stories and to popularize them, in particular among German reading youth. And he begins to sort of turn the corner of looking at Hasidism as something that is really a major innovation in Jewish thought. And this is essentially the way that historiography has continued since Buber's demise at the middle of the 20th century. There's been a lot more kind of fair look at Hasidism as an indigenous Jewish phenomenon, looking at it as a complexity, recognizing its, frankly, very complex spiritual sophistication, and recognizing that it has deep roots in the Kabbalistic tradition that is really at the core of what the movement stands for. So nowadays, Hasidic historians are no longer participating in a kind of negative approach to this folk movement as we saw in the beginning. We really have come full circle with the historiographic approach. Now, that does not say that it is an uncritical approach by any means. There are definitely some pretty bizarre historians working out there looking at the economic origins of the Hasidic movement. We'll touch on that today. Some looking at the influence of Western ideas, some fascinating different approaches to Hasidic thought, but that's it for our quick introduction to the sources. Let's talk a little bit about the social, political, historical environment. So we really have to begin with Catherine the Great to understand the period in which Hasidism flourished. The roots of Hasidism are in southern Podolia in particular, which is a region of Poland. But very early on, Poland is absorbed by its three neighbors. Poland, you recall, we talked about it last week, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, massive state with a significant Jewish population. They're linked together. The municipalities are linked in the Council of Four Lands, which is a phenomenal achievement. But it went into a period, the country, and not so much the Council of Lands, but the country for sure, went into a period of internal political decline for reasons that will take us beyond the scope of our talk today. And as a result, by the time we get to the end of the 18th century, Poland is simply swallowed up by its three greedy neighbors, by Germany, Austria, and Russia. And they simply decide to carve Poland off the map in the space of three distinct partitions. Russia ends up receiving the largest single chunk of Jews. And this is quite ironic because prior to the partitions of the late 18th century, Russia was actually closed to Jews. There was an incident that occurred in the late 15th century in which a member of the Tsar's royal family actually converted to Judaism, ostensibly under the influence of a Jewish doctor who was treating the royal family. And so ever since that time, the Russian Tsars have declared Russia closed to Jewish settlement completely. And then all of a sudden, under Catherine the Great, shown here, by taking over Poland, she inherited Jewish population that were concentrated on her new western borderlands. Here's a map of those western borderlands, in particular the region known as the Pale of Settlement. So Catherine II had to deal with a conundrum. One lady said, "Oh my gosh, we can't have all these Jews. You have to do something about them. You have to kick them out. You have to expel them. You have to convert them. You have to do something with them." And on the other hand, there were certain commercial elements who were saying, "Wait a sec, the Jews are actually very useful in our international trade. They have tremendous connections in other countries. They have common language. They have common legal systems that they can use amongst each other. Maybe we should think about this carefully." Catherine II herself was not Russian in ethnicity either. She was actually a German woman, Prussian actually. And she was very much enamored of a lot of the Enlightenment thinking that was coming out of the West. And she was inclined to view the Jews with a certain amount of charity. And so she adopted a compromise position, which said essentially Jews will not be allowed into the old territories of Russia, where they had been excluded since the 1470s. Some minor exceptions have been made for talented Jewish doctors, very successful Jewish businessmen, and so on. But for the most part, Jews had to stay outside of Russia. But they could remain within the Polish territories that had been conquered. This defined the so-called Pale of Settlement for Jews. Now, the term Pale of Settlement sounds rather bizarre. It's kind of like an old or archaic English usage. In Russian, it's simply the region of settlement. The Pale, you have this expression, to go beyond the Pale means to go beyond the border. So it's the borderlands that Jews were allowed to live in. And you can see in this map that it constitutes basically the entire yellow area. And Jews were also allowed into the Kingdom of Poland, which was also under Russian control at that time as well. So there were certain islands within the Pale of Settlement that Jews were not allowed to settle in. For example, the city of Kiev was closed to Jews, although in 1917 there were an estimated 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways. And once you went to the far north, half of Latvia and Estonia were outside of the Pale of Settlement as well. But nevertheless, although this would become very crowded and there will be a lot of anti-Semitic legislation and restrictive legislation piled on the Jews as you get to the end of the 19th century, at the end of the 18th century, when the Pale of Settlement was set up, and through much of the 19th century, it was actually not so bad. Jews within the Pale of Settlement had fixed rights. They could, for example, hold municipal office. They could vote in municipal elections. They had a certain amount of self-government. Their Talmudic legislation was respected for their own internal disputes and things like that. And in many ways, it was not such a bad thing, especially in the beginning of the 19th century. It turned much worse under Nicholas I, which is what we're going to turn to next.